Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind and joining me here on our Watchpoint coffee table setup, still working on it, are Scott Costa-Kennedy, Danny Danger, Lim.
Oh, I'm Danger today.
Do you like that one?
I like that one.
Yeah, I like it too.
So far from being dangerous, but I like that.
Yeah, I mean, nah, you're not
With my
dangerous. I'm trying to
Look
come
at
up with
that.
something where I'm actually not. And yeah, Reinforce Larson is still under the weather, but he will be joining us soon, TM.
Eventually.
One
of these days.
Well, probably. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We assume. But we know he's watching.
Yeah.
He got that FOMO at home.
Oh yeah, he's been texting us.
We know you want to be here. That's him saying stop texting Danny. It's a little distracting. But yeah, no, we had a very interesting first day of the Overwatch League 2022 played on the new Overwatch 2 beta, of course. And you know what they say? You never get a second chance to make a first impression. So guys, what were your first impressions from the teams and the players we got to see yesterday?
I want to start off by
Please
saying
do.
my favorite moment and my first impression of yesterday was Doomfist is a legit tank. You know, he used to be
Yeah.
damaged, but now he switched
Factual.
over the role. He was like, New Year, hey, I'm going to be tank, and he is now a tank, and he is a very good one. High mobility, high damage, very good for disrupting the backline. And also, you know, we saw Atlanta Rain Hawk really commit to the Doomfist as well. And I did have an interview and talked to him yesterday for the post-match interview. And he did say Doomfist, especially his hand cannon, is very effective against Winston, who was a prevalent tank pick for almost all the teams yesterday throughout the matches. So I'm really excited to see more Doomfist. I'm a little hopeful.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see more. Like, I thought coming into this season we'd see more Doomfist over the Winston, but apparently they're just lying to us at this point.
It's just a matter of time. So, they'll play that Doomfist sooner or later. Doomfist moving over to a section on the hero select screen was definitely something we were curious about, but yeah, it seems that he's definitely find his proper place in the meta. In fact, Doom was the second highest picked tank. And now let's take a look at where all the heroes are currently ranking in terms of their pick rates just after day one. So yeah, the top, I don't think the top four are any surprise whatsoever. Winston, however, I don't think anyone here necessarily thought that we're going to see too much of Winston at the moment. However, turns out he's a nice pick with all the Genjis zooming around on the map, so that worked out. Now, also, please don't get the impression that Echo is the new hot pick when looking at this graphic, because this is Yucky. Yucky is solely responsible for that pick rate. Like, he just couldn't stay off of that Echo for whatever reason.
It was weird.
I mean, he's a great Echo player, but also...
it wasn't great.
It's like,
Let's just call it Echo Yaki from now on.
That could get confusing.
That could be it's just a smidge of confusion. Reaper, I also didn't think we're gonna see that much, because I personally didn't have the sense that he's actually that viable over some other heroes, which I would have rather picked. But some teams seem to pick him here and there as well. So yeah, very interesting to see. Of course, we did see, you know, a wide range of heroes picked in the damage and tank roles. But you, of course, want to focus on the supports here. What's the support landscape looking like in Overwatch 2 so far?
Yeah, you guys talked about the tanks. Like, there was actually a lot of movement in the tanks and more than we were expecting. But the supports was pretty much exactly what we expected, right? We had Luciana be almost, you know, must picks in this meta. We saw a little bit of Brigitte, I still don't know how to say it, we're in
Brigitte.
Season 5. Brigitte, You see a little bit of Baptiste, Zenyatta, and Brigitte. There was a little bit of Moira here as well. No Mercy from what I can remember, but Luciana absolutely dominating the meta. And it makes sense. Lucio with that 1 second passive is very hard to punish, plus the speed boost that he provides to the team. And then Ana, when we're playing in a Winston and a Doomfist meta, Ana just makes a lot of sense. You have that nano boost as well to enable the Genji, to enable the Winston, really giving you some more utility for the team that supports don't always provide. So it's cool to see the supports. I would like to see some things move around. You know, maybe when we get to see Zenyatta kick people in the face, like we just saw in the patch. But that won't be this week. So I expect to see a lot more Luciana.
Yeah, that kick though. If you guys haven't checked that out, make sure to do so because it's a lot further of a knockback than I would have initially thought. That looks like the distance of a blink from Tracer. So it's quite severe, quite impactful, and there's no cooldown on it either.
Yeah, but you can even see here, like, we saw some players play Ana and, like, Ultraviolet or Ultraviolent, as Hex likes to say. Like, you can see the offensive prowess that an Ana can provide, because in 5v5, you're not healing 2 tanks. So it feels like you have more time and freedom to go aggressive with that. And we saw Ultraviolet, I think, do it the best. And he was just getting biotic nade like this time and time again. And like that's a 5-player nade, and that's just the end of a fight. So playmaking ability on the Ana, and I think you'll see a lot more players and the best players in the world doing that.
Absolutely. And as we discussed yesterday as well, like the reduction of shields on the field, that make Ana such a viable pick right now.
No diva, right? Like no defense matrix to eat any of the
nades.
So
it's, yeah, they're having a field trip out there. Now, yesterday we had 3 winners, which unfortunately means that we also had 3 teams that did not win.
Non-winners.
Non-winners. I'm trying to be nice here. It's early. But again, it's early days, and we do want to make sure that fans, they don't give up hope just yet. So Costa, Paris, they have very passionate fans, which may have been a bit down after the performance yesterday. They did get 3-0'd against the San Francisco Shock, but what were the bright spots?
I think there were some good moments. Like, I think at the beginning, San Francisco Shock just sort of had all that momentum. But I think once they were able to keep Khan alive a little bit on that Ana, and Dom was able to sort of offer a little bit more, get that forward momentum, they were really starting to come into their own. And you need to remember, this is the San Francisco Shock, a 2-time championship winning team with some phenomenal rookies. This is going to be a great team this year. So I think Paris Eternal just needs to almost forget about this match. I think Naga, especially on that Genji, he's a great player. He has great versatility, but we didn't get to see that out of him yesterday. I think he really got Genji dipped a little bit by both Proper and Sam when they were on those maps. So I want to see them bounce back from this because we know they're a good roster. We know that they have the talent to be able to do better than we saw yesterday. So
love the lower third here too.
No,
for Paris.
I don't know what that means.
What's it doing?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, Hex.
That one. Sorry, they'll catch up eventually. We have more matches than that though, Danny, and someone who shall not be named, shall definitely not be named. Yesterday may have predicted a Mayhem to win against Atlanta. That was John Spector, by the way.
Throwing him under the bus now as well.
I mean,
John.
We're in this together, John. I was with you, I admit. But it wasn't all doom and gloom for the Mayhem, Dan.
Yeah, honestly, okay, I'm going to be honest. I thought they were okay. They were pretty good, considering that they went up against Atlanta Reign, who were the runner-ups for last season. And also because Florida Mayhem, they have a lot of new players as well. And aside from maybe, they had some like moments when it comes to comp. But other than that, I think they look decent, and because they have a lot of newer players, I think once the newer players are, warmed up and they get used to the Overwatch League, I think they'll have better performances.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. A lot of new players, right? So they do need time to gel. They do need time to trust themselves, trust each other, and mostly figure out the composition that works because they played a lot of Roadhog yesterday. And they're the only team to play.
Yeah.
And no, that's exactly the opposite of where I wanted to go. Roadhog, that ain't it, boss. Like, I was not...
Let's go, man!
No, you're about to defend it.
Okay, I am about to defend it. It has some form of... It makes sense. Someone was a great Roadhog. He is a player who has, like, picked it up, played it in the past. He was, like, ranked 1 and 2 on the career server on Tank. But as you said, this just wasn't it. The Roadhog was unable to get any space. Against good teams like the Atlanta Reign, they're not going to allow you to move around the map or get free hooks. And we saw him just miss opportunity after opportunity, and then as soon as he overexposed himself, he just gets punished. So interesting idea, but I'd rather see more straight-up play from the Florida Mayhem in certain situations because they don't look bad when they played straight up. They don't need to play these cheese compositions to try and get map wins.
Absolutely. Now, that is enough of us looking back at yesterday's events. It is time to move on. You know, look at the future. We got a great slate of games today for you. And of course, we're going to end today here looking at another live event. It's going to be another round of the Battle of Texas in San Antonio.
Yeehaw!
I forgot that we were about to do that, so that didn't show that I feel really bad. Not part of the team. Anyway, we will be sharing our thoughts on that. Well, I would say that's a historic rivalry at this point. Yeah, let's go with that. It's historic, and we will be talking about it right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to Betwixt 4 Plans, the Overwatch League studio show live from a giant van here on the Blizzard campus in Irvine.
A lot of big words today.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I'm playing Scrabble secretly. It's the entire thing. I have like a double game thing going on. No, I just have good writers. What can I say? Thanks, Hex, hooking me up with all the words. But that reference didn't hit for you. Betwixt 2 Clans.
Nope.
One could be a fern.
It wasn't in my SAT vocab.
Okay, I just outed my age here. That might be happening. That's okay though. Let's just move on because later today we will be witnessing yet another round in the battle for Texas as the Houston Outlaws will face off against the Dallas Fuel. Now, these teams, they do have a long history against each other, but the most memorable one has to be the live event in 2019. I mean, the fans cheered, they booed, we laughed, we cried. It was truly an event that will mark Overwatch League history, and now they're going to be live again.
I also got booed when we played against Dallas at that
That's
stadium.
why we laughed.
Yeah, everyone was just laughing at the Valiant. Yeah, no, it's awesome to be back into live events. Dallas Fuel and Houston Outlaws. They've actually like one of the true rivalries that we like to make up a lot of rivalries in this league. But this is actually a rivalry. When I was on Dallas, you wanted to beat Houston. That was like the #1 thing, and both these teams care about this match.
Are they bringing back the 2 Ryans?
I mean, they have to, right?
They have to race the Ryans, right?
Because I remember I was very excited about those 2 Ryans.
Ryans.
And I got a picture with them.
They've been waiting for 2 years for that San Antonio spot. They're like, we're ready for this one. Now, those are 2 of our inaugural teams in the league, of course. And these 2 teams, in-stage rival. I mean, that goes way back. So let's take a look at the all-time head-to-head record. But I do want to just caution you to take these numbers with a grain of salt, because obviously each and every season it was a different game with very different rosters. However, that said, Fuel still gets the longer end of the stick. Is that a saying? I'm not entirely sure.
I don't think it's a
Shorter
saying.
end
But
of
honestly,
someone got a stick and he's very happy with it. And that's my point. And it's Fuel.
If it makes you feel better, Houston Outlaws fans, looking at this, you guys did beat the Dallas Fuel in the first stage last year. So maybe history will repeat itself. Maybe the Houston Outlaws are going to win over Dallas Fuel at the beginning of the season and then lose the rest of them.
I mean,
Then at that point, are you really happy that you got that 1 win and lost everything else?
Take what you can, Danny. Take what you can.
hey, new season, new game, new rosters. So yeah, you know, everything's out in the open. However, Dallas hasn't forgotten about all the W's, and they like to rub it in. Let's take a look at that.
Oh, this was brutal. I remember this tweet. Yeah, this is.
See you tomorrow, Outlaws.
Aggressive.
The funny thing about this is, as I said, just before that door on the far left is the one that Houston actually won. So I feel like Dallas, a little bit biased here from Dallas.
Great editing skill by Dallas. Like,
omitting
great job.
some very crucial information here, Dallas, but we shall overlook that. Now let's talk about those 2 teams, though, because with boy band frontman Jake moving into a permanent coaching role for the Houston Outlaws, they're actually heading into the season with just 2 returning players, and what I think is a very small roster of just 6 players. That said, they did make some judicious additions. See, that's what happens when you use big words.
Yeah, that's why I don't use big words ever. But let's have a look at this roster. I think the 2 big ones that stand out over here is we have Pelican and Iris coming in from the Atlanta Reign, a team that made the grand finals last year. We have Lastro coming in from the Toronto Defiant. So you look at that backline, we have 2 great flex supports, but one of them is going to have to pick up that main sport. One of them is going to have to pick up that Lucio today. So we don't know which one it is going to be just yet. But then we also have Merrick coming in from O2 Blast. So he didn't make the cut for the San Francisco Shock and the O2 Blast players that moved there, but he is a great hit scan and he can rival a player like Kilo. So I'm excited to see what the Houston Outlaws are going to be able to do with their new additions.
Same. Yeah, I mean, Houston is fielding nearly a brand new team for the most part, but the highlight for Houston has to be a very exciting new addition in damage dealer Pelican, who will be flanking the backlines with another DPS star who has been, I dare say, one of the faces of that franchise in Dante, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, Dante has been Outlaws' star DPS player for a very long time, and of course he is the face of the Houston Outlaws. And like Costa mentioned, yes, Pelican did come in. He was a great DPS for the Atlanta Reign. We're seeing Dante right now. Look at his straight surface.
They're so good at it.
Yeah, I think he has been always consistently always good. And then I was talking about Pelican as well. Pelican, Atlanta Reign, star player from the Atlanta Reign, and he did get the Alarm Rookie of the Year for last season, and now he is with the Houston Outlaws. What I'm interested to see is, because both Pelican and Dante, their hero pool sort of overlaps.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm interested to see how Houston Outlaws are going to utilize both of them throughout the season.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see them play together, because as you just said, like Echo and Tracer, they both have the same, I would say they're both their best heroes. So it's like, who's going to pick up the Genji if they do decide to play Genji? How are they going to step on each other's toes in those heroes? That's Houston Outlaws and Jake the boy band coach. It's his job to work that out, because it's going to be difficult, but it's nice to have a wealth of options, right? In 2 phenomenal players like that.
Yeah, we certainly do like the options. Now let's turn our eyes to the boys in blue, a franchise who started off shaky, but really turned a corner on that cycle of misery. last year, and Dallas has kept most of their successful 2021 roster, but they did make some interesting additions as well. Kasta, how do we feel about their newest additions, their newest pickups?
Yeah, so obviously it is a lot of the core that we know from Dallas Fuel last year. The only player that really came out of that is Jexay, and they've picked up Chio, who is a great rookie main support. I would expect similar, if not better, performances from Chio. But the big one coming in here is they've picked up Gurio, and they have picked up Edison. So Edison is coming from the Atlanta Reign. He was one of the most hyped up rookies heading into the 2020 season, but Atlanta Reign, it just never felt like he was utilized correctly. It never felt like we got to see him have that pop-off potential. So I'm interested to see how he's going to do for Dallas Fuel, and I expect him to be the go-to hit scan for this Dallas Fuel team, and Gurio will be more that backup if we ever end up in double hit scan, but all eyes on Edison for me.
All right. Now, we do see absolutely no changes to the tank line here, Danny. Both Fearless as well as Hanbin are still in. Now, of course, as we're shifting to 5v5, we won't see their synergy together on the field at the same time anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we won't see them together at the same time, but I'm sure Dallas is going to play both of them throughout the season. Because both of them, Hanbin and honestly Fearless, they're two of the best picks that we have. Like, we're seeing right now, Fearless on Winston God. If anyone says otherwise, I will fight them. That guy can tickle a flying Pharah to death with a Winston. He's just that good. Hanbin also, interestingly, whenever I talk to coaches or players, they would always, usually they would, like, most of the times, or a lot of players, I mean, they pick Hanbin as a very intelligent player in the Overwatch.
Underrated, too.
Yeah.
That's a word you hear a lot.
So,
Sorry, you go.
I mean, yes, I'm just saying that they're great and I love Dallas.
Yeah. They've kind of been nerfed by 5v5, right? Because, like, they can't play... They have two of the best tanks in the world, but they can only play one now. Like that.
I know.
So,
a luxury problem to have, though. So I'm not necessarily feeling bad for them, and I think fans have got to feel great seeing familiar faces returning to those rosters, even more so when those familiar faces just happen to be a walking, talking highlight reel. So just Sparkle. He impressed. He sliced and diced all his way through the 2021 season on heroes such as Genji. Whether Genji was meta or not, which resulted in some incredible high and some very specific lowlights. But I think in what we now perceive to be the meta right now, he doesn't have to shoehorn this hero into the mix anymore, and that is a very scary prospect if you are on the receiving end of that very blade.
do we think Sparkle is the best Genji in the world right now? Like, obviously, it's a new game and that kind of stuff, but I think I would say Sparkle is the best Genji. I think he's had the best performance over the last couple of years on that.
Yeah,
hero.
I mean, don't quote me, but yes, wholeheartedly agree.
I think so too.
No, I mean, Sparkle has impressed, and I'm scared to see what he can do now that Genji is such a prevalent and strong hero to pick. So all eyes on Sparkle for me. Now, speaking of being on the receiving end of anything, here's a reminder that you can and should head on over to the pick'em.overwatchleague.com website for a chance to receive some prizes, and more importantly, of course, bragging rights over your foolish friends who didn't get the picks right. Danny forgot his again.
Yeah, I can see him just sighing and being incredibly upset.
I forgot my pick'ems yesterday, and that means I gave up for the rest of the season because
it's over.
One done, it's over. Like,
yeah.
I'm very dramatic that way.
Okay, it's fine.
It's
fine, right?
Is it fine?
Doesn't feel fine.
Is it not?
I don't know. You're not going to come back, Danny. It's
You already
over.
did it?
Yeah, I did my whole weekend just because I know I'd forget.
And you didn't tell me?
Smart.
I told you about your in-ear.
It's not the same thing, Danny.
All right, as they sort out their father-son issues over here and have a stern talk, we're just minutes away from the start of San Francisco Shock versus London Spitfire. But first, we're heading into a quick break to, feel sorry for Danny not doing his pick'ems.
Can I throw it? It's already late, right?
It's too late. Oh, wait, actually, you might have
It might not. Let's check it out.
During the break.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just moments away from our first match of the day, which will feature the San Francisco Shock taking on another team from across the pond. Of course, I'm talking about the London Spitfire. And look, there's no two ways to say this, but they had a rough 2021 season as they finished the year with a 1-15 record, so not ideal. Didn't go winless, but definitely not ideal. So they did what they had to do. They blew up their roster cost.
Yeah, well, I would have said it more nicely, but they kept a lot of their great pieces that they had from last season. They've retained Sparker, they've retained Shax for this team. They also even brought Hardy back, showing confidence in him as a main tank. But they've got a completely new rookie backline in Landon and Admiral. These are great players coming in from different, regions. It'll be interesting to see how they do and if they can sort of help improve this team. We also have Backbone coming in to, fill in some of the holes for that DPS lineup. And then, fan favorite Poco coming back in. Obviously didn't get to see him much with the Philadelphia Fusion last year with visa issues. So I'm excited to see him come back into this league because I find myself always being like, is Poco going to live up to the hype? And then I'm like, when has Poco ever disappointed me? And I'm like, never. Poco's never disappointed me, so I hope he can do great things with this London Spitfire team.
Definitely excited to see Poco's return, and while last season was rough for this squad, they did seem to catch a second or rather first wind as soon as Sparker became eligible to play, Danny.
Yeah, I think he turned 18 mid-season, so towards the end, right?
Like somewhere there, yeah.
And honestly, like you said, Chloe, they did have a rough 2021 season, but after Sparker joined, I think they looked a lot better. As you were saying, his Hangzhou was good. I know that his Ash and Cassidy is really good as well, and his Tracer is pretty good as well.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to see what he's going to do against the San Francisco Shock today.
Yeah, he's just one of those rookie talents that it was disappointing London didn't have him for the whole year last year because I don't think they would have gone 1-15 if they had him. So excited to see what he can do now that he has a full season and he's not a rookie anymore.
Absolutely, and I mean, as soon as he came in, they started getting closer to the W at least. So the games didn't look all that one-sided. Now, there's not much more to say about the London until they take to the field on a brand new playground of Overwatch 2. So let's take a more in-depth look at the opposition here. We already saw them yesterday, the San Francisco Shock. This team, I mean, they historically just had success in the Overwatch League because there are a lot new pieces to that puzzle.
And that's really the big question that we have for this entire San Francisco Shock roster. They only have 6 players, but they have a lot of great rookie talent, a lot of those players coming in from O2 Blast. We saw Proper for the first time. I was excited by that. I was very impressed by Sam, and you can sort of understand what they're doing with their 3 DPS players when they want to have sort of Proper play, when they don't want to play that hit scan, Killer takes a sideline, and then Sam can sort of fill around whatever Proper wants to play and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see that. But someone we didn't talk about that much, who had a great performance yesterday, was Finn. Him on that Ana was very impressive, and it fills that hole of Violet on that flex support role. So I'm excited to see more of him moving forward.
Yeah, and I'm just excited, getting to see those rookies, having a really good first day is always great. I'm sure their spirits are up high, and I think one of the players I definitely want to take a closer look at is Proper. He and Sam, I think they both made a good impression yesterday in their debut match. And Proper, he just lends himself not just to great puns, as we figured out, but also some pretty good gameplay. So let's take a look at the numbers and see how he did on his Genji. Obviously, very limited sample size, but I love throwing numbers and stats cards out there for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I have to say, though, looking at the Dragon Blade efficiency, 1.3, that's actually really good. Now you also have to take in the context that we're only having 5 opponents now, right? So, obviously the numbers are going to look a little bit different. The final blows look solid. He was just doing a proper job.
Welcome to the dark side.
Welcome to the Overwatch League desk. That's that for me, and I'm just gonna move on from that. We still have one more thing to do, and that's of course revealing our picks for the matches today. So let's get straight into that one. Let's see if we all picked the same one. I would say there was no surprise today.
No, it wasn't. There weren't any wild cards. Obviously, first day, and one for London.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Boring.
Okay. Wow, we are so boring.
I'm surprised no one went for Vancouver, just as a Hail Mary throw, because I think that match could be closer than people think.
Because I did those kind of things last season, and
then you came last.
Didn't really work out. It didn't really work out too well.
So you're not going to gamble this season?
Maybe.
Shame. I mean, that's the thing.
We'll
if you
see.
want to get ahead here on the desk with your predictions, you got to take a risk every once in a while.
do.
I got my risk out of the way yesterday, and now I'm just going to be playing it safe for the rest of it. I would love to hear, of course, where you guys are headed with your predictions, so make sure to tweet at us. But that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. Day 2 of the Overwatch League 2022 starts right now. Yeehaw!
Architect is bringing the Sergeant from the back. And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Day 2 of the league starts right now. It's me and Rose taking you through the first game of the day. And it's a big day too. First homestand a little bit later on. The first one since 2020 in Arlington, Texas. The Texas Showdown is going to be a good one. I'm super excited to get into this match today because we're also seeing teams we haven't seen yet, Rose. Spitfire, Shock, they're up next.
They are. So we got a chance to see the San Francisco Shock yesterday, and so we'll talk about them in just a little bit. But let's talk about the London Spitfire because this is their debut for the league for 2022, and they're packing some heat with this roster right here. We've got Hottie, who is a player that is known for those main tanks. We also have a full rookie support line here with Admiral and Landon, and so it's going to be great to see what kind of impression they can make for this very first match.
Yeah, and London Spitfire, and in fact the Shock, have had many different looks over their time within the Overwatch League. London Spitfire, probably the biggest contrast, I suppose, like winning a championship and then forming the London Spitfire out of mainly, at this point, European talent. And last year wasn't really their year at all. They did claim one game, but this year, with those rookies coming in from contenders and another British player, Backbone, shout out. It's going to be a whole new look for them. And you know what? We always say brand new game, brand new start, yada yada. But this actually could be the turning point for the Spitfire. They have Shaq, Sparker, Backbone as their DPS. They also have Poco sitting on the bench right now with Hardy. But this team on your screen right now, you know them, you love them. They've had some major changes too. We've already seen them play, and my word, are they clean. Proper's DPS talents already putting on a showcase.
Absolutely. Proper yesterday made an incredible first impression. And one of the biggest reasons the San Francisco Shock were really able to pop off is because Proper got the support he needed, and Kaluj also proved himself yesterday as the only tank player available for the San Francisco Shock. Very, very much looking forward to seeing this roster back in action today because, Jaws, I still feel like while San Francisco Shock went above people's expectations yesterday against the Paris Eternal, the team still has such a big legacy to live up to that the previous players have left for that team, and it was a small sample size. This first quarter is still going to be a very important litmus test for the team of the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, you summed that up perfectly. Like, Shock need to be able to carry on that legacy. Like, of course, they have Violet still, Proper, Kilo, and Sam in the roster. A lot of big names from O2 Blast. A team that is just thrown talent at the Overwatch League. Teams like Runaway, Element Mystic, O2 Blast, like, my word, the amount of players that have once been on those teams and now make it to the league is extraordinary. Lijiang Tower is the first map of the day. I'm hoping we go to 4 maps minimum, ideally. New Queen Street would be a fun one to cast. I think Push as a game mode, extremely chaotic. Kind of like Control in that way, where there's always like a little summit going on, a little skirmish here and there, and a lot of action happens very quickly. Let's go to Night Market, Day Market. We made that joke yesterday. I'm not going to make it again.
That's okay. It's still up for debate. I feel like what we're going to actually end up calling this one. But let's take a look at the compositions for both of these teams. The London Spitfire, as we mentioned, Hottie, very much known for those main tank characters. Very well known for Reinhardt, very well known for Winston. So seeing Hottie in the mix for the London Spitfire, I am expecting either of those heroes to be chosen and to be kind of the centerpiece for the London Spitfire's comp. San Francisco Shock, on the other hand, they showed us a lot of different flavors for their playstyle yesterday, and proper on the Soldier 76, we've seen how crazy these angles can really get from these soldiers.
Yeah, I think this is going to be more of a classic comp for this specific point on Lijiang. It makes the most sense. There's so many off angles you can take. You can control the mega health pack if you're the soldier, and you have the healing station. I did see proper hover the Soda. Maybe we'll see a little bit of that soon. Nice anti-grenade onto Backbone. Did he pop the block that early? My word. San Francisco Shock starting off the game strong with the Admiral falling. That'll be the Shock containing the point. Now this is a problem for the London Spitfire. They have Hardy to use as a shield. Sparker does want to off angle, but they need to get to the point ASAP. That's where their comp thrives.
Absolutely. May able to block off all of those choke points with that wall. You really want to be able to stabilize and kind of just hunker down on the point. But you can see that the London Spitfire just really want to try to take back control. But Finn, right now with those antis, are making it so difficult to do so.
Yeah, to get hit with the anti, you can't really rotate at the end of the day. Sam, Violet, just trying to duel and trying to contest for as long as possible. They do actually end up letting the point go. Hardy gets naded, but puts up a shield, so he's fine. Nice wall to stop Kalush from getting a little bit of healing, but when you're on the outside and you're an Ana, you can just dip through those two doors. It's not a problem. We are nearing a tactical visor, maybe nano visor, in fact, as Finn just earned that. However, he does throw it on the Winston. Why not? Lamp goes down, so does Landon. Finn falls, but with the pressure on the point of Backbone's ice block already used, that's an easy kill for Violet. And the San Francisco Shock now, all they need to do is contest and actually find the flip. Wow. London Spitfire, Hardy, and Avril didn't really want to contest. They want to just back off and go again. I'm surprised they didn't stay there, because Avril could speed Landon back, and maybe Backbone could get back in time too.
I think that was the biggest factor there.
Wait, Hardy's just in.
Okay, I guess without the team,
there you go.
Gotta go.
Speed boost, visor, okay, and now the rest of the Shock are isolated on the outside. You don't want to be there proper, hiding around that statue. Sparker's not in on the point just yet. The Blizzard comes through, is now the London Spitfire gaining control, but an anti-nade from Finn does finish off Backbone. A good beat, not negated by the bubble. Hardy can now set up for the shatter. He goes a little bit wide, completely around the rest of the San Francisco Shock, and another unreal bio grenade from Finn, carrying these fights. And the Shock that whole time had control of the point. And London, yeah, they decided to stay in that attack visor and Hardy first up, but the Shock were able to navigate that so well.
It's all about Finn. We didn't get a chance to talk about Finn too much yesterday because the flashy stuff has really been coming out of proper Sam and Kalush. But as we've seen from other teams, that Ana can be such an important factor in some of these comps. But that could be big.
Yeah, you don't really expect that. Just a May on the flank, holding the angles. Proper's going to get back to the point so quickly, or get back to an angle so quickly. Nice sleep onto Hardy so he can't get the pin kill on the supports. There's the blade from Sam. Finn's got the nano, but might not need it since Backbone is already dead. You save it for the next fight. Although Finn does end up falling. Now they've already got Violet's healing to go, and Sam is low. No health packs around. Well, that mini, but it won't heal him up to full. Hardy and Avril take control of the point as the pin kill will finish off Kalush. Nice little round there from London Spitfire, taking out Finn that early and negating the effects of that nano, all for the better. However, Proper does come back, finish off Hardy, but the London Spitfire still control the point and going to be able to stall for a long time too.
London Spitfire do need to start focusing down Proper, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. And
they need to touch.
What happened?
Someone's got to touch. You can't keep doing this. Avril needs to be able to get on there and at least contest for a short while. Nano onto the soldier, visor available. Hardy doesn't stand a chance. Let goes of the shatter, but yeah, it's done. That was it. Hardy, desperation shatter at the very end. The London Spitfire just very unwilling to touch the point and contest for just a couple more seconds before their team end up getting back. There's been a couple of times now where they just let the point go, and it feels like maybe you could have skirmished a little bit, just duck in and out of cover, just to maintain control and build up that percent. Shock, they take it, and we move on to Gardens.
London Spitfire definitely looked in most of those team fights to not really know what they wanted to do. Proper here, you can just see the angles that Proper was able to shoot from. And oh my gosh, those Helix rockets as well. You can see how much damage those are able to do.
Yeesh. Yeah, going down there as Hardy is detrimental to what they really want to do, which is to kind of just hold the point, right? Maybe a little bit too aggro. All right, same kind of comps. No shot. And again, I like the comp from the London Spitfire if they can control that space around the point. A straight icicle from Backbone is going to be rather annoying for Proper. Has to kind of watch out. There's the wall. He can chew through it, shouldn't be a problem. But all the meanwhile, yeah, Backbone was looking one way, trying to contest Proper, and his backline gets dove on. Landon and Hardy fight the dust. Deluge going low, but the San Francisco Shock are going to control the point. That's the thing with these comps that make you look 15 different ways at once, Rose. If Backbone is looking at Proper, trying to tag him to make sure Proper can't just run over the team, your backline's going to get dove on, and that wall can be so helpful to stop Monkey getting anywhere.
Proper is so good at playing as a solo agent as well, and so even focusing down Proper makes it very difficult. Whether you're going to throw a Backbone May wall to stop Proper's shots, or you're going to turn the Brine Shield around, you do have something else looking at you from another direction. It is very, very tough to choose what to look at.
All right, closing in on the Blizzard for Backbone. Just needs to hit another couple of left clicks. You got to be careful with Violet. Sends you in the drink. You're never going to live it down. Nano available, and it's been rather normal to give that Nano over early to the Genji or even to the Soldier to build up that visor, but Proper's already got his. Nano visor in a couple of seconds. There it is. They run past the window. The wall's going to be good enough for the time being, but they just chew through Admiral's health bar. Hardy gets the pin onto Kaluge and the kill to follow up. But bada bing, bada boom, Violet from one end, Prop from the other. There's no way you're escaping that sandwich. Hardy falls. They use the Blizzard in that fight. On top of it, the London Spitfire not in a good spot for next fight.
Oh my gosh, that Nano Visor. We have noticed how much damage Soldier can do to a Rhine Shield or a May wall, but they just got deleted. There was nothing to be able to save the London Spitfire there, and even though Landon is playing the Baptiste that does have that immortality field, it just gets depleted in a few seconds if you're able to take that out of the sky. And you're right, London Spitfire right now, they don't really have a whole lot to be able to walk in on this point with, and it's last fight. They need the sustain.
Hardy's going in. There's the blade. The visor comes out from Sparker. Violet's caught off in the sidelines. He's going to be able to trap Finn in that building, scared to poke his head out in case it gets taken off. Sam uses the blade, finds two, and Hardy follows up with a shatter on the Primal Raging Winston. And now they finally have control. Without that Lucio, they had no beat. The Shock weren't able to do much. Although, saying that, they come back in, use the beat, hit three. There's the boom, ever so close. Going off the edge, Sparker luckily used his legs to get back on. Proper ends up finishing him off though, sends him to a hospital, and the San Francisco Shock are way more than willing to start this fight and maybe end it here. Admiral used the beat to try and keep the rest of London alive, but it isn't going to be enough, and just like that, the San Francisco Shock will claim that map one in record fashion. Wow, that was unbelievably quick.
Super quick. London Spitfire definitely struggled in that very first map to put their game plan into action. Spitfire, I think, still were running with an incredibly good composition. We haven't seen a whole lot of Reinhardt. We didn't see a whole lot yesterday, but Reinhardt is one of those heroes that really enables you to do a bunch with that shield, unless you're against Proper, in which case, unfortunately, that shield does get deleted.
Man, I wonder if we'll see Poco come in if they want to change up the tank role. We'll have to wait and see, of course. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. Ikenvalda up next.
doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. I mean, what more can you ask of the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Faced with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Welcome back. If that didn't give you enough hype for this series, or the Shock, to be fair, this season, I don't know what will. The Spitfire are a map down currently, but the San Francisco Shock, you know, they could slip up, maybe, just maybe, but I know who's not slipping right now, Rose. We have another deadlift, or almost deadlift, from Proper. 14 final blows out of the 29 on Ilios.
Yeah, it's incredible that we've seen a few DPS players at this point get near deadlifts. Nero yesterday, as well as, of course, taking a look at Proper. Proper's definitely one of the players to be looking out for on the San Francisco Shock, but it's not just Proper, it's the entire team that's really working together in order to make these massive plays happen. But Proper's gonna have to be a big target for the London Spitfire to really get back into this series right now. Still gonna be hard to do though, as Proper has so much self-sufficiency with the heroes that he chooses to play.
Yeah, and his hero pool's been quite vast already. We've seen some Soldier, some Tracer, some Genji, some Reaper. Like, there's a lot this guy can play to an exceptional level. London haven't made any substitutions either, Rose. We're still seeing Hardy, so more Ryan, more Winston, probably on the table as we go into Eichenwalde as our next map. Now, Kaluj, we talked to him a little bit about him earlier on, if we look at the tank line of the London Spitfire. He had a lot of question marks above his head. Is he going to be able to perform in this, like, one high pressure, high stress environment of the Overwatch League, and a rookie stepping into Tier 1? And he kind of put silencers on a lot of the doubters that thought maybe he won't do as well as his counterparts that got brought onto the team this year.
Kaluj also does have a lot on his shoulders, being the only tank player, and so we need to see a lot of flexibility from him. We also need to see a lot of just team leadership come out from this player, and I think he exceeded a lot of expectations yesterday with his proficiency in his tank play, as well as just how cohesive a unit San Francisco Shock played overall.
Indeed, and please, just please, give us Orisa. No.
No.
Come on. I just want to see Orisa. Just like, give me a whole lot. We saw some Hog yesterday, which I never thought we'd see.
I know.
Just some Orisa, please. And some Sojourn. There'll be one meta at some point that we see both of those characters, I'm almost positive. London Spitfire running the same kind of thing. Running the May, the Soldier, and the Reinhardt. Kaluj on the Winston. Can Proper get a shot? No, he cannot. Unlucky. I don't think anybody falls for those nowadays, but it's always worth trying.
Yeah, you gotta try for it, and I think it's also a great scouting mechanism. You're able to get a really nice view to what the defending team is doing. Can always affect how you move forward with your game plan, but Hadi holding this corner really nicely with the Reinhardt, and so running a similar composition, well, that also works.
Wow, that sucks. Don't know how that happened. I guess a little bit of extra damage in the Fire Strike. 2 Fire Strikes available to Ryan nowadays, which is pretty cool. So it's just a big reset. I mean, it's the quickest reset possible, so I wouldn't be too stressed about it. Plus, Finn, 56% towards the Nano already. Like, just put on Kaluj once again, have him jump in and cause some havoc in the backline. They're going to find Backbone. Oh, and no block maybe either. A beautiful nade from Finn. Immortality forced. It goes down. So does Landon. And the San Francisco Shock, just like that, they find Backbone once again in a situation he doesn't want to be in. Oh, give it to him! You see that little smirk on his face too? Just a double, like, oh, you know, Lucio deserves some of that too. London Spitfire, the lose point. Hey, Shock, get the payload going.
Shock do get the payload going. Let's watch this replay, though, of Proper. Because we got to see what happened. Backbone took a Helix rocket and then didn't have the time to be able to react to get the ice block out. So, unfortunate quick takedown there, and it did allow the San Francisco Shock to snowball onto this first point, but also...
What is this?
No. Oh, no.
A little cheekiness. Problem is the gate's not open, Rose, so it's a little bit difficult for him to get a lot of damage down. They know where he is at this point. So the rest of his team need to be able to push this payload through the gate, or Proper could just do this. The lamp's already been used, but Kalush does die. Someone's going to have to deal with Proper, and it looks like the army has come to kill him. However, Violet also falls. This is the perfect spot for London Spitfire to hold. They have a lot of ults to hold these small choke points. Visor, you have Blizzard, you have Shatter coming up, and the beat. Sam also falls. And Nano from Finn, I think, went on somebody. Maybe Kalush, but it's now gone.
Maybe it was just able to top off some ultimate percentage, but we're seeing Sparker go ahead and hit the pack visor.
Sparker in the pub. Like everybody from London Spitfire should be after this. Don't know where I was going with that. Hardy's in trouble. Whoops daisy. He had that shatter, doesn't really want to use it. Does extra damage if you're close to him, but nah, let's be real. 50 HP, you might lose it at that point. Sam with the blade does end up saving it, as well as that visor. Quite a quick and clean team fight. Backbone's Blizzard in these situations, you thought you'd be able to use it in these chokes and pin everybody down, like freeze everybody up. But like, the Shock have so much mobility, it's very easy for them to get out of the Blizzard. So it's a good ultimate, but who are you actually going to pin down with it?
Not really anybody. When you have Lucio and Violet, you can definitely just speed boost your way away. And this is not looking good for Kalush. Where was Violet then?
No idea. Good question. He's somewhere. Maybe on the payload. They still have the blade and the visor.
Definitely.
With the high ground. Yeah. They are going to try and assault it, but realistically, against all of that damage on the high ground, not really where you want to be. Nice fire strike, finished off Sam. And still, the San Francisco Shock just waiting for this nano. If it was Nano Blade or Nano Visor is going to be the order of the day. And with London Spitfire holding the high ground and also having a beat, it could be a little bit more hard to execute than the Shock realize.
It's going to be difficult if the London Spitfire are holding high ground, because where is Proper going to surprise the team with this tactical visor? Finn does have to get that nano boost online to be super potent, but nice rotations coming through here from the London Spitfire.
There's the Blizzard, there's the Shatter, hits Sam as he pulls out the blade. Finn's gone, Sam deleted. The beat from Violet wasn't enough to save him. Spark is now going to go for the flank. Meanwhile, by the way, Violet has been pushing payload. Violet does manage to escape using that little hole in the wall down there. You can see in the bottom right. 2 minutes to go. The Shock have the Nano Blade available. They did force out not only the Blizzard, the Shatter, but also that beat from the London Spitfire. So now is go time. Now you expect them to win this next fight.
Still going to be hard for Proper to find an angle, though. Even if he does get the nano boost to go for a nano tactical visor, London Spitfire just going to pull the trigger first.
Yeah, Proper is dead, loses the visor on top of it. That nano visor not doing so hot. Sparker pulled his, didn't even have nano to back him up, and they still managed to delete Proper. That fight that I said, yeah, they're set to win this one. It goes a little bit wide. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and London have a firm grasp of this payload right now. Oh, not quite so much. There's the Primal Rage. Can he get any environmentals? Potentially on Backbone. Goes into the block, but it might have been a little bit too late. No, it wasn't. Somehow survives. They do trade Landon for Kalush, and the Shock are going to be happy with that because there's a lack of healing now for the Spitfire. But with the spawns being so close, the only thing they can really do here is push the payload up a little more.
Hottie can also just hold the Reinhardt shield and stop the San Francisco Shock from ingressing onto the point. So they do have to wait for Kalush, but Finn with a big opening pick onto Admiral, and now it's go time for the San Francisco Shock.
That healing station providing a lot of said healing as the window gets opened up on the right-hand side. Spark is going to use that to high efficiency, but not when the rest of the Shock can jump on you. That's the problem. These mobile heroes can just dominate Batiste when he hides behind that window. Sam with a beautiful 2K, sorry. The lamp is still in the kill feed. They do manage to capture second. 1 minute and 50 seconds remains, and the Shock slowly but surely are making their way through the map. And contrasting this to Lijiang Tower, this is a fairly slow pacing for them right now.
It is. We gotta give a lot of credit to the London Spitfire. They whittled through a huge time bank with their defense on that second point that San Francisco Shock realistically have 2 chances here. They're coming up on a bunch of ultimates. They will have the Nano Boost, the Dragon Blade, as well as the Tactical Visor, and the Sound... Just, you know what? They're gonna have a full slate of ultimates here. San Francisco Shock are just waiting for those ults to come online, but Adi's not gonna let that happen.
Nice shadow, nice beat, nice block from Hadi, blocking the beat with his shield so they can finish off Kalush. There's the blade, the nano isn't going to get applied, and once again, Sam's blade rather dull in the face of the London Spitfire as the Shock can get wiped, and now they have 50 seconds to tussle with.
And they have a Nano Blade, and they've got a Primal Rage. San Francisco Shock should have been able to get a lot done there with those 2 DPS ultimates, and of course the sound barrier on top of that. But now, 40 seconds left, and Sparkers hit the trigger again.
Oh no! Tragic. They do trade Soldier for Soldier. Primal Rage, though, a little bit further away from his team than he wants to be. Sub 100 HP. Nice pin once again from Hadi. Hadi is having an exceptional game on the Reinhardt, at least where the map calls for it. Point A and point C, much better for this kind of comp from London. 15 seconds remains as Shock need to be able to touch the points. They do have Kalush switching over to a Reinhardt of his own, going mano a mano. However, Hadi is so close to that shatter. He will build it up in this fight. The nano onto Kalush. He does get walled off, but the nano is scary for the Spitfire, so they end up backing off around the corner. Hadi's shatter is going to be the big turning point for this last fight. Sparker finishing off Violet with a stray. Helix Rocket is going to be a good start, and Kalush up against that wall from Backbone is finished off. Finn also falls, and overtime is ticking through. The London Spitfire, they wipe Shock, stop the payload just before that second point, or third point.
That was an incredible kite from the London Spitfire. You saw the Nano Boost get put onto San Francisco Shock's Reinhardt. But you know what London Spitfire said? Admiral, why don't you just speed boost us out of here? We're just gonna go ahead and walk away. And that was a huge thing because it really forced Kalush to go too far forward. And then you had Backbone be able to stop the Reinhardt, put up that May wall, and then just like that, San Francisco Shock was down 2 members. And so London Spitfire able to stop the payload. And now it's their turn to attack. And boy oh boy does Hadi on the Reinhardt look way better here on Eichenwalde.
Ready for battle.
Looking a lot cleaner, and this is what the question I had, Rose, coming into this series, was where were we going to see Poco, and where were we going to see Hadi? And I thought maybe on Control you'd have an off-tank for the flexibility of playing Doomfist, D.Va, Zarya, for example. But sticking with Hadi throughout, that's a beautiful shadow. Somehow Finn does not get down there, and there you go. I pointed it out when it happened, but Hadi blocking that sound barrier from hitting the monkey. Just so perfect. And then Sam just goes in. The beat already comes down. He gets 1 slash off onto Landon, but finished off so quickly. Like, Genjis aren't what they used to be, you know, way back when original Overwatch was released. Like, hitting crazy kills. Like, they're pretty easy to focus down nowadays. People have gotten a lot better at the video game. But going back to my point about Hadi, it's good to see him on the Reinhardt. Definitely his best hero. And on these kind of maps, kind of perfect for London Spitfire. They are really favored in these situations.
Absolutely. And just trying to hit a sleep dart, though, to kind of stop the pressure coming in from the London Spitfire. We actually saw Hadi go quite low there, able to get back up onto his feet.
Oh, big nade, maybe.
Oh, huge nade.
Big nade. Hits Admiral, forces lamp. Another good pin from Hadi. Kalush does get out in time. That leap still on a rather short cooldown, but that does mean London Spitfire can gain a lot of space. Sam also dashing back, going low, but yet again, another fat anti from Finn. Hadi and Admiral glow bright purple, and that's go time for Proper to go on the flank. My goodness, Finn is good.
Finn is super good, and the other thing that's been really, really good from Finn is just also how much healing he's been able to get off of Kaluj. You allow the Winston to go in, save your cooldowns to be able to jump away like we saw during that last skirmish, and then Finn just gets fed ultimate charge. Whether it's from the bio grenades, whether it's from that healing, Finn already has nano. That's huge. Could just kind of, you know, donate that over to Kaluj, see if Kaluj can get that Primal Rage up and running, or you've got it ready for a proper tactical visor.
What is happening? Okay. 4-man goon squad going off to kill Proper, and Hardy's on the flank. Alrighty, never thought I'd see that one coming. There's the nano on to Kaluj, bumps his little head on that May wall from Backbone. Good kiting right now just from the May alone. Sam also dies, the shock, missing DPS, and just missing players altogether as Violet also gets chased. There you go, Finn. He's dead, eventually. The London Spitfire with... I didn't expect Hardy to be on the off angle there as the rest of the team chased down Proper, but that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
You said it earlier, Rose. They've got to contain Proper. Having 4 men speed boost towards him, that's how you do it.
I mean, the other thing too, Hardy kind of just plays his bait there. You see the Reinhardt, and you pretty much classically
They must be there, right?
Yeah, they've got to all be there. No way that they're going to be going after Proper on the Soldier. But Proper is back. Proper still has that tactical visor and also has the high ground. So really nice sight lines onto the London Spitfire, but woo, be careful.
It's a lot of damage. If you fire those healers rockets and then start firing the bullets, sometimes it does end up looking like a one-shot almost, if you get a couple of headshots mixed in there. Tank battles. Ryan versus Winston. Winston just Tesla cannon through the shield.
Yeah.
Always looks funny. Tactical visor from Spark are available, but with the high ground the Shock have, Proper's going to be much deadlier. There's the Blizzard. See, instantly everybody just kind of leaps away. Not a problem. Can get out of there. This is the hardest point for London Spitfire's comp, without a doubt. You can see how difficult it is to push round, and maybe this is the strat that they need to employ. Just take the high ground away from the Shock, using that Rhine shield to gain all that space.
You have to, or else Proper just gets free reign onto your team with the Soldier 76.
Yes, okay.
Or
Proper's still in the turret, by the way.
Yeah.
He was just chilling. Oh, Backbone did not expect that. Needed the rest of the London Spitfire. They're building up a lot of ults, to be fair, but this comp pretty tough. Oh, that does land. Landon very close to going down, but he's good.
London Spitfire gets a walk in with a lot of ultimates here. With Backbone's Blizzard, I think at this point you're not expecting to find value in the form of eliminations, but more so value in the form of space. But it also created a lot of space for Hottie to go in with the, well, the Shatter?
Hit the Shatter. And Proper is using Visor on the high ground. No kills in the kill feed just yet. You see this? Yeah, run, please. Please run. Finn, there's someone behind you. Hattie a little bit scared of Finn. I would be too, to be fair. He's got a lot of utility. Nano available. Nano Blade for Sam. He dashes straight to the backline. Insta-killing. Landon. Spark are dead. Backbone 2. There's Admiral. Another 5k. No! Proper steals it. Come on, man. Oh, you're supposed to give him the clip. Sam, though, still with 4 kills. Nice work. Shock still making it impossible for London to push through onto this second point. Or just near the bridge, to be fair.
2 minutes remaining. Less than 2 minutes now for the London Spitfire to move to the third objective. And San Francisco Shock actually used a lot there. So for London Spitfire, they feel like they're in a good position economy-wise. They still have the window, they have the tactical visor, and that amplification matrix in particular could be really big to push the San Francisco Shock away and create some space.
There it is, but yeah, once again, Rose, it's used. It does gain a little bit of space, and they need to just continue this pressure, but Landon, Proper, rather brave. Oh, dearie me. Oh, at least they trade, though. Admiral can't really speed a sleeping person away, but can finish off Proper. Sparky used the visor on the low ground, doesn't find any, but again, builds that space that Hardy can use to push that payload. Finn ends up going down. He was on the first floor, then now back to spawn, unfortunately. Kaluj has found Landon, and if they do manage to find this kill, Hardy's going to be in a whole world of hurt. There is 50 seconds remaining. The London Spitfire are still gaining ground. Kaluj, got to be a little bit careful. There he is. He's out. He's good. Finn is back in action. But all of those ults used to get the payload a few meters. They're going to need a little bit more than something. Little bit more than that.
They are, and Kaluj also is taking this really important high ground where you can just kind of popcorn. You can just walk off of the high ground to be able to do a little bit of Tesla cannon damage under the London Spitfire, and also, holy purple fin.
It's pretty good. Earns himself a nano off of that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No, don't approach that corner, please. Okay, we're good. Nano, Kaluj, Proper, has Visor. The Blizz is going to use to stop Kaluj getting a lot of damage down, but another giant purple onto Landon will sentence him to death. A big shadow onto Proper, dips behind the wall, but Sam's there to save the day. Overtime is here. Admiral on the payload, but he's going to get cut up pretty quickly if Sam's got anything to say about it. A blade to spare. The Shock now up 2 maps against the London Spitfire.
London Spitfire starting to get their act together on this map, but San Francisco Shock continue to look like a well-oiled machine. While they struggled a little bit in their attack push through that second point, they take the map. And Sam, I mean, almost a 5K. Almost a 5K there with that Dragon Blade. Good stuff coming out from them.
I know Johnny was hyping him up on Twitter. Sam is looking so good. And hey, they've still got a monster on the bench too. They've still got Kilo. Shock, are they going to finish this up with a 3-0? Or will London bounce back? We'll have to wait and find out after this break. I know there's some crazy artists out there, whether it's a picture of your favorite team, favorite player, or photoshopping Mitch's head as a grapefruit, you can share your fan art celebrating the teams you want to take home the win during the Overwatch League opening weekend. To be featured on the fan art gallery is a good time, and I love seeing that kind of stuff on my timeline. So yeah, go over to that website and submit your stuff. Right, back into the game though, Rose. The Shock, they're up 2-0. Okay. The London Spitfire, they need to come back. And can they do it? Maybe, because look at that handsome guy in the center of your screen right now. Poco is stepping in for Huddy for the next match. Gibraltar is the one we're heading to. We also have a sub on the San Francisco Shock side in Kilo. So, one sub for each team. We'll see if London can bite back here. Gibraltar, that's a lot of dive. Maybe a little bit Doomfist for Poco. Maybe some Diva.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Welcome back, Poco, to the Overwatch League. Poco has historically been an off-tank, most well known for his Diva play, so Diva definitely on the cards for Gibraltar, especially with all the verticality that's on the map. I think Diva, Doomfist make a ton of sense off of what we saw yesterday. But also, I'm just kind of interested to see how Poco melds back into the team. You know, Poco and Christopher were on the Philadelphia Fusion together, Christopher being the coach of the London Spitfire, and so maybe that existing synergy might play a role here as we do head into Gibraltar for our
exceptional point. Although, to caveat though, Rose, Poco didn't play in 2021.
I know.
He was stuck in Visa Hell and just kind of, like watching his team play, and I'm like, please, one game, just get me in. Like, it's such a frustrating time for a player, I can imagine. And Poco not playing on the main stage, if you will, for that long, has that or will that affect him coming into this season? Of course, he's had a long time to play Overwatch 2 and scrim with the team, but we'll see how that does end up haunting him later in the season. Doesn't look like they're going to be running the Zarya. Okay, so Sparker, Widowmaker, I love to see it.
Yep.
And we are seeing Poco on the Zarya holding that high ground and bubbling backbone when he inevitably tries to dive in off of these nades from Landon.
Well, here's the other thing that is interesting to me too. Landon on the Ana. You know, Landon is not super well known for their Ana play, and I was wondering whether or not we were going to see this pick come out from the London Spitfire at all, with Admiral and Landon really being known for that Lucio and that Baptiste. But Landon looks like they're going to show us a little bit of that Ana flavor, and hopefully they can live up to what Finn has been able to do to them.
Oh man, you have to reach for the stars if you want to reach for someone like Finn. Kilo versus Sparker though on the Widow duel. Ooh, that helpful ping system showing exactly, oh my god. Nice purple onto backbone from Finn, starting the game off rather strong already. Oh, nice bubble. Doesn't quite get the headshot. Kilo now just pushing the payload in the zone. I like Widow playing on the low ground here. You can grapple to height if you need to. So one of the only points I'm like, yeah, actually not too bad to play Widow. Just push the payload a little bit and try and get some weird off angles. A very sad zero energy Zarya. There you go. Charged up just a little bit. Has another bubble, but we've seen a lot of Zaryas not willing to use them too quickly, because that cooldown could be quite that cooldown is quite large for both those bubbles. Server control currently in favor of the San Francisco Shock. Poco doing a fair bit of damage, and Kaluge is on the wrong end of it. Now they can just try and kill Finn. Those nades, I'd be scared if I was in a tight corridor against Finn. You know you got an anti heading towards you. Sparker does end up falling, but quick resets on Gibraltar first, so it will be fairly easy for them to come back. But controlling the high ground right now and just enabling Kilo is going to be the aim of the game.
Kilo with one pick could really fling the door wide open for the San Francisco Shock, and that's what I love about seeing Widowmaker on attack. Can be a little bit harder on the defense. You do get the chance to slow down the attacking team, so Sparker's looking to try to do that, but that also works.
Early Nano. Woo! That's how you kill Finn. A little right click, then a dash. Oh, Violet Lucio, he's dead. He is very dead. Okay. Well, Nano boost used. Backbone earned himself a blade. My only worry is right now that not only are Shock saving their they're going to save their DPS ults, but they got a beat coming up rather soon. Admiral's 30% away. Shock could just beat rush this fight. Oh, and Spark is already dead. Wow, what an incredible opening. Okay, you might not even need to use the blade here, to be honest with you.
I don't think you're going to need it. You know, Kilo also has sights up and running for the team, and the fact that you took out...
Payload. Okay, it's contested. There's both, or one blade in fact. The beat from Violet used. Oh, goodbye. Violet just runs the opposite direction. Nice little boot. Proper finds Landon and Admiral. Almost sends the rest of the team to the spawn there. Another nice grenade from Finn, and that will be Proper wrapping up this first point with a nice little bow on it. 3 minutes and 40 seconds as point 8 is unlocked, and because they were able to kill the supports that late in that fight, fairly late, they're going to be back.
Oh!
That was nice. That was nice.
Oh, that's so satisfying.
Oh, man. Watching good Widowmakers, especially without the double shield, is so satisfying.
Yeah. Oh, the sound that they get when they hit the headshots too, and they get those one-shot kills, also incredibly satisfying. Sparker really trying to keep things together right now for the London Spitfire. Really needs to start getting some picks. You know, Kilo really, again, on that attack has been able to just get some momentum for the San Francisco Shock.
Oh, nice grab, Finn. Oh, no, that sucks. He got antied himself, so unlucky. Landed with a nice little nade and follow-up damage. One-person grab. Still, though, look at the control that the San Francisco Shock are exerting right now. Kaluge on the payload, already got it to a second almost, and the rest of the Shock are just harassing Landon on at the high ground. You got to be careful because Kilo is just peeking over that. So aggro, look at that, he's like right next to him. You can reach out and pat his little head if you really wanted to. Nano online, I can imagine they give it to Backbone once again to try and kill Finn. There it is, straight into the back. He's already used his dash. Can he get the reset? Nice deflect. Finn so low, but the boot from Violet will send Backbone flying and out of the picture completely. A Primal Rage in the airship is not going to space, but Admiral's going to spawn. Landon dead. On top of that, the San Francisco Shock are going to clean house. And the London Spitfire defend point C now as their last hope to try and stop the Shock. I mean, he did it before, to be fair, on Ikevaldo, so maybe the same situation occurs. But again, look at the space that they're taking so early, Rose.
It's all about the mobility that the composition that the San Francisco Shock are running really provides to the team. Kaluge also just plays in a very aggressive style Winston, which works out phenomenally against a comp that the London Spitfire are running. They don't have the same type of mobility to just get away. They heavily rely on Admiral to do so. Taking out Violet, though, could be a really good start for the London Spitfire to stop this momentum that the San Francisco Shock have created for themselves.
I don't mind that, though. If I'm the San Francisco Shock, you burn the enemy team's blade, but then you have a blade of your own plus beat, plus nano. Like, that's more than okay. There's very little pressure on your backline then. I mean, maybe Sparker takes Finn's head off, but that hasn't been the most successful thing ever. There's the nano. It's on the Winston, in fact. No nano blade. Kaluge now pushing everybody back. Nice bubble to try and stop the healing from going on Poco. An anti-nade from Landon will send 3 purple on the Shock, but an instant beat with the blade. Dashing into spawn is Proper. Poco, Admiral dead. Whew, big old kill streak too for the Genji. And with 2 minutes to go, London Spitfire need to touch. They got sights, they got grab, they got nano. Can they do it? No, they cannot. Another boop from Violet will send Landon flying, unable to touch, and there you go. Round 1 completed, time in the bank for the Shock. The London Spitfire with rather an unremarkable hold on this game. It's been very tough, and you look at the history of the London Spitfire in general, Rose, we talked about this a little bit earlier on. They didn't have a good year last year, and we are stepping into a brand new version of Overwatch with only 5 players now on the team, and you're thinking maybe this can be a new start. Same with the Shock, almost. Right? I mean, they had a championship winning roster, and Violet is the only player left on that team, but Proper, Kilo, Kaluge, like Finn, these are all players that have been touted for the league for quite some time now, and you can see exactly why. They've picked up championship caliber players off the get-go.
They absolutely have. But I think we have yet to see the full form of the London Spitfire. London Spitfire has also picked up quite a few role stars, especially when you take a look at Admiral. You know, Admiral does come from the British Hurricane, which has some pretty good history with the London Spitfire. And British Hurricane does have a tendency to also pick up role stars from the European region, and so if London Spitfire wants to go with an almost complete European roster, this is the great roster that they could put together for this season. It's not looking super great for them right now, but this is still only the first match of the season, and we also have yet to see what they're going to do on this Gibraltar attack.
Yeah, that's it, right? It's still the first match of the season, so, you know, times can change, that is for sure. Time is a linear path. I stole that from somebody. I don't know who.
I was just trying to, yeah, when you said that, I was trying to think about, where have I heard that before?
Yeah, I don't know who. Can't credit, can't source. Unlucky.
Well,
unlucky.
Looks like a very similar composition coming out here from the London Spitfire as they ran on the defense, but maybe it'll work out just a little bit better on the attack. Widowmaker can be super important.
It felt like maybe they could run. Oh! Wow, that was close. It felt like maybe they could have just run Kilo over there. He was just alone, but the London Spitfire more than willing to just take server room over anything. Payload's moved a fair amount. Sparker finishing off Violet with a little cheeky headshot. London Spitfire, their aim of the game here is to just try and take control of the server room. They've done just that, but like getting the payload moving, pressuring Kalush to do something else has been really the ideal way to play. Backbone gets antied and finished off, but Finn ended up going down. Sparker very much carrying the team from the background right now.
Sparker has to put some pressure onto Kilo, though, and I think one of the other reasons why the London Spitfire is taking over the server room is because it really does negate a lot of Kilo's sightlines onto the team. And if you can take out the rest of the San Francisco Shock, then you can save Kilo for later. It'll be all right. Maybe.
You don't really want to take a double headshot of your Poco. That will end your life rather quickly. There's the Nano. Can they finish off Finn? He's naded himself, so that amped healing from Violet is going to be good. Not good enough, though, as he does fall. The blade from Proper. He's going to chase it down. April saves the dash. Easy kill for the Genji, and Sparker doesn't really know where to look as Proper finds himself a 3K. And halt London once more. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. 2 big ults for the Spitfire. They've got Grab and they've got Blade. That's an instant couple of kills if they manage to pick up the support with that Grab. You can even yeet it downtown, to be honest with you.
You gotta get the supports. We've seen Poco be able to capture Finn and Grabs before, and Finn is definitely pumping out so much healing for the San Francisco Shock that eliminating that piece is going to be absolutely huge for the London Spitfire to make progress to capturing this first point. But Jaws, there's a minute left. That's really it. They've got to go.
There's the Blade. Well, they're deciding to go right now. They're not going to use the Grab in conjunction with it. Nice little repel away. No way does he win that. Are you serious? Kilo gets away with his life. Kalush helps him survive. A Grab on the high ground's going to do absolutely nothing as Finn and Violet keep the rest of the team afloat. There's 45 seconds to go. And the London Spitfire, through the 2 key tools that they needed to take point A away, the Shock continue to hold.
That might just be it. Admiral does have the sound barrier, but I don't think the sustain is going to be enough. Finn has the Nano. You're going to get a Primal Rage online. You're going to get a Dragon Blade online. Poco has switched over to
the beat, the Nano, everything thrown in to make a delicious cake. The San Francisco Shock surely take it here. There's a couple of seconds to go. Finn is dead. Actually, Kalush falls too. Sparker switching over to the Soldier at the last minute. With the healing station down, that's more than enough support to push the team on forward. In OT, the London Spitfire managed to cap point A.
Huge for the London Spitfire. They made it work, and just off of the back of a sound barrier and a few picks to be able to get back to the point faster. Backbone is going to be switching over to one of his signature heroes, that Genji. But this is where the going gets tough. Jaws, 2 minutes to be able to make it through, and Proper's already hit the queue.
No, not where you want to be. Nice nade on you want to play. Watch Gibraltar, right? Especially if you're the defending team who lost that first point. You want to just get to that high ground ASAP. Because if you let the attacking team do it, they're going to spawn camp you, or close to spawn camping you. Hilo's got the sights for this next fight too. Another key ultimate to use, especially on this defensive position. You can just spot out the supports where they're heading, and you make the play so scared.
Yeah, you only have a few entry points for this second point as well. So Kilo can definitely shut down a lot of different entry points. I like the attempt from Backbone there to try to deflect some of those shots, for sure.
Ooh. That hits Sparker's shoulder, luckily enough. Kilo does finish him off, though. There's the nano onto Backbone, instantly purple, so has to play safe. Kalush finishes him off. Backbone charging a little bit of the Dragon Blade there, but not enough to really mean all too much. They've got 50 seconds remaining. Landon's already used his nano. Maybe they get another one if Poco takes an unreasonable amount of damage. Sparker's got that tactical visor. Another very hard ult to use on the low ground. And just taking that high ground control so early, it is a death sentence, Rose, for point B.
I almost want to see Finn use the nano boost here on Violet. You know, allow Violet to get the sound barrier and then just win out the map here.
I'm down.
I want to see it. Nano Lucio, please. Just one.
Or Boostios.
Aww.
No, you don't get your wish. Kalush gets the nano. Sparker trying to find some sort of angle with the visor, but still scared of Finn, who's just chunking him out from afar. Landon falls. There's the primal. Oh my goodness, this is about over, I think, unless the self-destruct can do something. It explodes and finds nothing. A nice anti-nade on Poco, but manages to get the remake. Kalush is just causing absolute pandemonium in the on the payload. Avril scurrying away, has the beat coming up. He can use that. If he hits Poco too, they're going to be able to survive for quite some time here. They've just got to be careful because Proper is nearing that blade. Violet with the beat too. If they combine those, it's basically all over for the London Spitfire. Backbone also nearing that blade too. Key ultimates coming online as overtime is here.
Oh, they almost took out Proper, but now Kilo taking out Landon. This is it.
Yep. Feels pretty bad. Proper so close to the blade, 5% away. Poco donates his health bar to that ultimate charge. There's the blade. Poco no self-destruct to get the remake. Proper finds one and another. And there you go. The San Francisco Shock with a clean 3-0 against the London Spitfire. Start the day out strong.
Incredible stuff from the San Francisco Shock. London Spitfire, you know, don't worry, it was the first match for them of the season, but this is a second win here for the San Francisco Shock, and something that I think they did incredibly well was just keep the London Spitfire supports from really being able to play the game, whether it was Kalush going aggressive with the Winston to be able to juggle away the supports of Admiral and Landon. They did it. San Francisco Shock looking really, really good to start the season.
Yeah, super good. The rookies coming in and just fitting into the Overwatch League like a slice of bread in a packet of bread. A slice of bread in a sandwich, I should have said. I don't know why I went to packet of bread. Of course a bread fits nice, a slice of bread fits nice with a packet of bread. Also, does anybody call it a packet of bread? I don't know. Anyway, Sam is your player of the match. God, that was potentially the worst segue ever. Potentially ever in esports, maybe, not sure. Sam, player of the match, what a surprise. What a beautiful blade he had on Eichenwalde, just getting that 4K, almost a 5K, Proper did steal it. But his Genji's looked really, really good. And I think a lot of people had questions as to who is actually going to play for the San Francisco Shock, because Kilo's aim, especially on things like Soldier, is just so clean. But now we can see exactly why the Shock picked him up. These Dragon Blades, and in a meta that favors Genji so heavily, oh man, it just brings out the best in some of these rookie DPS stars.
Absolutely. Check out some of Sam's statistics from this match as Genji. Incredible amount of damage done, but 19.8 eliminations in 10 minutes. Jaws, that's absolutely cracked.
Kind of insane. If those kills yesterday as well, that 5K from the purple, then the dashes.
Yep.
If that was counted towards the Dragon Blade kills, I feel like it should be at some point. But like, this guy is averaging something crazy. If he keeps this performance up, especially on Genji, this guy is looking like one of the best rookies to come into the Overwatch League this season. The Shock are looking great. London, they did pick up some rookies, and they have started the season rather slow, but there's still time, Rose. There really is, and I really do hope they do end up facing someone not quite as the caliber of Shock, so we can really get a litmus test on how well they're going to do this season, because the roster does look rather good. There's a lot of hidden talent there, I think, especially in players like Admiral.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to what the London Spitfire are going to be coming up to next, but San Francisco Shock, I just gotta kind of hammer it home that the rookies,
it's going to be a...
Ooh, I think it's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be a good one.
Yeah,
today's going to be a good day too. Don't forget Battle of Texas later on in the day, but we got another match coming up for you a little bit later, a little sooner than that. After this break, we'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We are here joined by Finn from San Francisco Shock. Finn, congratulations on another big win. 자, 핀 선수 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 인터뷰 시작하도록 하겠습니다. How are you feeling? 지금 어떠신가요?
되게 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, I just feel really great about the win. All right, so this is your first year in the Overwatch League, and you joined the San Francisco Shock, a team that has won the Overwatch League twice already. So I want to ask you, did that sort of put any pressure on you, or were you just excited to be on the team with your former teammates as well? 첫 번째 질문은 일단 이번에 오버워치 리그 들어오게 되면서 샌프란시스코 쇼크라는 팀에 들어오게 됐는데 이 팀이 또 워낙 강팀이기도 하고 2번 우승 경력도 있고 해서 좀 이런 게 어느 정도 좀 핀 선수에게 부담감을 주셨는지 아니면 이제 같이 올라온 팀원들과 좀 이렇게 잘하는 팀에 들어오게 돼서 그냥 기분이 좋았는지 궁금하네요.
저 원래 O2 블래스트에서 컨텐더스 활동하고 있었는데 그때도 2번 우승했거든요. 그래가지고 이제 센쇼도 이제 2번 우승해가지고 딱 이제 더 우승 많이 하면 좋겠다 해가지고 애들끼리 왔습니다.
Alright, so when I was in Contenders, I was in a team called O2 Blast, and while I was in that team, we won the tournament. We won Contenders twice with that team, and like you guys all know, San Francisco Shock also has won Overwatch League twice, so it's twice and twice. It's sort of equally matches, so I think it was a good opportunity for me to come to San Francisco Shock and, to try my best to get more wins. All right, and my second question for you, Finn, is I'm going to be honest, you guys have already won 2 matches, but I don't think San Francisco Shock's strength was actually put to the test yet. So I want to ask you, is there a team that sort of you want to go up against that could potentially prove that you guys are one of the stronger teams in the league? 자, 두 번째 질문은 벌써 지금 2번의 승리를 아주 좋은 모습으로 거두게 되셨지만 제 개인적인 생각으로는 어떻게 보면은 2경기 다 좀 센쇼에게 좀 쉬운 경기가 아니었나라는 생각을 합니다, 개인적으로. 그렇기 때문에 제가 여쭤보고 싶은 거는 지금 오버워치 리그 팀 중에 있는 팀들 중에서 이 팀이랑 하면은 이제 우리가 정말 강팀이다라는 걸 좀 이렇게 보여줄 수 있겠다 하는 팀이 있나요?
솔직히 북미에서는 글래디 정도? 그리고 솔직히 하고 싶은 팀은 상하이 드래곤즈긴 해요.
상하이가 일단 작년에 우승을 했기 때문에인가요?
네. 그리고 저희 컨텐더스 때도 스크림 할 때 가장 빡셌던 팀이 이제 상하이 드래곤즈거든요. 그래서 해보고 싶대요.
All right. So, so I think in the West, if I have to choose, I would have to choose the Gladiators. I think they would potentially show that we are one of the stronger teams if we do beat the Gladiators. But personally, I do really want to face off against the Shanghai Dragons this year not only because they won Overwatch League last year, but also when I was in Contenders and we were scrimming against them, they were a very, very good team and it was difficult to have a match against them. So as a San Francisco Shock coming in right now, this year, I do want to face off against Shanghai Dragons sometime. All right, Finn, thank you so much for your answers, and that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. 자, 핀 선수 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치겠고요. 오늘 너무나 감사했습니다.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Thank
All right,
you.
guys, let's go back to not truck, not sorry. What am I gonna call this? To those guys.
Those guys.
Us. Those guys, us. It is us, indeed. Thank you so much, Danny. Yeah, great to hear from all the new players. It's going to be very exciting. We have so many rookies in this very season. So many people to pick the brains. Like, I love doing that.
I'm having a great time.
I was about to say, I'd say us, but really it's just Danny doing it. So
We're here by his side. It's moral support.
We support.
Yeah.
We all love talking to newer players.
Exactly. And I especially love you talking to anyone because this one, I don't know, some of you might not know, but he's an absolute god in Small talk.
I hate you. She means I suck at small talk.
But it's so bad that it's good. It's it's one of those things. So I love it.
We should tell
That
everyone
stuff
about
needs to be
the haircut.
the haircut stuff. No, but we should start recording him having talks with the players before we go live. He tries to
It's not great.
loosen them up a little bit.
Great.
Ain't working, but it's fantastic. It's
Makes
very
it even more
entertaining.
awkward, but hey, I try, right?
Now it's just talking like stuff they never will know. So either way, let's talk about something you actually did get to hear and see, and that is the game we just got to witness. Now, yeah, it was once again a one-sided affair. However, I did feel like at least on Eichenwalde, London got it together a little bit. We did see some light there on the London Spitfire, but it's still the San Francisco Shock they're going up against, and it's unsurprising that the opposition would struggle. Proper is just, he's having a great old time. Like, he's done exactly what we expected him to do, so he was not overhyped coming into this league. He's not yet. Fair, but I want to hype him up. I want to gas that boy up, and he's done a splendid job so far at looking really aggressive, really oppressive to play against.
Yeah, he's really living up to that hype so far. Obviously, as we said, he hasn't played against one of the better teams that we expect in this season, but he's been doing everything that he's needed to be doing. He has been absolutely dominant. You could see the London Spitfire really struggling to deal with him on this Soldier 76. London, they were heavily leaning into that rush brawl style with Hardy on that Reinhardt and trying to move as a unit, but Proper did a phenomenal job of just taking those off angles and challenging them and making them have to turn around and deal with him. So there was some, bright spots on Eichenwalde when they were able to play that style and without being flanked effectively. But as soon as the Shock sort of worked out how to adapt, it all kind of fell apart for the London Spitfire. And, listening to him talk, you can really see the impact that he's having on these matches in this B-roll. The number of sleeps and high impact bionades that he's hitting in the matches is just incredible, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of him.
Who else stood out to you guys? Anyone else who really impressed or didn't impress? We also saw the first look on Poco again.
Yeah,
right. That's been a hot minute. How do we feel? I mean, obviously he was not being put in the best position to have a good first showing back, but still.
This eye was good. Like, I like the look of it. It goes back to the idea of, like, the matchup just doesn't feel that fair. The San Francisco Shock is such a stacked roster. They had some moments of brilliance when they were able to play slowly within that server room. Poco looked really good, but I think they were struggling to deal with the speed that the San Francisco Shock were playing. So I want to see more from the London Spitfire against some other teams. We know how good the Shock are, but I don't think this is a great test for where are the London Spitfire. I don't think you can see this match and be like, yeah, they're going to go 1-15 again this season. I think they had some bright spots, and I want to see more of them against the, lower end teams.
So, San Francisco Shock.
Yeah.
You guys like Sam's Genji better or Proper's Genji?
Ooh.
Proper or Sam Genji?
Just
wanted to throw it out there. What do you guys think?
Don't make me choose my favorite child.
All right, let's move on.
It's a good question.
I'd go with Proper.
Yeah?
I agree as well.
I think he has a more aggressive and oppressive play style, which is just very neat.
But you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're both great, right?
They're both great right
They're
now.
both great. Everyone's a winner. That's right. Thank you, Danny. Either way, we do have another match coming up for everyone. This was just the first one. It felt like a quick one, that too. So let's see if the second one can be a little bit closer. We will be seeing the Vancouver Titans taking on the Boston Uprising. So, yeah, let's dive straight into this. Danny, starting with you, who's your player to watch out for and why?
I mean, I think the biggest story that's going on right now for Boston is the fact that Striker is back on the team. For those of you that didn't know, Striker started his Overwatch League journey with Boston Uprising. That's where he made his name on that Tracer, and then he moved on to San Francisco Shock, had great showing, and then he won the grand finals twice with the team, and then now he's back home, back into the Boston Uprising. I'm pretty sure whenever the team needs a Tracer player, I think it's going to be Striker for the team. Yeah.
Also, a quick factor here, it's been 1,393 days since Striker's last match as a player with Boston Uprising. But who's counting, right?
Yeah, no one's counting except for us.
Where'd you get this?
Researchers is that? So
You
Jeff
count the days.
Noah,
So you counted the guys.
hooked me up with that one. Like this is great. But yeah, I personally also,
Every
of
day.
course, kept track of it.
Yeah.
I have a whole wall with it. Who are you keeping your eyes on for this particular match?
I'm excited to see what the Vancouver Titans are going to do. This is a roster that's changed heavily from last year. They have sort of, obviously, once again, did not have a great season. They also went 1-15. But they picked up a lot of great players, and I think you got to look at the DPS lineup if you're going to really look to see where the power is going to come for this roster. Shockwave coming back to the Vancouver Titans. He was there on the 2020 rebuild. He went on to Philadelphia Fusion. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him play that much. So he does have a couple of question marks around what level of performance is he going to be at. But he is a very flexible player. And standing next to him as well, we have Aspire, who was a 14-day contract that seemed to never end for the Toronto Defiant. But he was just so strong for that team, that tracer, that hit scan. He really made a big name for him. And I think a lot of the reasons why so many people are hyped up for these North American talent, rookie talent coming into the season this year because of how dominant Aspire was. So seeing those two players line up, they have great flexibility. What are they going to be able to offer for this Vancouver Titans roster? Because they are really trying to impress the fans. Unfortunately, Vancouver Titans have been not great for the last couple of seasons, and they need to break that mold. They need to come in and be like, hey, we're a force to be reckoned with, because they have a lot of rookie players coming in as well, especially in the back line. So I'm excited to see more from them.
Yeah, everything to prove, but nowhere but up for some of those teams. So I'm very, very excited. I love to see teams completely switching it up, having a completely retooled roster. I think that just makes the whole thing very exciting, makes it also really, really hard for us to predict. So we look like fools sometimes, and that is okay. There's no better time for us than do that. Exactly. And I mean, I know that the social media people are already calling us out on our picks. Sorry about it, but we haven't seen.
Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Just impress us. Yeah. That's all we want. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting match to be witnessing, and we're about to be ready to head right into that one. And for all the action, we're going to hand it over to another new squad on our Overwatch League team, and that is Lemon, Kiwi, and Leg Day. Take it away, guys.
Let's go.
Oh my God, the cheers. Thank you so much, Zoe and the gang from the van. This is my son, Leg Day. I'm Lemon Kiwi.
Hi.
Great voice. If you call me mommy, though, I swear to God, I'm going to block all of you. But we have an amazing match. For those who don't know who Leg Day and I are, we cast Contenders, where that's a place where you get to develop all kinds of talent. When I think of two teams that have been incredible at developing talent, I think of the Vancouver Titans versus the Boston Uprising. That'll be the match we're covering today.
Yeah, Vancouver and Boston Lemon, they've both done a really good job of harvesting from Contenders to rebuild teams that kind of need a little bit of a kick to get to where they want to be.
Yeah,
it's no secret that Vancouver Titans, as Verdesk brought up, they've not had a good couple of seasons. Since they lost that runaway core, things have been languishing a little bit, and so it's almost a full rebuild here from the Vancouver Titans, but they're going up against Titans in the form of a couple of the names that are on Boston Uprising, which you're going to be able to take a look at in just a second. And there is one that everybody who's ever witnessed competitive Overwatch knows, and that is Striker, a titanically terrifying tracer player and a hit scan menace to boot on things like the Widowmaker. Striker back on Boston Uprising is going to be the final boss that needs to be dealt with by Vancouver Titans.
Man, if you thought Boston had some firing power, they have such a large roster. They brought the whole army for this match. The fact that they have 3 choices of tanks is incredible. Boston, Marvel, It's Al, Punk as well. And I'm excited to see who's going to be starting us off. And it will be Punk, the young superstar. And I know he's been on Boston for some years, but I remember back in my day when Punk was in Contenders, and he had such a supportive family around him, and he was up and coming, and we knew as casters that this guy was going to make the league. But we were surprised to see him start over Marvel and others when Winston is so meta.
On the other side, when it comes to the veterans to lead these teams, Lemon, look no further than Marsa. This guy has been in this league almost since its inception, I believe 4 seasons deep now, and a second place finish last year. Marsa definitely has the pedigree to really be able to lead a team to victory, especially from that main support position. And in this current meta, when you want a Lucio who's able to get up and start fragging, you don't have to look much further than the Finnish fury of Marsa.
Yeah, I gotta bring that veteranship to this team. A lot of rookies on Vancouver, including False, who is the only choice of tank, quite literally, for Vancouver. And I know there's been some talk about what False is bringing to the table, but I gotta be bringing that False positivity, because when I see False on the top contenders North American rosters, American Tornado, you name it, he fits the shoe when he needs to. As in, he fills the role and he steps up, and the results don't lack when he's on the roster. But now that he's in the league, he's gonna have to prove himself as the only tank now since, 5v5 and all.
Yeah, that is a lot on one player's shoulders. Moving on to our first map here, it's going to be Ilios Lemon. And this is a map where the off-tanks can reign. We've seen a couple of teams that love to play their off-tanks here, be it the D.Va or the Zarya, but it feels like across the league, a lot of teams have settled on the utility of Winston, and particularly how he interacts with, bullies, and synergizes with the almost ever-present Ana as their go-to tank. As we head into the map itself, you can enjoy the nice new sun-bathed glow that Ilios is enjoying these days.
I wish I had some glow. I haven't touched grass in a while, though, so at least I can feel it through spirit here on Ilios. And I love the relighting that they did on some of the maps, including Ilios, who is now all nice and sunsetty, very romantic. But we'll see what kind of love story we're going to see between two off-tanks, Punk versus False. Now, False being the rookie, but Punk is such a young boy. I feel like he's always going to be a rookie in my eyes, but not in terms of skill. They're both ripping out on the D.Va. Maybe.
The D.Va here is going to do a very good job in trying to shut down the de facto second DPS, it's the Soldier 76, but on the Boston Uprising, Valentine, who we know more as a flex player, is going to be picking up the Echo, and is only the second player to do it, I believe, after Yaki essentially became an average Echo enjoyer yesterday, and accounted for 100% of the playtime on the hero. On the other side, Striker, we talked about their Tracer, but also his properties as a hit scan menace, and looking to try and reassert themselves as a true domineer of the faction.
Well, I really like Striker's positioning. He went right to the point. And playing Soldier, you always want to have those type of off angles. And look, they surrounded the Titans, got them low enough where Valentine can get this focusing beam out. 6v5, False has slept, and he was trying to dive Crimzo there. So already great peel, but also you've got to be really careful with the timing on your Matrix when trying to dive in on it, because those sleeves will just ruin everything.
The real difference in his composition, so Lemon, is going to be the Lucia from Marsa, and this needs to be used to help Vancouver Titans get on top of a much slower Crimzo, who's going to be relying a lot more on Punk to play a classic off-tank style that's heavy on peel rather than heavy on dive. Punk almost losing their mech, though, with a chase from False, and Vancouver Titans are going to be able to flip the point early here.
Yeah, Boston just wanting to recuperate, and the point is really exposed, so I understand the preference around holding the high ground. So we'll see how they make entry as Boston already approached. It's the battle of two divas. Punk is going to try and connect there with Crimzo and even Faith for some heals, because with the old charge nerfs, it is a little more difficult to get back into mech as it was in Overwatch 1. But point control for the Titans. Psycho slices through Crimzo, and now is trying to dash up to go after this diva, and maybe even Faith, who have to use Valkyrie for the extra mobility, is able to get that res off on the Crimzo, and that's big and important. You have so much more healing now available for Boston as a self-destruct from False, just on top of the high ground, easily dodged there by Faith.
Just allows for a quick remake, and that was Valentine who's been the recipient of a nano boost. The Spire can't take the pressure that the sticky bombs do provide, and now a duplicate is good to go for Valentine to cleanse himself if need be, but first port of call is going to be that duplication.
That's a good tack by. So just to finish off the job, remember it was Boston all along that had the point at the start. Vancouver Titans zoned them off, got control, and managed to stagger things out to 50%. Now Boston at full force. We get to see what new Echo looks like, because I felt like it was only Yaki on day one that really used the Echo at all.
I love continuum of value there from Boston Uprising as well. They give the nano over to Valentine to beam down False, which they can't eat. That amplification, that amplified beam can't be broken, and that allows for a free use of attack visor afterwards.
Well, Valentine decides to duplicate the Ana, so maybe two, I would say, okay, one nano. Crimzo doesn't have his yet, but we're going to give that over to Punk, who's going to dive straight for a Spire, who has attack visor. All attention has to be demanded on him as Punk flies to Jupiter, tries to mech someone, he gets Psycho with it, and Boston only have Faith heals, which Faith is still coming back from spawn, so Boston is just a matter of time before this crumbles.
Punk legitimately getting pocketed by two Annas. That's pretty cringe, bro, say the Vancouver Titans as they try to once again take over the point. Punk has to sacrifice their mech, but now the Brigitte has arrived. You've got to be careful of Marsa, who's looking for boops. A sprint keeps Striker in play for now, and forces out Marsa and that sound barrier.
Boston keeping control just by a few seconds, even without having any supports for the longest time. You see Crimzo and FaZe just trying to cross over to the point, but no one from Boston is helping them making that journey, so Vancouver finally get the flip, and at least only 30% gap in the score.
Psycho here does have a blade available. And the question is, do you want to wait to try and combine that with the nano boost? And it's a little bit more tempting at the moment, Lemon, because Vancouver Titans aren't using the classic Winston, which we expect with these compositions. And Winston's a very tempting target to give that nano boost over to. So I imagine we're going to see just a little bit of poke eating to allow for Skripper to farm up this nano.
Well, Psycho has the blade, and he says, come at me, bro. Let's see what you got. And Boston, well, you still don't want to get close to that Brigida of Fate. Who's he trying to peel for? He's up in the window. Psycho can't climb. He's only 4 foot tall. He goes after Crimzo. And really is not. Psycho's not connecting on anything. And he's biotic grenaded, so really can't get more aggressive than that. False gonna clear up map control for the Vancouver Titans with the self-destruct. And as everyone tries to cross, it's chaos on the field. Oh, Boston, what do you have left? Crimzo with the nano. Boston still standing tall as the Titans fall 1 by 1, and we almost have a 99-99 in our first round.
The locomotion was a little bit dodgy there from Psycho, and this forces out the Echo. In contenders, Psycho known for the Echo, known for the Farah, very much an airborne threat, as Vancouver Titans will make a mad dash to trigger overtime, and that's exactly what will be done as Psycho and False establish themselves on a point, and Skripper gets a clutch sleep here.
Oh, both supports were dove, but Skyripper had the most critical sleep, and Crimzo falls to a big resource advantage for the Titans in the last fight. Faith under fire. Psycho wanted to finish, gets distracted as Fate heals himself up, probably with the support passive, as Punk tries to matrix everything he can. Psycho flies back to his supports. It's an all-out brawl on the point, a 2v2 even as the rally. The overhealth into effect for the Uprising, the resources they need to keep on kicking. And there the round ends for the Uprising, who stand tall over the Titans.
And there it's Faith, feet planted firmly on the ground, popping the rally, giving that additional health, which made it so much more difficult to find real purchase with things like the focusing beam, which does 4 times as much damage, 50 to 200. When you move onto a target that's below 50% health. We have ourselves a pause here, Lemon. So this is a great way to point out that Vancouver Titans, I know that we're one stage into their season, or one stage of a control map into their season, but one of the things that's really enthused me in this first stage is that we've seen people like Skripper hit a clutch sleep. And that's something that I think that Vancouver Titans didn't really have before. They didn't have much of a clutch factor. When the chips were down, previously we saw Vancouver Titans kind of fold. And another interesting lore tidbit about the previous season of Vancouver Titans against Boston Uprising is that I believe their only win last season was a 3-0 sweep over the Boston Uprising. So Vancouver Titans were kind of their boogeymen. Boston Uprising, for some reason, just uninstalled Overwatch when they were up against Vancouver Titans, who, by all metrics, they should have absolutely stomped.
I mean, a lot of people are favoring the Boston Uprising, including the desk, including our armchair Reddit analyst over yonder. So it was actually quite close, 99-99. But when you bring up that support play, I do agree that there was an important clutch factor of Skyripper living longer than Crimzo at the end, but what ended up being a big tide turner was Fate swapping to Brigida halfway through that lighthouse map, and you would think Brigida is kind of this knee-jerk reaction to Tracers, and still the truth in Overwatch 2 despite the lack of stuns and the fact that Rally is overhealth instead of armor, which is inherently weaker, but Fate still managed to have that AoE heal so that Boston could have stronger fights on the objective without having this like single target business happening, and Fate could protect Crimzo a lot more, which gave Boston just that extra edge at the last seconds of that fight, because Faith had a wonderful rally that kept Punk going at the end.
Hold up. Wait a minute. London, your game is over. What are you doing here? Vancouver Titans, they're hovering the old May Rhine rush at the moment. And one of the things here is that Aspire might be able to play independently as a pretty poggers Widowmaker. But the thing is, the healing that Aspire can get is going to be pretty heavily relegated to health packs. It's going to be very difficult for Skripper to hit those long-range healing globules. On the other side, Boston Uprising, they can run into you with a Zarya and a Reaper, and they might find themselves a 5 versus 4 while Aspire is elsewhere.
And Aspire, a lot of people think this is a Widow map, and there's great sightlines for it, but it's easily countered by the way Boston Uprising at least were positioning, which was on that corridor that Skyripper was currently sitting on, because that blocks a lot of the line of sight, but they've decided to go back and swap the composition. Tell me about this Doomfist.
Well, Punk's here looking to get multiple slows as well. And remember, the slows are given over by the Seismic Slam. That is going to allow for Striker to very easily close these gaps, but Psycho has closed up Striker's head for a second. That's a great opening pick to grab. And Boston Uprising, they're going to lose out on multiple fights here. I mean, because they already gave up the first capture in order to swap over to that Doomfist for the initial engagement.
Yeah, Mei is a sniper, by the way. But also for you non-aimers, Mei is way more fun in Overwatch too, because her primary fire now doesn't freeze, but actually does a lot more damage and still has an inherent slow, which is going to enable falls on the approach. But in the last series we were watching, we saw the brawl with the Mei and how it doesn't work out, but we'll see. Valentine applying pressure, gets help from a friend, and slices and dices 2 and 3. Boston took the time to swap the comp, and look how it's paying off.
No way they do that 4v5. This is one of the things that the Overwatch 2 tech beta has really shown us, Lemon, that no longer does the first pick matter as much. Sure, it's a power play, and you can really start to leverage those picks, but 4 versus 5 is so much more doable than the clutches before in a 5 versus 6, because with only one tank that could be easily outmaneuvered by DPS that are 10% faster, it's much easier to try and find the squishy underbelly of a team.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get shots on the Crimzo, because he's hiding exactly where you need to position against Widows, where you have the most cover on. It's just a little tough for Crimzo, because he also needs to see his teammates, so they have to just adjust their positioning as Punk gets a little too close to the sun, punching into a small room. The ice block stand in his way. The point control still for Boston, as a nano was delivered to Punk. And that was enough really to ward off the Titans. They're missing Psycho, and Aspire, unless he gets a big pick or False has a lot of energy to turn this around, Boston could still hold.
Punk had some really good short leap tech there as well, which we'll talk about after this fight in particular. Striker has expended his Bardic Pad and may now decide to follow in Punk, who at the moment seems a little bit happy to just hold back for a moment, wait for Aspire to be clocked onto, and in the back it's Valentine with the blade.
Ah, clocked on, yeah, tick-tock, and you're dead. Vancouver Titans falling as Boston will take a lead. And that's the type of initiative I love to see out of Valentine. Was on this roster before, and you can tell the confidence grows when you get to play beside someone like Striker.
Alright, so I want to talk about the short slam that Punk did here with the Seismic Slam, where you basically do it in place and still bring out the shockwave. It's better Doom tech, and it means that Punk has been practicing a lot of Doomfist, which is something we kind of anticipated because Boston Uprising have 3 tanks on their roster. It's Sal, Marvel, and Punk, so we're expecting some specialists from this team.
Ah, and you're expecting a sleep when you dive in on it like that, and that's the danger of playing Doom. He's playing at an off angle, but couldn't get away from Skyripper, but look at the follow-up. As soon as Punk gets on his knees, Boston help out their buddy, and that's synergy I love to see. 94%, Boston taking a fight. You got the touch ready from Massa, but reinforcements ain't coming for a while, buddy. Good luck.
All right, Massa, for one-man battle royale, but I'm afraid that there's going to be no chicken dinner for you, son. There's Venano onto Valentine, and I'm afraid February 14th is a while from now.
Wow, 99%. Boston finishing what they started. They looked close on Lighthouse, but the compositional swap from Boston, and especially Punk stepping up to the table and learning Doomfist. This is incredible what Boston are doing right now. They take map 1.
A proactive reaction as well. To give away that first cap on Ruins to swap over to the Doomfist is really enthusing in that it seems like Boston Uprising have some very strong in-game calling and leadership when it comes to compositional swaps. And that is something that you've got to look for in a couple of team rebuilds to make sure that they have the confidence to abandon what previously they thought would be their best chance to win the game, which, if I remember correctly, was Punk being on Zarya to try and bubble the Reaper. But they decided instead they wanted the additional reach of the Doomfist, and Boston reached in and grabbed themselves a map win, Lemon.
Yeah, Boston looked really good in terms of how they were diving, but most importantly, when Punk was down, Valentine was there to back him up, and then Striker, he still do be striking. So Boston take game 1. It's a 1st to 3. We'll see you guys after this break.
kidding me? They've done it! Unbelievable! The Boston Uprising snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
But now Victoria's popping off, making 5 heads. Victoria's going absolutely insane.
We're going into game 2, and it's Midtown, a new map for Overwatch 2. And it's still the Boston Uprising versus Vancouver Titans. If you missed our last map, Ilios was taken by Boston. It was kind of close, and then Punk found out he could play Doomfist, so I'm really impressed.
I didn't know that hero was a tank now. Yeah, if you are tuning in to the Overwatch League for the first time in a while, yeah, Doomfist is a tank now. I think that a lot of Doomfist becoming a tank was because it kind of fits his playstyle a little bit better. The Overwatch dev team's design philosophy has been quite heavily about removing crowd control from DPS characters like Doomfist, and because Doomfist was so reliant on that, he kind of got shifted over to the tank category instead. We've got ourselves a couple of subs here, Lemon. MCD coming in for Crimzo is interesting. Both of these guys have really good honors, but I'd say that MCD's probably got a touch of an edge on the Zenyatta. But at the moment, we haven't seen a huge amount of Zen, but it's always an option in the back pocket.
Now the flex supports are making a big impact right now, especially the Ana players. Without that off tank, I feel like the biotic grenades from Ana have been a lot more free, and especially with the support passive, Anas don't have to not nano themselves, that's deathmatch, but to grenade themselves anymore. So you saw how much of a difference that made, but now bringing in MCD, I agree. We could be seeing some Zenyatta, but hey, it's the first match for these teams. I'm expecting the unexpected. And speaking of other substitutions, we're going to see Shockwave.
Yeah, Shockwave coming in. For my money, probably the most scary player on the Vancouver Titans. They were highlighted by Custer on the desk as a player who has been in pretty high demand since they first came in. I believe as one of the emergency subs in the post-runaway cataclysm of Season 3 Vancouver Titans, rather, back in 2020. And then went over to the Philadelphia Fusion, where unfortunately didn't get a huge amount of playtime. There were visa issues for a little while getting to Korea. But now Shockwave is going to be part of a team from the start and an integral part of how they're planning to work through their games. And I think that Shockwave here might be integrated in order to raise the tempo. We know Shockwave has a fantastic tracer, and alongside Psycho's Genji, we could see Vancouver Titans put False on the Winston and just go straight through.
I wonder if Punk's going to bring out the Doomfist again. He got me kind of excited because we didn't see a lot of Doomfist yesterday except from Hog. So I didn't even know Punk was learning the Doomfist. He looked pretty good on just like the one round if I had to be like a one round Andy. But hey, look at these accolades from Psycho. Not a lot of people knew about him, but he was one of the best like DPS players when it came to Contenders EU. There's a lot of stars on these rosters, but Psycho definitely sticks out.
And Psycho was kind of a player on the rise as well. 2019 and 2020, he was a name that we knew but didn't really command as much respect. But 2021, alongside Falcons, a roster that, by the way, he put together, I believe, for a mix on a fairly random minor tournament, but eventually got picked up by the Falcons organization when their skill was recognized. At first, I kind of knew Psycho as a Soldier 76 player, at a time when we didn't really know any Soldier 76 players. Like, to be a Soldier 76 main was really weird and a little bit throwy, a little bit mean, a little bit gimmicky. But in 2021, we saw a lot more May, a lot more Echo, because those were, of course, the de facto flex DPSs that you kind of lent over to. And we know that Psycho is definitely very good at those, but Shockwave has a similar hero pool in that he can flex to all of those as well.
And when it comes to Midtown, just making sure all our players are good to go. We'll be jumping into Game 2, where Midtown, for those who haven't gotten a chance to play the beta, it's a really fun map. The point has been very difficult to capture. I'm sure if you guys watch Day 1, I'm not going to spoil the results, but it's a struggle bus of a time. But you do get to unlock a Fire Twuck when you do capture the point, which is the most exciting part of that
so
map.
Much.
I had to at least once, but here you go, Midtown. There is that kind of overarching metro where some brawl teams can actually go through that metro choke. Even Orissa's can barrel through there. We haven't seen a lot of Orissa, but also a lot of brawl teams can actually go underneath, or even if you're dive, if you're a Doomfist, you could slam on top of the metro, not on top, but go over it, and that's also exciting. There's so many different strategies in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, Midtown for me is a map where I love to play the Winston Lemon. Geographically, it works fairly similarly to Watchpoint Gibraltar in terms of how powerful the high grounds that surround the main thoroughfares of ingress around chokes can be. And you'll note that on point B, we see like a underpass kind of thing, a lot like the car wash that we have on Gibraltar, and it functions in a very similar way to how teams defend Gibraltar A. As we roll out here, it's going to be Vancouver Titans, currently languishing at 0 maps, 1 starting on the defense, and they've put False on the Reinhardt. Not a hero that False is known for, Lemon. Professionally, very much an off-tank player, but this is a brand new era of Overwatch, and an era where the word off-tank doesn't exist. You're simply a tank.
I know, everyone was freaking out when they announced like 5v5 because they're like, oh, I guess off-tanks are out of a job. But no, off-tanks can learn a thing or two as well. And the fact that Punk is learning Doomfist, False is learning Reinhardt, says a lot about how much time and how much work these players have gone through the beta to just step up for their team. Because there is no off-tank, there is no someone else, especially when it comes to the Vancouver Titans. You only have False. So there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, but when it comes to False, he's been able to handle that team after team when it comes to contenders and never dropping those results. So I know False has been like a low estimation, as like kind of any rookie comes into the league. There's low expectations, but after seeing False perform in contenders, I know he has what it takes. Maybe it's a long-term project though. We'll have to see how immediate Vancouver Titans success will be.
And speaking of rookies as well, it's kind of interesting that Vancouver Titans appear to be using Skripper as their starter. The Romanian warlord, previously of the British Hurricane. One of the very few actual professional Romanian players, alongside, of course, the other flex support that everyone knows, ML7. So Skripper and him kind of blood brothers from over there. And Scarippa has proven themselves to be pretty meta-resilient. Across multiple years, they've been staying at the top of European contenders, regardless of whether they're required to play for Zenyatta, the Baptiste, the Ana, or, as loathed as it may be, the Moira.
Well, shout out to Get Quaked On, who showed me how scary Doomfist is on this map, because I'd be chilling on the other side of Metro, like texting, and then all of a sudden I'm getting punched out by a Doomfist. So Punk can actually go over top of this Metro. He could also just barrel through the Metro, really just depends. But with Psycho hanging around in there, you could get walled off, and that's a recipe for disaster. So Boston have to choose their approach carefully.
Sometimes a Genji deity just quakes on you. Punk for now, yet to invest too much. Look at this, Psycho's in so deep. How's he managed this? Needs a rescue desperately. Vancouver Titans, come get your boy.
That's a just kidding. That's a just kidding. Or now that it's traded, I mean, MCD will be back. Come get your mans. I mean, MCD will be back pretty quickly. Without Striker, though, I'm not feeling confident going into a fight without Striker. So we're gonna wait a bit.
Dude, Psycho's gonna take years to get back though. May's not a particularly fast girl. Doesn't have that experimental patch anymore where she could speed herself up with the old ice skates. Valentine for now poking away. And look at this, Vancouver Titans have been cowered away as they wait for the reinforcements. That's going to give Boston plenty of space to work with on the point. And now Valentine can play from over and have inherent cover.
See, Valentine wants to get into the back line. He does not want to tangle with a Reinhardt, but actually gets shot on an off angle from Shockwave, so this is a really good spot for him. He can also just run away. There's a health pack behind him too somewhere if the healing pad isn't enough. But Vancouver Titans did a good job of attracting attention away from Shockwave so we can get those picks, and Boston couldn't figure that out in time.
Yeah, Vancouver Titans also did a really good job of ceding space there and disengaging to make sure they had Psycho with them to be at full power for the re-engagement. I think that Valentine may have played that one a little bit poorly and could have gone up onto one of the rafters where you currently see Masa hanging out for basically free poke and to force Vancouver Titans to displace their crosshairs majorly in order to force him out.
Look at this Amp Matrix. Skyrippa's like, I got you, buddy. Shockwave is there. Masa's hanging around being an absolute menace. False chatting it up on the front line by himself. Boston Uprising about to walk into a wave of damage. Amp Matrix, but it's met by the blade of Valentine. He's going all the way to point B for this kill. And the job is done. Boston only have to deal with really a Lucio and a Reinhardt on the point. That's easy clap. Boston will get 5-Twuck unlocked.
The thing is here, Lemon, if we think about what we said about how this map plays like Gibraltar, the geography of Point B may be a lot more like Gibraltar Point A, but this is just like how you attack Gibraltar second. Boston Uprising have used a huge amount of their sieging utility in both the Nano Blade and the Tactical Visor here, and this means it's going to be far more difficult to break a high ground hold from the Vancouver Titans. The question that remains, though, is where False is going to try and hold this, and he's up close and personal as any Reinhardt should be.
Punk trying to find an off angle, but False, being a body blocker too for his team, knows where Punk is, and there's the Shockwave on the other side, keeping Punk marked. He jumps in, spots Psycho. Maywall comes up, but not the ice block, and that's probably a cooldown really important for the Boston Uprising engage. And the meter strike from Punk, well, that can be used defensively, but this tac visor used offensively as Shockwave sends Boston packing. No actual kills though. Boston were able to speed back fast enough thanks to Fate, but Punk didn't engage with the rest of the team, so they might have to wait a second.
And now with a Doomfist, you're going to have a little bit of a weaker poke phase here because Punk can't really protect anyone from incoming poke like the damage from Shockwave. And of course, Psycho doesn't suffer from damage drop-off either, so they can freely snipe away. For now, all Mars has to do is consider how to use this sound barrier. Do you want to try and counter barrier Faith? The question needs to be answered now.
Well, he said, leg day, watch this. Both sound barriers dropped. Vancouver Titans also have the Ant Matrix as Boston funnel. It's only pain that they're going to feel, and now the door is closed, so Boston only have 2 chokes to go through, where the Titans have a brawl and a slam with their name on it. False sees the Genji. I think even the Doomfist go past him, so False approaches the backline, gets MCD on his knees, and that's an easy kill. And without that healing, I don't know, Boston, what you thinking about?
Ref is camping us with a slam, and there's no way to block it when you've got the Doomfist as your only tank. You've got to interrupt it somehow, be it by boop, by punch, by sleep, or by some other nefarious method. Vancouver Titans have identified on the geography of this map that their rush is at its most powerful when you let that door close and you let your Rhine get close. However, they cede a little bit more away, thinking Boston, they might have a game plan for this now. So we change the geography, change the game, and make Boston reconsider their plans.
Yeah, Punk has to play confident here as the Doomfist, and everyone has to be on the same page as him when he engages. There are no second chance if you're a Doomfist. Your kit is very limited once you go in. Very little chance of getting out. Vancouver Titans on the high ground. You see Boston approaching on the left. Punk engages through the front. Valentine with the blade, and False is stunned up. Skyripper is dead, and there's really not much left of the Titans after this as Boston are cleaning house.
It may have cleaned the house, Lemon, but spring cleaning is far from over because Boston Uprising are ready to potentially just continue to sweep back fourth here. They've only got a Meteor Strike to do so, though. Vancouver Titans, they didn't use anything in that previous match, and that means that Valentine and Striker have both invested their major ultimate. Sure, Punk can be forced out here and made to use this ult early, but how do you secure this point?
Oh, Punk, Meteor Strike right on top of them as soon as the lamp goes out, and that's been critical of Punk choosing those engagements as Shockwave lets it rip with the tack visor. Now going behind, he's going to sneak up on MCD, who's already delivered the nano, probably to Punk. You know, you have very limited heals if you're the Boston attack, and 30 seconds left. The card is in deep. If you're Boston, you have to win it now. And Faith is getting pummeled. You have no healing if you're this attack. And Punk, he's getting stalled out by an ice-blocking May of Psycho, but the kills are still coming in. Striker's doing enough, and Boston actually secure point B without supports.
A huge clutch there from Punk as well. They gave enough time for Valentine to back out and find themselves a Mega. Here's a quick replay from Master on how they tried to control this area. But what was that? Punk is an absolute mad boy.
I totally missed that too. That's crazy. Boston, though, in point C, minute 30. If you're new to Overwatch, you get a little bit more time every time you get a checkpoint. Now, Striker, this high ground is really dominant. It's actually mirrored on the other side too, and you see Shockwave waving back. So Boston, how are they going to control this? They got a sound barrier engage, and Psycho has the Blizzard. He wants to take the fight close to the ground. You see False is waiting for that. Once Valentine has zoned them off, now Vancouver are left. Now they actually start to approach the backline.
Master has to be careful not to be caught in a crossfire here, but it's Striker who alleviates more pressure with the tactical visor lemon. However, Vancouver, they can disengage here pretty safely and reset for the next fight, which is going to be very much dictated by the Blizzard. There's no way to block this, but it can be easily escaped from by the Genji, by the Doomfist, and by the Anna if Faith saves this speed boost as a countermeasure.
Such a high ground duel between both these teams. Vancouver also had a really good sleep on the Striker, but he ran away too quickly. But now you have False going towards the Ana FCD with a good sleep. Faith activates the sound barrier, and Boston got to figure out, are we going forward or are we peeling for these supports? Both Anas traded out. It's dive, be dive. You're seeing it on the card. 10 seconds left, only 3 members. But Punk is stunned up, but defeats False with the help of his team. And Boston approaching the end of the finish line.
False's charges are being controlled so well right now, whether it's by Punk or whether it's by MCD. And look at this, the Nano Blade is good to go. Valentine in overtime might be able to secure this entire map for their team, and out it may come, Lemon. That's a reflected sleep, no way!
Oh my god, Valentine! And he's going after Masa. Oh, skate faster. And Valentine's like, you're not even worth it, buddy. Meanwhile, Shockwave has been on the flank of a sentry behind the Boston Uprising. And Shockwave actually got some value. He's got some picks. We're looking at the card. I'm seeing 3 of the defense. Respawn's much closer. Boston, we'll see if they have enough gas in the tank for this fire truck to get home.
Skiripper puts out the Nano. It's onto False. Spaced out for just a second. The direct there with the sound barrier, and Masters in. He wants MCD. Supportal combat, as Doyle would call it, goes the way of Vancouver.
Another gift, but Monster says, I'm the leader of this team, and I'll show you how it's done. Overtime about to wisp away, and Boston unable to complete the map. But after seeing the trials and tribulations of how they got the point, I'm very impressed they got this far.
Dude, that's such a sad continuum of events from Valentine, where you get given the nano, but you don't want to pull out the blade because you're still gambling on whether or not you're going to be able to reflect that sleep. Because at that moment, Boston Uprising knew that ideally they'd be able to plan for forcing out the sleep before the nano blade came out, but because there were only 3 people on the cart and they were in overtime, they had to take the risk of trying to have Valentine outskill Scarippa, which he did, to be fair. But after that, the nano had lost most of its luster and its time already, so when the blade was drawn out, a simple boop from Marsa made it easy to escape with that speed boost, and kind of left Valentine without any purchase to be gained with that blade, because the sad thing is, if you don't continue popping off on that blade, you just swing impotently at the air. You can't even use your shurikens.
And then, so you're talking about the Genji diff that happened. Also, the Soldier, the different styles that we're seeing from Soldier, where Shockwave, for example, was playing False, who was mostly on the Reinhardt there. And even in our previous series, where we saw Soldier paired with a Reinhardt, we saw a lot more Soldier sticking to the Reinhardt. But when it comes to Shockwave, this guy was in Narnia! Like, Narnia and getting value. And that's where Shockwave, I was like, you better not be too late to this party. Ain't gonna be no pizza remaining. And he still got back in time for the fight. It was a little sketchy, and Respawn's definitely helped the defense, but we'll see if a good offense can help Vancouver Titans close up this series, at least tie it up 1-1.
All right, False on the Winston, Punk on the Sigma. We've seen Punk Sigma over the last couple of Overwatch League seasons. Is nothing to be sniffed at. However, it can very easily be overwhelmed by a Winston Lemon and has to be very careful about its positioning.
Hey, the MCDZ, we were thinking about it. We had our conspiracy theories, and there it is, the full poke comp. But with the BAP Zen, you have a lot more damage, but also a little bit less heals. You can only heal one person at a time if you're MCD, but at least it's going to be fun with that Amp Matrix rips out from Faith. But for now, they're holding the point, and False has to be careful because once that Discord Orb is on him, he could be bursted down quite quickly.
Yeah, and it's not like there's going to be peel from a Diva either. Punk's gone too far, gets bounced there, booped out of the Immortality Field by Marsa. Beautiful control from the supports, and it's Marsa who just keeps on taking and taking and taking.
Marsa's so smart. Even when the Tracer approached him, he knew exactly where she was coming from. Shot her in the face. I've never seen a Lucio beat a Tracer before, at least not in my game. So Vancouver got a much faster point cap than Boston did. So we'll see how this pans out, because Boston got really stuck at this initial choke. So that's where Vancouver can make up some time.
Yeah, and Boston here, they want a nice long fight where MCD and Faith can poke away from range and utilize the double poke supports that we saw so often during a double shield meta, allowing for that additional shield damage. But the thing is, Fox doesn't really care about the shield damage that much. If he hasn't killed your supports by the time his shield is broken, he's getting out anyway.
Well, I care about Skyrippa and this Nano. He's locking eyes with False, all in love and stuff, unless he wants to wait for Blade, but the Psycho's kind of far away from that. We're going to give it over to False. He needs some more love. He goes right after Punk. Immortality Field up from Fate. No one's shooting it from the Titans. Punk is living enough to get healed back up, so the Nano from onto False didn't actually yield any kills. Maybe a bit of space if you squint hard enough. The Pulse is thrown from Valentine. Misses the Soldier he was going after as Valentine's getting beat by a Lucio. What's with Masa, man?
Masa loves it. Marsa is here to hunt Tracers and win games. And unfortunately, they're a little bit further from winning the game, Lemon. But Vancouver Titans look to be in a good position to at least try and tie this up in terms of the map, making good time thus far. Still 4 minutes on the clock, as there's going to be one more fight here on the second point of Midtown, which Boston Uprising admittedly are going to be well prepared for, with 4 ultimates, including the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, I think there was a disconnect with Titans there when False jumped in. I still saw 2 or 3 people on the cart in the overhead, so Falls, especially learning how difficult it is to play against a Zen. You think it's an easy target to wait till he gets his kick. Wait till Zenyatta can boop you in the jaw. But Falls has Primal, so at least he's conserving that. You're lit up with ultimates like Christmas morning. Vancouver, the time is now. Masa hunting for prey. Falls, Primal rages, dies in 2 seconds. Striker has the attack visor, and he's hunting down Psycho. So Vancouver, they got separated away from the flock there.
1000 HP means nothing to Striker. He's carved through millions in his time in competitive Overwatch. And it seems like Striker is very much, once again, ready to be the superstar of a team on the rise. This is where Striker began his journey and surprised the world with the efficacy of his Tracer. But now instead it's for Soldier 76 and the other hit scans, the wider hero pool that we asked of Striker, which is really paying dividends. Vancouver now ready with a blade, almost a nano blade at that fact, but you're still going up against both an Immortality and a Trance.
So False starts his dive, but MCD is set up so far deep, I don't even know if he can reach it. Trank hasn't even been bothered yet by MCD up until now when the blade was thrown from Psycho. It's a good counter from MCD as Boston Uprising are very stable at the back of point B. Now you have 2 meters where you're stable, so I'd like to see it take a bit more space because that payload is approaching 4 meters away. Masa with the sound barrier. Now it's a big investment from the Titans, but if it yields a win, that's what's most important. Valentine starts going after Sky Ripper, throws out the pulse. The Lamp had it coming. He looked at me funny, but Titans, they stand tall thanks to Psycho finishing off all the kills, and point B will be capped.
And one of the most important things there, Lemon, was Psycho understanding not to be greedy with a Nano Blade. They knew they were going up against the Transcendence from MCD, so they allowed for Punk to get low on the Sigma to a point where they could be slash and dashed that 1-2 combo for an instant kill and then get Psycho out of there and simply allow for a reset while MCD was forced to simply wiggle around in trance with that extra movement speed, doing a sad little wiggle of a Zenyatta. Now Punk has moved to the Zarya, and this means for access to the high ground is going to be even harder for Boston Uprising because guess what? Striker and Valentine don't have vertical mobility either.
And if you're new to beta, Zarya has 2 bubbles and really scales well in the long fights, but in the short term she may struggle as Shockwave. Struggle to just find a target, especially looking into the Amp Matrix. It's like looking into the Eclipse. You just don't want to do that. Vancouver Titans, 2.5 minutes. They're chilling. They've gotten a lot of card push for Boston just being so far back. Now the Nano delivered. False, paving the way. The red carpet made from blood. He goes after MCD, and Striker is next. Finish off by Shockwave. You're not even allowed to go home, buddy. The tickets are sold out. Vancouver Titans are just rolling right now.
And if they get more than just a little bit of distance here, Lemon, it's going to be 1-2-1. As Boston Uprising are nowhere to be seen, and that is going to be a completion from Vancouver Titans.
And not only that, a map win, Vancouver. That is a good looking dive if I've ever seen one. And I was wondering, you know, we got the diva at the start from False, you know, okay, go back to the tried and true. Go back to what you're known for. And then we saw some Ryan. I was like, oh boy, I gotta see this one. And it's not even because of False. It's because I saw a Ryan brawl in our last series and I was like, this is ugly. This is ugly to look at. And then the adaptations were happening and Vancouver Titans took so much space on point C that really Boston had nothing to work with.
Yeah, Vancouver Titans did a really good job there of just embracing the Winston. I know that Midtown, it's a little bit cliche to say, but Winston is so good here. And to leave Winston on the table is not ideal. And also, I know that you're trying to be cute with the old double flex support lineup that we saw. Well, it was rumored for a while, right? Everyone was like, oh, Overwatch 2 is going to be all about the double flex support, but it simply ain't as good as Diana. And Scarippa came up huge. But can they maintain that course? You'll have to find out after this break.
fight. The Danish Dynamo laying down the law.
Looking for it. Psycho's got another pull from to try and win it, and Anna gets taken down.
Rotation to deployment. WGS Phoenix swinging the pipe. Saved by Aztec.
Even Skyle instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A real bait switcher.
We're back going to game 3. It's 1-1 between Boston and Vancouver, but did your predictions hold up? Yeah, Overwatch League Pick'em is back and better than ever. Be sure to get your picks every week during the Kickoff Clash qualifiers to win cash and prizes like Overwatch League tokens. So you can get that cool Lucio emote where everyone dances around you. It's really awesome. And this year, you can make your picks on the Overwatch League mobile app, so you can stay in bed and still be wrong.
Speaking of picks, today, Lemon, our desk has been a bit of a hive mind, and everyone predicted that it would be the Boston Uprising taking this one away. However, the degree to which they would win might have been in contention because, well, as we've just seen, we've allowed Vancouver Titans to rush away with our second map of Midtown off the back of some very good Winston play and some really good understanding of win conditions. But on the other side, I think that Boston might have been getting a little bit too smart for their own good and bringing out some more weird compositions with Sigma that were very vulnerable to being outpaced.
Well, Boston Uprising showing their versatility when it comes to Punk of Sigma, Doomfist. I mean, what can this guy not do, including the Diva? We'll talk about our substitutions in a second, but most importantly, what I loved about Vancouver Titans is the pacing of their dive. You give them an inch, they take a mile, but they only taketh. They never giveth away. And Boston could never really match that up, especially at the end, and they kind of got rolled.
Yeah, I think that the sort of Azaya was a little bit ill-informed, especially with the lack of access to high ground as well. We saw an interesting continuum of play where Shockwave went for a 1 versus 2 against 2 people who had to come and push him up on the high ground, both for DPS, and that meant False was absolutely free. But now we've got to talk about different DPS, because we've got a bunch of subs coming through, Lemon, and this is definitely because of a map that we're going to be going to, which is Circuit Royale. And it feels like at the moment the understanding of Circuit Royale is very much that this is a sniper's paradise. The Widowmakers do incredibly well here, and that's why we're seeing Victoria and Aspire come in, because I know those of you who've been long-time watchers of the Overwatch League certainly noticed Mr. 14-day contract Aspire over on the Toronto Defiant, maybe extending his contracts indefinitely after a surprise performance filling in for someone who I believe was ill and shocking the world with the accuracy of their hit scan.
And I know Aztec is part of the conversation of someone who is now a sleeping giant from the Toronto Defiant days, now finding his way to the Vancouver Titans and hoping to really prove that he is an incredible support player. And lots of substitutions, but we were talking during the break, how weird is it that Shockwave is not in on a Widow map? Because I thought he's one of my favorite Widows on this team.
Yeah, Shockwave is a really good Widow, but I think at this point when we're looking at newer maps, some of these Widows are doing a really good job of kind of scouting out their spots with their jump shots and knowing exactly where they should be pre-aiming and really nailing down the crosshair placement, and that's why we're seeing specialist flick scans like Aspire be brought in. On the other side, Victoria, who's been brought in for this one, Lemon, we know that Uprising Academy were a team that was built different in North American contenders. They made America dive again, but when they weren't forcing Itzal to be the dive king, they were resting on their laurels and allowing Victoria, often with a pocketed Ash, to farm up contenders.
And despite, having so many substitutions of tanks, Boston have never changed up Punk. The young guy lives on and on. And I'm excited to see how versatile he was. Now, he kind of got run over on the Sigma and the Zarya, but that's more of a pacing lesson that we have to learn. And Sigma can't be run on, and neither can Zarya. So I'm wondering, is Punk going to want to match that? But now that we're on a Widow map, this is where Sigma, I think, is going to find a lot more value because of the versatility of just being able to replace your shield in the lines of sight, getting in the way, essentially, of the Widowmaker's vision.
Yeah, like the Sigmas exist here to cyberbully the Widowmaker.
Yes.
They're like, oh, I've got myself an act. No, you don't.
I love that.
No. Leave this place. You are unwelcome. French lady. The Dutch scientists said so. And our secondary DPSs here are going to be the Genjis, looking for some finishing power here potentially, especially if we see some like semi-charged headshots as well. There might be some calls of X is dashable and then moving in to try and punish that. The main difference here is going to be in the secondary support. Both teams believe in the value of the long-range poke that the Zenyatta brings alongside the Discord Orb, but Faith wants to be a little bit more defensively minded here with the Brigitte to bodyguard MCD, whereas Marsa is all about raw healing to keep False alive.
Aspire, no peekaboo challenge with Aspire. I mean, he's seen some ghosts jump over that building, so he was ready. Now, this top left high ground is something the offense, mainly Vancouver Titans, want to have control of, either for Psycho or Aspire, who could see the entire road. But Victoria's going to have a lot more choice of positions to take on the Widow. It's really about how do you get around this False shield, which has been kind of annoying. And that's where shield management's really important for False and Punk as they battle it out. You see the Discord Orbs are actually placed on False and Punk respectively. So, wow, I did not know there was a third sniper in here. MCD, wow.
All right, it's the Korean sniper who strikes first in this case. Aztec is going to be taken out as well. MCD is the last Zen standing. And it was so important that Aspire survive on that angle, Lemon, because when you are on that angle and you force the shield of Punk to come towards you to try and cut you off, that's when Punk's vulnerable to being overwhelmed by False and Psycho in a cumulative dive. Good catch, Valentine.
You always say good catch, idiot, every time I bring a pulse bomb to you. But like he's never grateful for anything I do for him.
Good catch, moron.
Amp Matrix at the ready, but Boston Uprising want a big ol' hug. Transcendence, the saving grace from MCD to help Punk get back up to full as Victoria. He's taking pot shots at the lamp that was placed, and now Boston are kind of looking at this backline funny, and Psycho has a blade. He's gonna go tango with MCD. There's a reason this guy's in the lineup. His Zen is ridiculous, and I'll allow him to die there because he's been fragging out.
The headshots are strong, but unfortunately the blade is not stronger. False now trying to bully Punk out of his position, but look at how close Faith is getting, managing to slap their way through the eat, and now it's going to be a blade in the back lines, and Valentine forced to flee away by Aztec and their Transcendence.
I love them zoning blades. But you know what
it's
I
a
also
Transforce blade.
You know what I also love? Blades where the Genji lives. I think, you know, there's a silver lining to all of this. Namely also Vancouver Titans getting out of their spawn. I mean, that was a lot of time gone.
All I want is for the Genjis to be okay, Lemon. That's all I wish for. Aspire and Victoria will be able to match each other in the infra sites here, so there will be no secrets between the teams, and there they are, locked in sync. False can be the real decision maker here as we head in towards the last phase of a Vancouver Titans attack with this gravitic flux.
Valentine's playing with fire. He knows infra sight is up, and he's still just, you can't get me, you can't get my head. Oh, I'm deflecting. And this has just been a 1v1 that will never end. Meanwhile, Victoria's up on the high ground highway there, and Aspire has some good cover, but Gravitic Flux lifts up two. Falls clearing the way. Punk is very low, but Faith has Inspire up. MCD has the York on Punk too, so it's really tough for Boston to finish off these kills, and they're low themselves as Psycho goes and swipes left on both Valentine and Punk, and Vancouver will be capping B.
Valentine there had to go super aggressive to try and find some kind of clutch maneuver to rescue a fight after Punk was simply pressured out too far. And the unfortunate thing there is that it was kind of a no-win scenario for Punk because of the geometry of that final part of the payload's path on point A, Lemon. Punk couldn't utilize any physical cover once Vancouver Titans took control of the fashion shop, and that's exactly what they did. They reigned supreme and they were Gucci, baby.
I like that you call it fashion shop. T-shirt, I have T-shirt, they're in T-shirt, like, I don't know, it just doesn't...
Are there shoes here?
Shoes.
You guys got shoes?
Oh my god, shoes. But Titans, well, not only do they have shoes on, well, minus the Sigma, the Masa is an Amp Matrix, but Psycho just got his world rocked, not in a fun way, and Titans, we'll see what they want to do without him. Now in a 5v5, he can still pull off a 4v4. Now let's see if they have the damage of what anything left in them. Gravitic Flux, that'll end things, especially without Masa there. And Aztec only just got Transcendence now, and 3 seconds earlier, that could have been a good counter to the Graph Flux.
And now this is a difficult area to break, Lemon. The exits from the spawn are supremely limited, and Valentine has the timing in mind, but may have gone a touch too far here. Can retreat back into an immortality field if they want to, and anyone from Vancouver Titans who dares show their face is instantly rebuffed and disintegrated. And now, how do you break out of this lovely warm hearth and home that you've generated for yourself on second?
I have never seen a spawn hold here, and I don't think Vancouver Titans are enjoying it.
Should have seen the old spawn.
There's something about just, you know, if I'm going to be stuck in any spawn room, it's got to be the first one. But man, that's all the ults unleashing for the Titans. And Matrix, Gravitic, Flux. Uprising don't have any supports. MCD didn't even have time to use the Transcendence. I'm sure he would have wished to. But Titans, well, they get to actually go back to cart, but Uprising should be back to contest for point B.
And you got to remember here that Psycho doesn't have a nano to try and reinforce the blade. There's actually nothing to make it do more damage. No supercharger, no damage boost, only the Discord Orb. So Aztec might actually have to take a more aggressive position here in order to lay down Discord Orbs in an advanced dive position that Psycho might take with the blade. And that could be easily punished by Victoria.
Oh, here's Widow on easy mode, in for sights up. Faith is like, you know what, no, but I'm gonna put this cardboard shield in front of you and see how many shots you take. And there's been so much baiting towards Aspire of just peeking and then hiding again. So, and it's a zoning ability, by the way. Titans getting closer to point B. 30 seconds left. The best fight they have is right here and right now. Blade v Blade. Valentine versus Psycho. Valentine really hesitating. And you got the Transcendence from MCD also to negate with Psycho. So really, both teams at a standstill. But mainly, you don't have False, you don't have Masa. Without those guys, I wouldn't have hope either.
Oh, Punk on the flank here. No disengagements, no mercy, no survivors. However, Aztec fighting back for now. No one can touch the car, and I want to highlight the big boy Australian. The one from Boston Uprising who is kept on this team, Lemon. Punk had such a good understanding there of how to time their Gravitic Flux. They actually floated for almost the max duration of the cast time that they were allowed before that ult would cancel itself to make sure that Aztec, who popped their Transcendence a touch prematurely when they first activated the Gravitic Flux, was forced to use up most of the duration simply looking for where the ult was. And then, when the ult was finally cast, Transcendence had run out by the time the slam was going to be hitting the ground, so Punk could not be healed through the burst of damage. Or rather, False couldn't be healed through the burst of damage, so Punk got the kill. A really good understanding of the timing and an excellent fight read from the tank.
Just Vancouver Titans too just had such an issue getting a pick. And every time Psycho went in to do something, like Psycho Bob do something, he got either rocked by Punk, or, you know, the Discord Orbs on him from MCD. He goes to Blade, MCD has Trank, so Psycho's like, can we get this McD guy out of here? Because I can't have fun on my hero. And then Aspire's getting baited shooting Faith's shield. Aspire's getting baited by Valentine at the end too. So it's like, there weren't a lot of picks for Vancouver to really start a fight on. I mean, it took them several minutes just to get out of spawn, and it took them even several minutes to get point B. And that was after we saw Midtown be so momentum-based for them.
No, Valentine, don't do it. Don't swap, I wished it. Never mind. One day, Lemon, we shall be graced with Sojourn. Victoria looks for the cheekiest of jump shots, but Aspire doesn't seem willing to give it over. And Victoria may actually be tempted into their own go at this, and here it is. Over the top, will Aztec be seen? No, I believe actually may have caught a Venom mine there. I saw a little blue puff of gas.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Lemon again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hold it. But Boston, I mean, they're getting free space. So this was where a lot of teams on the defense like to hold that L wall where Punk is, and False doesn't even want to chance that. He's more dealing with Valentine, who has somehow snuck up on the left side, getting free shots, and if he gets Aspire, really anyone low enough, that's a dash reset, dash in, dash out. So they're very worried about what Valentine can do here.
And those dashes do considerably more damage to targets that are discorded as well. I think it's 65 damage while they are discorded. Valentine, speaking of which, very low dashable, but I think it's already been invested. And look at this, the cart's still moving forward, Lemon. Vancouver Titans, they are waiting so hard for a pick from Aztec, Aspire, or Psycho that they're giving away so much of the map to wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, Titans pulled so far back that they... Oh my god! The Queen! Queen! Yes, Soleil, Victoria! Let's get it! Boston, you're only a few meters away. You gotta pick. Now let's go and finish off this guy near statue. Okay, it's traded. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, Boston got a few more meters to go. Vancouver are down 2, and I don't think there's going to be a recontest. So that's a cap for Uprising.
Yeah, and that's why, like you said, Lemon, a lot of teams like to hold the L wall or the first corner in order to utilize the physical cover that provides and get a second fight. But instead, Vancouver Titans, they were so reliant on getting picks there, which Victoria continues to do again and again, by the way, even if Aspire is no slouch. But they allowed for things to get out of hand. You guys know the rules when it comes to snipers. One shot, then move, and Aspire knows that as well.
Carts moving around the bend. You got this high ground advantage for the Titans. You see Boston approaching, at least 3 of them off to the left side, as Psycho wants to take a flank, but Punk is going to keep him marked. Falls shield very low, but he's ready for the Gravitic Flux, and so is Punk. Punk's going to pull the trigger first. Falls is going to match him. Transcendence at the ready, but not being used yet by MCD or Aztac up until now. Now the defense reinvigorated thanks to Aztac, but they're still dying. Probably out of range of the ultimate, as Aztac is playing pretty deep right now. You have a pretty huge advantage, too, when it comes to ultimates if you're Boston, as the winning box of victory is in their sight.
Yeah, Psycho made a deep dive, was well out of a range of a trance, and Valentine's got in deep to put an end to this one. My blade is much bigger than yours. The 1,000-folded steel won't bend under the pressure, and the Boston Uprising will rise to 2-1 once more.
That is series point for them as well, and it came down to Vancouver choosing to fight at further back positions, so not getting as many opportunities to drain that clock. And then at the end, beautiful blade. I mean, both Zenyatta's at the end just being so patient to wait for big ultimates like this. And Valentine, I mean, that's a beautiful play of the game. Boston take a bab after a few substitutions, ended up paying off.
And Lemon, I can't think of 2 more diametrically opposed playstyles. What we saw on Midtown versus what we saw on Circuit Royale. Vancouver Titans seem to understand that tempo is king in Overwatch 2, and then they didn't take a fight on their defensive Circuit Royale. They need to have a long talk with their coaches of what they believe their ethos is going to be for push, and it needs to be coherent and unified. Can they do it in the break? We'll find out.
You were there from the beginning.
Leonard going crazy. Yes, and that's 4 kills.
You were there when we all came together to watch the best of us.
And now it's go time. An absolute legend.
You were there when legends were born.
Oh no! An absolute waste.
We were all there together.
Absolutely abominable.
Even when we weren't there together.
I can't believe they pulled that off.
You've been there for the daring.
What? Are you serious?
The amazing.
What the heck is going on?
The impossible.
You've got to be kidding me, man! What in the Lord's name was that? Indian up on the high ground. Who's going to stop Architect now, man? Nobody.
But now, the battle has been taken to new frontiers. And you've been called to answer. New heroes will rise. New arenas will emerge. New legacies will be formed. Will you be there?
It's 2-1 for the Boston Uprising, and we're going to another new map. How about this? We're going to settle it like Gladiators in the arena. I can't say Gladiators because they're not playing right now, but we're going to Coliseum, where Gladiators usually like to fight.
Yeah, we're off to Italy, but we're not going to be visiting the wonderful streets of Rialto. Yes, it is indeed going to be Coliseum, which is actually a super beautiful map. I've been very impressed with what the Blizzard Art team have been doing here, and this is a map that is very fun for tanks. My personal favourites to play here are definitely the Winston and the Doomfist, and I think that this is a map that's very intricate, like all the push maps. It's a map that's filled with little shortcuts, nooks and crannies to make sure that to be able to actively figure out where a team is quite a concerted endeavour. Information gather on push is very different from other maps where, to a degree, a lot of defensive positions have been codified and seen before.
I'm sure you guys have checked out what push is all about. There's a robot, push is a giant barricade, but what this game mode calls is that there's always fighting. There's always racing back and screaming back from spawn, because once you lose control of the robot, it comes crawling all the way back, especially if the other team's pushing it. So in that neutral point for Coliseum, it's a very long road. We've seen every composition, from Brawl to Dive to Doomfist to Flanks. So it's very important that there's a very long road, but there's also, like you said, a left side area of the robot where Genji, soldiers, tracers, anybody can make their way through. Speaking of very versatile tanks, Punk has been, talked about the Sigma, the Diva, the Doomfist he's played, and False has even shown off some Winston, Rhine, amongst other things, even the Diva. So I'm really wondering what styles our teams are starting to lock themselves into.
I think to a degree we expected a variety from False, right? Because while False was a off-tank by trade in the 6 versus 6 era, Punk was one of only 3 tanks. Well, 3, that's a lot of tanks. That's a lot of tanks that Boston Uprising have, and there are 3 of them. And Punk is managing to stay in and stay relevant on a huge amount of different compositions. We've got ourselves a couple of substitutions that are going to be coming in. Crimzo is going to be coming in for MCD. And I had to talk to our stats guys in the break, because I was wondering what the trans diff was, because I felt like MCD was getting a lot more value out of that ult compared to Aztec when we bought in for Zenyatta specialists, and MCD was getting 50% more healing per Transcendence than their counterparts. So that really shows how much more value and how good the decision making was from MCD that allowed Boston to take Circuit Royale.
And Boston also made players like Psycho look bad on the Genji. And I mean, Psycho did his best, but the accretions from Pung to the MCD Transcendence, I mean, name the counter, Psycho faced all of it. And then through the Widow v Widow, just looking through the stats, not a huge difference, but rather which fights did one Widow pop off over the other. We finally enter Coliseum. It's potentially our final map between Boston and Vancouver. But Vancouver, I mean, it's not a 3-0. There's still a chance for them to force a game 5. So believers, breadstick lovers, rise up.
The Pick'em Stonks certainly thought that Boston Uprising was going to be having an easy time in this game. The Vancouver Titans have proven that they are not out to once again be humiliated for an entire season. They'd like to wipe Season 4 2021 from their memory entirely. The Breadstick Bowl will stick in my mind for a long time as the only game that London Spitfire won, and these are two teams, both of whom have played today, that are really looking to get out from under the shadow of the last season we had in 6v6. Punk is once again showing off the Doomfist, and I would love it if this is real, because like I said at the beginning, the best tanks I think here are the Winston and the Doomfist, especially because the Seismic Slam area of effect is just about perfect with the robot's initial lane.
And a silly goofy fact about that robot is that you only need one person to push it. It doesn't go faster if you stack more bodies onto it. The robot be doing his best. So that's when you can see some distance between the backline and the front line because of that, and that's where Punk can maybe take advantage of that. Now Punk, already playing this off angle, has spotted someone behind them. Is that, yeah, Shockwave's running away, and that's what he needs to do is stay undetected. And Finch, at the moment, that Titans are ready. As the engage starts from Boston on a good sleep from Crimzo, and that's a first pick from Psycho as False continues to apply pressure to Punk, especially because he's low. Usually False wants to go after the backline, but Punk got all of that love, and not the kind he wanted. Great finish from Psycho.
The 4K from Psycho. Shockwave's going to deny the 5. How mean of them. But to be fair, Shockwave did get a huge amount of value in that fight by not only forcing out good amounts of movement abilities from Boston Uprising, but also great crosshair displacement as well, which allowed for advantages in the DPS duels, especially in Psycho versus Valentine, and that's reflected now in the ult charge. A Striker moves over onto this Reaper, who's going to be able to be buried a touch closer by Punk on the Zarya.
Oh, I love this Reaper Zarya business. You're going to try and bubble Striker or Valentine, but if Punk continues to play so selflessly, then what's going to be left of him, huh? But Vancouver Titans, they've already nanoed Psycho, who's bioed right now, an anti-yield, 62 HP. He wants none of that smoke. And Boston Uprising kind of trapping their spawn, and we're up to 54 meters for the Titans. And not much of a fight win for Boston Uprising. Remember, if you're new to push, it's the maximum distance or the full cap that gets you the win.
Psycho identified here. Vanano given on over to Punk. Look at him glow like a Christmas tree, man. Welcome to the microwave, Scarippa. Toasted like Tootsie Rolls. And Punk grabs himself a double. And just shy of a checkpoint here, Lemon. The bot will be turned around and the barricade stopped in its tracks.
And I like that Punk is on the Zarya here because there is a lot of fighting on a push game mode like this, so he can be constantly generating energy and becomes the third DPS when you're at that 100 energy Zarya. But Titans have to be very careful on when to call those bubbles. If 2 bubbles have been used and they're able to identify that, that's the moment to engage onto someone like Punk. Now you have the flank again from Shockwave. He's gonna try and run away. Valentine applies the pressure while Psycho brings out the blade, but it's countered by the Sound Barrier of Face, so there's not really much Psycho can do, and hopefully dodge this L that Striker wants to deliver to him. The Wraith has been used, the bubble given over to Striker, and that's where Vancouver Titans, once that Wraith is also used by the Reaper, that's an important cooldown to engage on. Meanwhile, you got the grab being thrown from Punk, gets up to 100 energy, but it's Shockwave with the Sound Barrier plus Task Visor. That is the real threat on the field.
However, now there's no Sound Barrier to deal with Valentine's Blade in the forthcoming battle. How fast can TS1 haul himself to that barricade once more and maybe afford Vancouver Titans not only a checkpoint, but a further spawn as well? TS1, of course, being the robot's name. In my opinion, that stands for Timothy Smythe the First. But it's a little bit difficult to say, as I just demonstrated. Nano Blade good to go. Valentine can turn this around for the Boston Uprising.
And 65 meters for the Titans. They're currently still winning. 4.5 minutes, though. What a swipe from Valentine. He gets the nano, but where is the blade? It's like peanut butter and jelly, but you don't even need it. And the patience to conserve an ultimate like that creates a new winning condition for your next fight. And Boston, I mean, they need a lot of it, because look how much they're missing in terms of meters. We got 40 more to go, boys.
And this is what I meant when I talked about all those nooks and crannies. Shockwave just manages to hide in the midst of the Colosseo, this Italian architecture. Got plenty of hiding spots, and I think that Strike is going to be seen here as they try and disengage. If a Wraithform could be forced out here, Strike is going to be super vulnerable to being dove by False, especially if False gets nanoed.
Valentine brings out the blade, goes after the supports, and they are Dunskies. Vancouver Titans, they got no healing, they got no hope. But speaking of that Reaper that you brought up, it's going to be about the Genji applying that pressure because a Shockwave. I mean, he's going to go uncontested, and the Reaper can only go close range. And wow, I guess Shockwave tech visored. He thought he had that.
He ain't got that, Lemon. He ain't got that. And now Mars is just looking to try and stop the bot as it stands, but that's a major offensive tool that Shockwave had that would have outpaced 5th generation of the sound barrier, which is no longer going to be available. Now we've got to look out for Striker. The usage of the Death Blossom here is going to be incredibly important when there's nothing that can really eat it. Maybe False can bat it away with a Primal Rage, but that's about it.
I don't think he wants to get close to the Death Blossom. I mean, Psycho will have to deflect it. You got a Psycho Blade, gets countered by the Barrier of Fate. As Boston hope to just keep up this momentum, they got the robot pushed in, and now the Titans are exhausted of ultimates. This is the year of the Uprising. They need to get up there, and that's where you can have the Striker Death Blossom maybe stagger some people out. He just got nanoed, but doesn't want to go too deep because those are the enemy spawns over there, and Striker ain't feeling that confident.
That nano was to try and purchase a little bit of bot push now because it's so close between these two, Lemon. That's a huge grab, and do you spin into it is the question.
Big grab, but how did Crypto die through all of that? Maybe trying to get a little close to throw
Assassinated?
a bionic grenaded? I don't know, but yeah, that's a grab that your team took an L on, and now Punk is trying to be aggro without Crimzo, and it's just not going to work out. So this fight loss is going to hurt. Boston have a lead by only 8 meters, but Titans should be able to make that up.
Should be able to, but they still are going to have to win a fight here, Lemon, in order to purchase that. And Striker's still holding on to this Death Blossom. And I wonder if we're kind of seeing a Death Blossom being used like EMP used to, where it's the implication, the threat of the Death Blossom that means more to keep Marsa from using this sound barrier in a position where it would save someone from a more vanilla dive.
Well, Striker just TP'd in the backline, received the bubble from Punk, and he's, I guess, trying to go after Masa's Sky Ripple, and maybe even just put enough damage into False, and he does turn around to do so, but Shockwave has better range than Striker does, and as long as Shockwave keeps his eyes on Striker, this is going to be a rough comp for Boston, but Titans seem to be winning right now, and winning even more, that they got attack visor, all the supports, but wow, that's a swipe on the Shockwave.
And you can see that Marsa still doesn't want to use this sound barrier, even at the most dire of times. And now there's only a minute left. TS1 begins to move, but these are scrappy fights from Vancouver Titans, where they are desperately trying to find the cleanliness of a win so that they can get this second one on top of the objective and finally outpace the distance that Boston Uprising have managed and extend this series to a 5th and final map. To do that, though, Lemon, they've got to contend with the power of anime and love in Valentine's Nanoblade.
Well, Punk ain't here, so no anime to be had. Oh, Crimzo! Did that nano even get delivered? I don't know, because I'm looking at Valentine this whole time. Valentine, okay, he did get the nano, but he didn't blade, but at least he got the sound barrier from Masa out. This is so incredibly scrappy. But 0.4 meters is all it's going to be take, or 0.8 meters, I should say, for Boston as Vancouver are approaching to maximize that distance. Keep an eye on that. Forward spawns activated. We have a tie.
If this moves forward, then it's going to be all Vancouver Titans. Yes, this map is almost in their hands. All they need to do is get Boston Uprising off of the cart, and Valentine's going to have to reach it with the blade first. Is anyone even touching? Yes, it's Punk who makes it there with a sound barrier as well, Lemon.
Oh, Blade v Blade. There's the anime tournament arc you've always wanted to see, but it's Boston coming out on top. And remember, this overtime wick will stay burning as long as one person from Boston are staying on the robot. 68 meters for the Titans, and they're out of ultimates.
All's fair in love and war. No ultimates on either side, Lemon. Punk's actually the closest with that hyper-effective Graviton Surge. Strike around the back, locks onto False, and now it's going to be Psycho who's under pressure, but Scarippa needs to be taken out from this spot where they're free healing.
Oh, Striker doesn't know whether to focus down False or to go after the backline. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. You can't hesitate. But Boston building up that energy, but it's shot that Leashia's attack visor, and he finds Faith on the wall! Pump goes down, but before the grab comes out, and Titans wipe away Boston and have forced a Game 5!
Oh, we're finally going all the way to Game 5, Lemon. Where are your pick'ems now? They are on mobile, I'll tell you that much, because some of you might have been breadstick believers, and Vancouver Titans look elated as they bring themselves by hook or by crook to the final crucible of battle here. And I believe, Lemon, we're going to be finishing off on Control.
That's going to be a fun one. Yeah, I was just a bigger fan of the Shockwave Soldier. It just gives you the versatility of range and even dealing with things close range. I felt like the Reaper on the other side was... At least there wasn't a pure commitment towards, okay, we're going to go after False, or, oh, we're going to go after the supports. We kind of got stuck in the middle, where Shockwave, you know what to do. He was always on the flank and always found value. So we're going to Game 5 in our first match. I cannot be more excited for what's in store. Boston versus Vancouver, Game 5 coming up.
Hello, I'm Zoe Schwind, and I'm here to tell you all about the Overwatch League Perks program. The Overwatch League Perks program is an essential part of being an Overwatch League fan. As a fan of your favorite team, it is your duty to watch each week as your squad fights for honor and brings home the W. But your loyalty won't go unrewarded, of course. You will earn league tokens while you cheer on your brave teams in blue or green or red or pink or orange. You know, they're all of your team colors, but they look black and white right now. Link your Battle.net with your YouTube account in order to earn league tokens, Overwatch League skins, and so much more. Overwatch League perks, sign up today.
It's time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Jour, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hat. Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hat, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
Our first Game 5 of the season between Boston and the Vancouver Titans. I am so stoked because we're also seeing some spicy substitutions coming from both sides.
Oh yes, it's one of the tanks that's captured the imagination of the owl-loving public again and again. Marvel has come in for Punked, and to my mind, this is just screaming out alarm bells to say we are finally going to see a Winston, the most played tank by basically every other team from the Boston Uprising. And Lemon, I'm feeling pretty #blessed right now because we do have that first map 5 in our first Owlcast. This one's going all the way, and Boston Uprising swapping things up at the last minute here is a risky maneuver, but one that doesn't have its merits. On one hand, you're messing with a comm structure that Punk has been carefully crafting over the last 4 maps, but at the same time, that comm structure's only had a 50% chance of working out because we're now 2-2. On the other hand, now you're going to bring in a brand new tempo and force False to ingest a bunch of brand new information in the tank versus tank matchup.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to the statistics. It's easy math. They're 1-0 on control with Punk. Let's keep punking. Let's keep the 2-0 streaks 100% on control if you think about it. But yeah, on Oasis, I mean, anything from Winston to Doomfist to if you go to university, then maybe even some Reinhardt Brawl. And even with Zarya's new kind of jump mechanic with, you know, the clicking and the right clicking and the jumping. I don't know. There's a cool tech. You can actually get onto the high ground on University. So now Zarya has better viability for high ground control, where Punk really brought all of it out. But now, baby, he's tired. Let the king rest. Let's bring a new king in and see if his only map that he's going to play today will be a 1-0 or an 0-1.
On the other side, Shockwave, who many would consider to be the premier DPS of the Vancouver Titans, has been subbed out once more for Aspire. Remember that Aspire was previously brought in for the 2 maps that Vancouver Titans lost. They were there, I believe, as the Widowmaker over on Ilios, who got outpaced by the dive of the Punk Doomfist and the Valentine Genji. And over on Circuit Royale, we saw Victoria be the more successful of the 2 Widows who were presented between Aspire and Victoria. So here, Once again, it's the heroes with flick scans, I like to call them, that Aspire loves to play. Those who have more flicking aim, like your Ashe, your Widowmaker, and of course your Cassidy now as well, who has had a significant change in Overwatch 2, as the dev team look to move crowd control away from damage-centric characters. The flashbang that was previously held by Cassidy has now been replaced with a magnetic sticky grenade, which works kind of like Tracer's Pulse Bomb, but only does 130 damage.
Yeah, Cassidy still, and even like kind of the same thing with Brigitte, who got their crowd control removed. It's still a threat, but more in the form of damage this time. And I'm liking that it's still taking an amount of skill to do it. Here is some stats about Striker. So this was the most exciting player from Boston and still putting up those numbers like that.
Oh yeah, no stranger to map 5, no stranger to map 7s either after 2 world titles being claimed with a San Francisco Shock. An incredibly powerful Tracer player. And Tracer at the moment is kind of caught between 2 worlds, just as she is in the lore that she needs a Chronal Accelerator to try and stick into one with. On one hand, Tracer is a little bit harder to lock down. With less characters having the ability to stun her with crowd control, Tracer can feel like an annoying little gnat in your backline who needs to be chased down by someone like Marsa in rounds previous. That's how it happened on Midtown. We continually saw the, I believe it might have been Valentine's Tracer being chased down by Marsa. At the same time though, while she is more difficult to lock down, she also has received a little bit of a damage nerf, only doing 200 damage per clip now instead of 240. And that makes those one clips a lot less reliable, because you need to hit every single bullet in a very wide spread.
Yeah, Tracer's still being popular amongst the Tracer players, of course. But yeah, she do be squishy, and Brigitte still hurts. Faith was, I think, the only player in this match that might have brought out the Brigitte, and that was on Ilios, the map that Boston Uprising ended up taking, and I think that was in big part from the level of healing that Faith brought out at the end. And Marvel is having some headset oopsie. So we're gonna take a quick break because we need our mans to hear how this loss or how this win is gonna affect them. We'll see you guys after this.
welcome everybody, the Boston Uprising.
Boston comes up clutch.
And it's been cracked wide open by Boston. That is incredible by Striker. He's finding so many opportunities to just flex on the opposition.
That is killer. Punk with the long range on Edison. A hook on Namasa.
Crimzo triples down.
Alley. Oh, that's a huge pick.
EMP bomb combo into the back line. Marvel, what are you doing, son?
It's incredible stuff from Boston. They're way overperforming. Valentine came alive.
I think this Boston Uprising team will be quite flexible, actually. So this is the start of many wins, in my opinion.
Okay, no cap. It's game 5. Like, actually, this time, Marvel has acquired ears, so we might actually get...
Marvel's acquired a tech support team.
Where do I get that? Where are my tech guys at? Okay, there's still fire still currently being put out, but, you know, once Marvel gets plugged in, man, it's going to be an ear diff.
Father Mineral, headset not working, come help.
Is that actually Mineral? I can't even see. I'm blind.
However, I want to talk about Marvel and not about his tech problems, because Marvel last year was very interesting, Lemon, as a main tank on a team that had a rare condition of having 2 main tanks in both Gesture and Marvel on the team. And we often saw Marvel actually being brought in to play off-tank over the established off-tank player that Seoul Dynasty had. Marvel had a significant amount of playtime on both Sigma and on D.Va too. So coming into this particular season, I thought that Boston Uprising, there's no way that they'd need 2 tanks, because Punk is super flexible, as we've already seen, and Marvel already plays both the tank roles. So at the moment, Boston kind of have this weird elite lab, this secret underground laboratory, where they are trying to turn itself into some kind of Franken-tank monster. And I'm not entirely sure how these hero pools are going to start to overlap, because I see Marvel come in for Oasis, and my mind says they're bringing Marvel in to play Winston. But if you want a Winston player, why wouldn't you have brought in Itzal, who over on Uprising Academy, we said they made America dive again. North America never experienced dive as ferocious as what Itzal and Uprising Academy brought to them.
I'm just more confused why they took Punk out. Like, do I gotta call up Mama Punk and be like, is our boy okay? Because I thought he was doing some incredible work today and maybe feeling a bit off after Coliseo. Didn't go Boston's way, so gonna try and switch it up. So I wonder if this is not only gonna be a different Winston playstyle, but maybe a different level of calling. I wonder if Marvel's gonna be the one that steps up to the plate versus someone else on the team. And really, maybe even the mixed comms, how is that gonna go? But Vancouver Titans, they've also brought back Aspire, so I'm expecting to see some more Soldier Genji on Oasis, with University being the only weird round where we might see some more Brawl and some May, which Vancouver Titans opted more towards when it came to Midtown.
I want you guys to know in particular as well here, when it comes to maybe feeling off after Coliseo, look at Masa and look at how much he's smiling. This guy is the beacon of veterancy to all of Vancouver Titans. While we do have a couple of players here who are on like their 3rd season, etc., in the case of Shockwave, for a lot of these players, they're a little bit newer. And for those who aren't newer, they haven't been as proximal to success as much. Like, sure, Aspire's 14-day contract went super well, but that was on a Toronto Defiant who were painfully mediocre. Here's Striker, on the other hand, the other veteran, who has been playing a lot of Soldier 76 this match. And we were a little bit confused over on Midtown as to why it was Valentine who was playing the infamous Tracer that Striker was so well known for, and it's Striker who's playing the Soldier 76. But evidently, the coaching staff of Boston have put a lot more value into Striker's tracking aim skill and think that it can be put to better use on the legs.
I would be so nervous playing Tracer when Striker's on my team. I feel like that's impressing my mentor. That's impressing a god on your team. But that's the level of trust that Boston have in Valentine picking up that role and the type of versatility they have on not only like with the tank side, as we mentioned like a million times, but also when it comes to their DPS. And I was kind of smirking because the players are making jokes about the Unco pause and maybe this beating the record. I would love to be, you know, not only the first game 5, but the longest pause, because that would be so cool.
I'm just saying, man, we had a pause on Ilios that was punk related, and the Punko pause took like 10
Punko
seconds.
pause?
Like,
is that what we're calling it? Punko?
The Punko pause is legendarily quick. It's like, oh, my headset isn't working. Take it out, plug it in again. Oh, man, sorted. That'll
Get
do
a
it right.
new one, forehead.
Get this man a fresh headset.
Well, Punk is like already napping in bed right now, so it's like,
Delivered by like Tom Brady.
wake up, Punk. We got a match to win. Yes, mummy.
Wake up, Punk. We got some Titans to burn.
And that's where, you know, big shout out to the big screen. The Dallas versus the Houston match is going down right after this. I guarantee it, because this is game 5. It's do or die. And we get to see ZP and Avast back on the mic. That's going to be really exciting. Last time I went to a Dallas or Houston homestand, it was loud. I think my eardrums got blown out. So it was fun though.
Everything's bigger in Texas. Even here in Old Blighty Lemon, I can feel the energy from Texas in their regional showdown. And of course, it's going to be the debut for both of those teams as well. A fully rebuilt Houston Outlaws against a Dallas Fuel that is looking to just iterate on what they did last year, which was incredibly impressive. It's quite the opposite to what Boston Uprising and Vancouver Titans did, who have both suffered from a little bit of mediocrity last year, but mediocrity hasn't been on the cards in this particular series. We have been experiencing some of the highest tier gameplay and taking us all the way to map 5, back and forth. And here are a couple of our highlights to remind you what's happened over the last hour and a half or so. I haven't even been keeping track of a time limit. I've just been enjoying some Overwatch 2.
Yeah, see, work doesn't feel like work when you enjoy what you do. And that first Ilios map was really fun, watching Punk versus False on their signature divas, to then seeing Punk bring out the Doomfist. And we went to Midtown, where False really showed the power of his dive and really the synergy he had with his DPS. Slicing and dicing away. Like you said, it's a back and forth series. In Coliseum, if you are just tuning in, was taken by the Vancouver Titans. Really just barely, only by a few meters in overtime. It really doesn't get closer than this. As we inch closer to our game 5, I am in the lobby. Do not say caster start the game. I swear to God I will find you, because I've already started it. And let's go into Oasis. It's nighttime, by the way.
Moisturized, chilling, in my name. Nighttime Oasis. Vancouver Titans versus Boston Uprising 2-2, our first map 5 of the entire year. And this is what Overwatch esports fans live for. Marvel is in, a main tank player, but a Doomfist selected. I know we are in our spawn still, so anything could be hee hoo hoo. Good prank, like and subscribe. However, we didn't see Doomfist, well, we saw a little bit of Doomfist from Punk. So I'd be surprised if they brought Marvel in to replace Punk playing the same hero.
Well, Marvel's gonna be like, let me show you how it's done, Sonny. I'm not sure actually the age gap, but that's what I would say to Punk, because he'll always look young to me. But that's good genes, and this is gonna be a good final match. Winston versus Doomfist, and not who you expected it to play. False, though, looked so good on when it came to Midtown, and how he's able to synergize. But now we get to see some Echo, and it's Psycho this time. We saw it back on Ilios, and it was kind of mid. But Vancouver Titans are gonna prove that once you align the focusing beam target, it hurts.
Psycho making Yaki feel a little bit better. Someone else is an average Echo enjoyer. Scarippa here, caught out without much cover, and Striker doesn't actually want to take that fight for long. Psycho comes from the skybox, and even with multiple stuns from Marvel, it's a big pick-off and a big loss of damage for Uprising.
And it's always important on control maps to win the first fight. A big defensive advantage as Marvel is going to be finished off or not. How is he living? Crimzo is pumping heals, so that is clearly his favorite child. But this focusing beam somehow does not finish off Marvel. And as Psycho got greedy for the kill, Striker on an off angle finishes him off. So I have no idea how Marvel is still living.
And And Marvel there just getting absolutely cringily pocketed by Crimzo, as I'm sure someone would say in comp queue. But Crimzo there did a fantastic job of keeping Marvel within their zone of influence, in their line of sight, and making sure that Marvel, when they were disengaging, was going into a good spot to receive that healing. And now Marvel has this charged fist for the first engagement, which has a much wider hitbox and can stun multiple people, to be followed up upon easily by Striker and Valentine.
50% in groin for Boston. There's the engage from Marvel. Punches out a Spire off the
Nano's
bat!
gone!
And the Nano is gone. The Skyrim just delivered. Ungrateful much. And now we're still winning the fight of your Boston Uprising. Meteor Strike's about to land on someone's head. Now it's on the health pack. That's actually the smart move. My Bronze Brain would have just landed on the Winston and died. But Boston still looking good, and they have a leftover Nano if this gets hairy.
Punch, and the Nano's gone. Marvel now heading up top. Aspire's going to be trying to contest him up there on the Tracer now of all things, but that might beg for Striker to go into a Tracer 1v1 later. A Vanilla Lano given over to Valentine, and it does allow for a finish onto False, but not much more than this, and Boston Uprising still in control. This point thus far untouched in terms of Vancouver Titans capture. Skripper's moved over to the Moira, hoping to quickly generate a coalescence over the course of this last fight to have some kind of clutch ability when there are no other ults apart from the Primal.
Spire almost died too at the start of that setup. They want to go towards the hallway, but Striker just wants to send them 6 feet under. The tack visor finishes off 2, and Vancouver Titans managed to flip the point, but you know, without Masa, without Inspire, how long can they truly hold on? Well, Fall says, I got time to kill. I got a Primal Rage. Psycho's like, I could copy you, but I only have a Doomfist to really pick from, and it's a 300 HP copy, and that's a difference that Echo has in Overwatch 2. We'll see what Psycho ends up picking, as Vancouver Titans really don't even need to invest more ults as they continue to pick off Boston.
The target focus is strong here, but remember that Psycho's range of movement is actually heavily limited here by the fact that the healing from the Moira can't reach up that high. Neither can Masters. Both of them very limited in terms of their vertical reach, unless Lucio actually makes the climb up to wall ride next to you and heal. No charged fist thus far for Marvel, just a touch of damage mitigated, and Boston Uprising here, they have the luxury of waiting for a Nano Blade with a Sand Barrier if they want it.
Ooh, Spy really wanted to finish off Crimzo there, but there's the copy. Psycho gets the Genji going. But can we get the Blade going? You got 6 seconds to figure it out. Honestly, zoning, staying alive is great, but the Blade has been summoned. 57 HP in a dream. Psycho reverted back to his Echo form. Zoned away Boston Uprising. We'll need to strike next. 30% left for Vancouver Titans to take the round.
And the thing is now, Psycho doesn't have the invincibility frame of a duplicate to avoid getting dove by the Nano Blade. Will be a viable target, potentially. Strikers in with the Sound Barrier. Counter given by Master as the main supports clash and McCall joins the fray.
Oh, double support ultimates, but this is the fight you need to win if you're the Titans. And Valentine shoved off of the point as Titans regain control. And Boston, they're heading for the hills. They know they only have one last fight remaining if they reset quickly, but Marvel conserves his life, and that's good.
What happened to Crimzo? The Nano could never be delivered to the Blade, so there weren't any finishing blows that could be gained by Valentine. Now over to the Reaper, hoping to bully out False, but a Primal's going to be given here. An extra 1,000 HP, and Marvel has to duck out of there as soon as possible. A fresh Nano on the Reaper Lemon, and the damage is going to be delivered on point.
Valentine was also given damage to the Winston bubble that False had placed right on top of him, like a safety cushion, as Boston have now invested a ton of ults, but still need to make the space back on the point. Marvel jumps in, and now the attention is on him, including a Pulse Bomb. Aspire gets the finish! 99-99, 6 versus 4. The Titans cannot be stopped, but they got to deal with Valentine. He's deadly at close range, and False gets the finish. Boston head for the hills, and the Titans are about to take round 1.
And while Crimzo may be able to win that duel, it's a consolation prize as Boston Uprising have the crown torn from their head and their throne kicked out from under them. It was wobbly anyway. Vancouver Titans, what a turnaround, and second Sound Barrier is always King Lemon. Marsa putting the newer player of Faith in their place and showing just what a second place finish from our last year is worth. And here's Marsa grabbing that second Sound Barrier, which was so important. I think they may have actually zoned Crimzo here as well, so they couldn't deliver the Nano to the Blade. Oh my god, Masa is actually a Chad.
And the A and Masa, the three of them actually stand for Alpha. So, which is the name of
M Alpha, S Alpha Alpha.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. That checks out.
But also that was a 0 to 100 comeback from the Titans. So believers, stay strong. Boston, 99%, could just not win a fight, but this is where we could settle it on City Center. And I like this high ground control, already from Striker and friends. False likes to separate the supports away, and he's applying a lot of pressure. He got slept by Crimzo, but False is still kicking. As Striker delivers the finishing blow to Masa. And man, Striker needs more attention from someone like False, because he is dealing major damage.
Yeah, Striker has been untouched thus far, really. Catches a random bullet right there, but look at this Marvel so deep in. The stun given over to Scripper, and the hand cannon easily finishes off the wayward Ana. And once again, Boston Uprising can play from a defensive position, but the real change between the geometry of these particular maps, Lemon, is that it's much harder to retake this one due to that central pavilion providing a huge amount of physical cover. And in Overwatch 2, physical cover means so much more than ever before, especially for supports who don't have a second tank to cover for.
And defending this point for Boston is going to be big too, because it's going to be easier for Marvel to just slam down from the top rope, John Cena style, onto whatever victim he so chooses, as long as he just, you know, dodges the Skyrip asleep. That's your major worry there. But Marvel and friends on the high ground push away the engage from False, and Masa gets thrown off into the abyss as Valentine gets that first pick. They get a 5 versus 4. I probably said 6 versus 4. I'm so used to Overwatch 1. But Striker is dodging Psycho.
How does he get away?
And look at the stone cold face of Psycho. I would be mauling right now.
He's got the movement, dude. You can't take down the champ, Striker. Eventually hunted down by Aspire after his legs ran out of energy. The mitochondria powerhouses of the cell were simply too tired at the end, Lemon, as Boston Uprising hit 63%. And they're well prepared for this next fight. They're going to have both of their support ultimates and almost a blade soon as well. And I wouldn't mind Crimzo not bothering to wait for a blade and instead just give it over to Marvel, so that seismic slam does 75 damage and slows everyone that it hits.
So the supports of Boston are on the high ground, and Marvel was set up on the left side for the cross flank, and Striker with the tackle visor finished off Vancouver before they even knew what was coming. They were still trying to approach the high ground, and what a massive fight for Boston. It's 90%. If they get any more staggers, this is done for the Titans. But False, the Primal Rage, has done a lot of work. The touch has to come in from Masa or False as the final fight will happen now. Boston hoping to force the round 3. Marvel under fire, punches back towards the supports. Uses the new block to charge up. False says hello. Marvel trying to go after Skyripper, who fades out into existence and slams down to Aspire, who recalls before dying. And Striker goes after Skyripper. Masa's down too. Titans have no healing, and Boston just has to finish what they started.
Any damage taken now, Lemon, is absolutely permanent, but Psycho is putting out good amounts of damage themselves. Valentine, the alpha cyborg ninja in this case, my sensei is much bigger than yours, and Marvel's fist is bigger than anything that Vancouver Titans can bring to bear here. Sure, the supports have arrived, but a well-placed slow from Marvel will allow for the flip over in a short number of moments.
Valentine's Genji has been next level in this round. And it's not even over yet. Boston haven't even capped until now. Now overtime is into effect. Vancouver Titans have to touch the point. They're climbing over the wall. They're doing everything they can. Marvel gives up some space as Valentine climbs over. No ults for Boston as Vancouver just want to live. Psycho flies above, hoping to get to the back line. Skyrip is trying his best to keep everyone healed up through the engage of Marvel and Striker. And they've lost Valentine through the process. Still 99 for Boston, hoping to flip this back over. Vancouver not doing so well with Psycho being down, but you got a coalescence. Skyripper hoping to make sure he can use it without Marvel punching him out. There's Marvel missing that, and the coalescence to hose him down. Vancouver somehow still alive.
This is the difference from the Vancouver of last year. There is the clutch factor there. There's the magic in their veins. I'm afraid you might not be Gryffindor, but you're at least Ravenclaw in this case. Boston Uprising now have to reset, try again, but what they can lean back on at least is that they have got the heart of Vancouver Titans pumping. And in this case, they might be more likely to make mistakes, overplay their hands to try and maintain dominance here, while Striker can make a play into the backline.
Coalescence from Crimzo. This is to spark up this fight for Boston. They paved that road towards the point. False is just you know, doing jumping jacks around with the Primal Rage, joins back his team. Aspire gets low, stunned up, recalls in time, goes to finish off Valentine. The barrier from Fate doesn't save them, but hopes to get the trades that they need, and Striker comes out strong when they need it the most. Vancouver Titans don't have Skyripper, they only have Masa for heals, and with 75% in growing for Titans, it's coming down to another 99-99 fight where Boston choked this last time. Will Vancouver Titans do it again?
Aspire and Master are dead though. The veteran presence and the big hits are gone. Pulse has turned up. They did have a charged up fist, but they don't have any health to use it with Lemon. The Meteor strike to the air. There's no fade left, but still it's not the direct hit that Marvel was looking for. Managing to get onto the point is Master and extend the play here, but Boston Uprising are all over it, and every single move you make is regarded with ire by those who begin to rise and have bought themselves an extra life here on Oasis, surely.
Yeah, the last touch from Aspire and then False, and no one else left. I promise you, that is the end of that round. 100-82. Boston dodged the choke, but we're going into round 3 of Game 5. It is literally do or die, and Marvel keeps locking in the Doomfist, and False was on the Winston, and it was dive v dive, supports falling left and right, and then the DPS, like you said it earlier on the series, the clutch factor is what's really separating these teams.
2-2, 1-1. This Lemon is going all the way down to the wire, and to a degree, while it might not be considered as legit as some of the regional rivalries, like Texas and like Canada, where you have Toronto versus Vancouver, Boston Uprising have always had Vancouver Titans as their boogeyman. Being 3-0'd last year in Vancouver Titans' only win of the season was humiliating for Boston Uprising fans, and now would be a better time than ever to claim vengeance and stick their flag in the ground here in Overwatch League Season 5, the first of Overwatch 2, and say that they are a force that must be reckoned with.
Vancouver Titans, they almost came out with the Pro, which I expected them to on University, very Brawl-centric, but then they saw the Doomfist, and it's very hard to close the gap when he's just constantly jumping away. False is back on the Winston. They've gotten the space. They pushed back Boston. As Vancouver Titans, they'll be able to cap first. And now Boston's trying to duel with Valentine and already poked him out of the fight, as Marvel's hoping to make entry just through the front, and Faith is going to speed him up. Valentine's following in succession, and Vancouver Titans might lose False if they're not careful.
I love that. A little bit of a peel dive there from Psycho, just to try and distract people, but Faith manages to chase him down, falls back up to at least half HP, but Marvel's in an unrecognizable position, almost here with the Meteor Strike, and should be able to start clearing out any of these scallywags, rascals, or rapscallions who remain, and Scarip has been seen from across the court. I lock my eyes on you, son.
Marvel's Doomfist is so fun to watch. We were talking about when do you bring Punk in, Marvel, Itzal, etc. Clearly Marvel has been mastering the Doomfist during beta.
Now the dojo, man.
As the Titans have a coalescence, Skyrim has kicked off these fights before with it. You just gotta make sure you don't get canceled out by Marvel, who just went in for a punch, got dangerously low. The Nano at the ready for Crypto could give this Marvel or Striker on the tax visor. He wants mini room control, but got zoned out by Falls, but he's gonna come back around. Full 360, Striker coming from the backside, and the kids! 4K! He strikes again as Falls goes back to spawn.
Oh, the prodigal son of the Boston fans has returned home. Did you miss him, Boston? It's been a long time away, but eventually homecoming comes for us all. And Striker's proving that there ain't no thing as motivating as home.
I sometimes get motivated by Fate dropping a sound barrier. That extra health, you can do a lot with it, except capture the point. Or actually, they still have the point, but it feels like Vancouver are trying to flip it once they do step on it. There we go. Now, Psycho is close to Blade, hoping to farm this up while Boston are disengaging. And there's the clip for the Titans.
And now Psycho is going to have a vaguely unanswered Blade here. There is no sound barrier, it would have to be slept, potentially faded away from. And Boston Uprising now have swapped over onto the Moira. All they need to do is force the fade from Crimzo, and Psycho should get himself a 3v kill on the Flexible.
See, no one is peeking from Titans, because they know Marvel, as soon as you hear that Doomfist charge up, you just I'm not gonna say it. I don't think it's PG for broadcast what you're doing to your pants. If you hear that Doomfist charge up, Marvel still found Skyripper through the fade and through the smoke, and Valentine is dead too. A 4v4, but a lot of heals missing from the Titans. But you see that False is buying so much time with the Primal Rage that the Spark gets to finish off everything. So Titans, one more fight, and they take this game 5.
A team that was crushingly mediocre or even terribly bad in 2021 in their first match of 2022 is looking to claim it all, and it's all going to come down to this one fight, Lemon. The same team they slew in 2021 could once again fall on that sword and have their throne collapse underneath them as we enter the final battle, and Marsa preps a sound barrier to dominate this match.
You've got double support ultimates too if you're the Titans. Skyripper close to Coalescence. Boston touched the point. Vancouver at 99. Coalescence hoping to hose down Marvel, who uses the Meteor Strike just to get back into safety. But the sound barrier gauge from Boston is so strong, the Titans taking an inch and they're going for a mile. But Boston, they slam in. Marvel knocked out cold without a tank. What can Boston do? Well, miss a pulse, that's one of them. Titans still at full force. Valentine, Death Blossom goes after the back line and still claims one. He's traded out. Titans missing False and Psycho. Can they hold on to this? Can they finish it off? Masa can't skate away from the suck of Crimzo as Boston buy themselves another fight.
The clutch strike, a drone strike from the heavens. Striker, Crimzo and Valentine making sure that this is going to go down to one final battle. And it might well be supported by Faith with the sound barrier. There's no point in saving it for next match, and it's going to be well outpacing Marsa here. It needs to answer the sound barrier from the Dragon Blade from Psycho. That's the main playmaking tool.
Sound barrier from FaZe, he can win the fight quick, but Psycho has the blade, he lets it rip, goes after the Reaper, but really his attention has been divided through multiple people, doesn't get a single finish, and there's a... No, do we say it? A C9? Do we say it?
A V9? A V9?
Oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Boston Uprising, take your game 5.
To be fair, on Reddit, a bit like, oh, my heart. We talked about clutch factor, Lemon, and in that last stage of Oasis, the clutch factor belonged 100% to Boston Uprising. With very few players available, with no tank to hold the space, it was the squishier players that stepped up. They dug in their heels, they held their ground, and they claimed that no, we will not be humiliated by Vancouver again. We simply refuse to do so.
But what a series. Game 5, round 3. Psycho's Blade at the end could not get just the starting picks that Vancouver needed to really turn that fight around, along with, you know, the objective. But we have one player that stood up above the rest. And let's show it. I'll get the drum rolls. You can feel it in your soul. It's Punk.
The old Aussie coming on in. And we didn't know how much playtime Punk was going to get this season, right? Especially with 3 tanks on the roster, and with a lot of teams appearing to prefer the Winston, and with 2 main tanks that would be a bit more suited to that. It was surprising to us that Punk would be the opener, but the huge variety of heroes that Punk showed, including the Doomfist, which was kind of doubled up upon by Marvel, has, in my opinion, really shown Punk to be one of the biggest superpowers this team has. And as we outlined at the end of Circuit Royale, his understanding of how to outtime the trance of Aztec is one of the things that probably kept Boston in the game at all and allowed them to move to a game 5. Otherwise, this could have finished on Colosseum.
And just looking at these stats, I know our stats people were dropping some major facts. Punk was just doubling the life of False when it came to Midtown, especially on his Doomfist. Like, you think you have Marvel and Itzal in the back room, apparently. And Punk they clearly are prioritizing flexibility, that Punk is prepared to really bring out anything. The only thing what we haven't seen is just matching Reinhardt's against False, where Punk still did really well on the Doomfist. And then they brought out Marvel, who is clearly maybe one step ahead of Punk when it comes to that Doomfist, or maybe is more proficient at these scrappy, chaotic fights, where we saw kind of on Coliseum, Boston struggle a little bit with.
Well, from where I'm standing, Lemon, 2 teams that may have been slightly underrated have come into this season and proven that there are no free games in North America. And the next one certainly won't be as well. It's going to be the big old battle for Texas, which you'll see after this break.
Welcome back to Game Break, everybody. I am joined here by Striker from Boston Uprising. Striker, congratulations on the win. 스트라이커 선수 오늘 승리 너무 축하드립니다. All right, I'm going to jump right into the question. So, yeah, that was very back and forth, and I believe this was the very first Map 5 series that we had in 2022. And I just want to say, how did you guys end up with the win today? Because I feel like it was really back and forth. What sort of gave you guys the edge towards the end? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 스트라이커 선수 이번 경기가 뭐 당연히 경기가 지금 5번째인가 정도밖에 안 됐지만 이번에 처음으로 진짜 끝까지 갔던 경기였는데 하지만 마지막에 승리자는 보스턴 팀이었죠. 오늘 승리 어떻게 거두시게 된 것 같으신가요?
오늘 이제 팀원들이랑 이제 끝까지 집중을 하면서 최선을 다하면서 이긴 것 같아요.
Right. I mean, I think it's pretty simple. We really tried not to lose focus all the way to the end. We focused up really hard, and we really just gave it all. And I think those two things led us to our victory against the Vancouver Titans. And also, Striker, I do have to mention, you started your Overwatch League career with the Boston Uprising, and you moved on to the Shock, and now you're back. I guess you call it home now. So I just want to hear from you. How does it feel to be back on the Boston Uprising? 두 번째 질문은 이제 어떻게 보면은 리그의 시작이 또 이제 스트라이커 선수의 리그의 시작이 보스턴과의 같이 시작을 해서 센쇼으로 갔다 다시 어떻게 보면 집이라도 해도 될까요? 집이라도 어떻게 보면 보스턴 되셨는데 그거에 대한 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 보스턴 제가 첫 시즌 리그에서 보냈는데 다시 이제 제가 있었던 곳에 다시 오니까 약간 뭐 고향에 온 느낌이기도 하고 네 그냥 그런 것 같아요.
그냥 고향에 온 것 같다. 알겠습니다. So,
네 그냥 편해요. 확실히.
Like I said, 편하다. 알겠습니다. Alright, so yes, I started the league. So the first season of my Overwatch League, I was with the Boston Uprising, and I feel like I came back to where I first started. Came back to where I started from. So I feel like I am definitely at home, and I definitely feel comfortable being back with the Boston Uprising. Alright, so Striker, that is all I have for you. Thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on your win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Alright, let's go back to the watch point wagon.
Wagon. I like that, honestly.
Wagon.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Thanks,
Wagon.
Wagon.
The watch point.
Watch my wagon? WW?
It's the best we got so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely room for improvement.
No, it's fine.
But,
A lot of
a
lot of friends on Twitter have been helping me out, so I got a
You got a bunch.
Yeah.
Okay, just keep on throwing them out at us, Danny. Keep on coming. Yeah, Striker looking good in blue once again.
Yeah.
Do you think that was a fantastic match though to showcase the strength for both of those teams? There were high and low lights on both sides. So let's dive right into a match review and discuss what we saw. I want to first touch on some of the subbing strats here from the Boston Uprising, mainly in their backline. Did you manage to make sense of it? Like, do you have a rough idea of when they utilize whom?
It seems like if they ever think they want to play the Zenyatta, they're trying to put MCD in, but if they ever just want to play the Ana, then they want to put Crimzo in. So Crimzo's been a phenomenal Ana over the last couple of years with the Dallas Fuel, so it's not surprising to see him in that role, and I think he had a phenomenal match. So that kind of makes sense. Faith was a consistent factor throughout all of the maps, and I kind of like what they're doing. We even got to see some other interesting subs for the Boston Uprising. Marvel came in that final map and showed a very competent Doom, and then we actually saw some back and forth where Valentine's coming in to play that Widowmaker as well. So I kind of like what we saw from Boston Uprising. We got a lot of different looks, a lot of different strategies. On the other hand, though, the Vancouver Titans, I think they impressed a lot of people. Some people were a little worried about them coming into the season, whether or not they're going to have made enough improvements to sort of step up to that next level. I think for me, the big standout was Psycho. You know, we didn't really know what to expect. We know he was good in the European contenders, but on that Echo, on that Genji, I think he more than held his own and really sort of very almost called that Vancouver Titans to a win.
I also really enjoyed the Shockwave living in the backline of his opponent's team. Just kind of
an imposter.
Yeah,
I guess.
No one notices. This is fine. So that worked out. It was great to see him back in shape there as well. I think Titans have a lot to look at and be proud of after this very match.
It's going to be interesting to see where both teams stand. Like, obviously, we've seen them play against each other. No one was expecting incredible things from these teams, but I think the bottom end of the Overwatch League and the top end of the Overwatch League have come a lot closer together. So I'm excited to see both of these teams coming up against those better teams like the San Francisco Shock we've seen so far.
Absolutely, and that was our second match of the day. Of course, we had a slight pause in between, so it felt a lot longer than it actually was. But hey, all the more Overwatch for us. It went all the way to map number 5, as you said, first map number 5. Then again, it's also only like 5 matches being played, so like, you know,
take those.
So we take those. And we got a banger coming your way right now as our third match, and that is of course a battle of Texas, for Texas. Are they fighting for Texas? Like I'm not.
For Texas.
Is it for Texas or off Texas?
The other team has to leave until they play.
Oh, is that how it goes?
Yeah, it's the rules.
I wasn't aware of those rule sets. Either way, I once again want to bring up that overall record. Just to once again rub it in. I get paid off by the Dallas Fuel to do that. So let's once again take a look at where they currently stand in their in Texas rivalry. Right now, it is looking good for the Fuel, but Outlaws definitely had some moments where they took a W as well. If you see right at the bottom in the grey out, like that's an important number too. It's 7-4.
Yeah.
It's not Outlaws 1-0, right? So like they can make it work.
That's one good Houston season away. You know?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's almost there.
Yeah, so I want to know. I think Dallas, I mean, all of us predicted Dallas, but is it outrageous to believe that Houston can run away with it? What does it take for the Houston Outlaws to get the W here?
I don't think it's ridiculous. I think a lot of us are just going with Dallas Fuel because it's the safe bet. We saw them in the 2021 season. We know how strong their roster is. They have Sparkle, who's probably going to pick up the Genji. I think there's a lot of great things to come for this roster. While with the Houston Outlaws, they're a lot more unproven. We haven't seen a lot of these players on this roster, and they haven't proven they can gel. And there's holes there. You know, Piggy is the only tank. One of them is the supports is going to have to play Lucio, so they have a lot to answer for, and they're going to prove to us that they can be that top tier contender before we can start buying into the Bucks.
Buying into the Bucks.
I already like bought on my script. Like I'm done for the season. I you know, maybe I've done it too early. Who knows? But there's an exciting match coming up, and all of that is going to happen live in the San Antonio arena. And of course, we're also going to have some old friends and faces there. Malik is going to be the stage host. We have CP and Avast on that cast, so it's going to be a banger. And I hope everyone out there is going to enjoy it. So let's hand it over.
It's like they're using the Outlaws gear, but they're secretly...
Houston taking on Dallas. These teams fated to fight each other again and again. The Battle of Texas, it's here again.
There's a new sheriff in town, and the Kings of Texas have been crowned.
Sparkle is out here getting a 3K.
What? A gravitic flux! Ridiculous stuff from Hanbin.
This is the battle for the Owl Corral right here, and we'll see who flies their flag over Texas tonight.
Piggy, he takes the fuel to market instead. It is the moment that you have been waiting for. Houston Outlaws going up against the Dallas Fuel, the Battle of Texas.
You hear the roar of the crowd, and it means just one thing. Live events are back here at the Overwatch League. ZP here at the Vast. We are live in San Antonio, Texas, and the battle for Texas about to begin as the Dallas Fuel take on the Houston Outlaws here at home.
And it's a battle that stood the test of time. I mean, we saw the stats beforehand. They've matched up a lot. And right now, Fuel a little bit favored. 7-4 overall on the record. The last time Houston beat them was in week 1 of 2021.
Well, I got some good news here for Houston. Not only is it a new game, a new era of Overwatch, but guess what? It's week 1, and if there's any time to show the Fuel that the Outlaws mean business, it's right now.
I mean, maybe a return to the old. We're back here. I had to fight through security to get in. They let me in finally on the official broadcast, but here we are.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. They actually had pictures of you. Do not admit this man, and yet somehow you're here.
It's easy enough. It's easy. I mean, not that easy for you. You fell down the stairs.
Yeah, I did fall down the stairs.
You were about worried about to be a solo cast.
Yeah, I was in a wheelchair earlier today. I twisted my ankle bad, but you know what? I'm here. The adrenaline's pumping. It's working.
Hopefully not for the worst. But this is going to be a very exciting matchup. I mean, it's the first land back in nearly 2 years. It's the battle for Texas. I mean, it's huge. It's humongous. And these rosters, they're revamped. There's so much going on here to where I feel like new game, new rosters, new arena, big stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of new stuff, and here's the thing, too, between these two teams. Even though last year was pretty dominant from the Fuel, historically when they match up, regardless of what the team strength is, these teams usually tend to play each other pretty close, especially when you involve the fans who are ready for some action here and now.
I mean, the desk, they were pretty favored. They were looking less like a watch point wagon and more like an oil field. It was all Fuel. Yeah. It was all Fuel all the time, but overall, I think that this should be a little bit closer than perhaps we're thinking.
Yeah, I think so too, and especially because, look, it is a new era of Overwatch, and as a result of that here at Vast, the early sense still getting comfortable, and that means there can be a lot of chaos involved, and when you have that, there's opportunities for either.
I would say Georgia.
It feels good being at a LAN event once again, right? And let me tell you guys, it's getting ready to only ramp up here at the Battle for Texas, right? Oh yeah. So guys, let me tell you, I really wish everybody watching at home could be here and feel the electricity here at the Techport Arena in San Antonio. And like I said, guys, it's only going to get crazier as we go on because this match is going to burn the roof down. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring our first team to the stage. Everybody, give it up for the Dallas Fuel. Coming out first at DPS, Edison. Also at DPS, Sparkle. Starting at Tank, Fearless. Starting at support, Yielder. Also at support, Gio. At DPS, Jour. At Tank, Hanbin. And last but certainly not least, at DPS, Gordio. Make some noise for your Dallas Fuel. Man, this team is stacked, right? This is a stacked team. We can't, no cap. These guys are really good. Championship contenders. But let me tell you who they are not. They are not the home team. Everybody make some noise for the Houston Outlaws.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Coming out first at DPS, we have Merritt. Also at DPS. At our man, Piggy. One more time for the Houston Outlaws. Oh yeah. Starters, go ahead and take your seats. Man, the tension in here is nuts, so I'm gonna go ahead and send things back over to our casters. ZP and Abbas, take it away.
Thank you, Malik. The energy in here, Vast, is electric. Everyone waiting for these teams to go at it. And one thing of note there in the intro, a little bit of a player name change. It's no longer Iris. It's now Iris. It's gone from eyes to ears.
We were talking about that in the dugout, in the green room beforehand. The GM of the Outlaws came in, it's like, it's Iris now, guys, not Iris. So he's now the player formerly known as Iris.
Yes.
He's kind of an artistry type of move that he's doing there. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, it went from LR15, which was honestly a casting mistake, but turned into a meme, into Iris, now Iris. It's just the evolution season by season.
It is. It is very much, it's like to see the progression there. In each album drop that happens, he's going to come up with a different name for each different season. But overall, we saw the rosters.
Yes.
The starters are going to be the interesting point here when we start looking forward into the match, because we've seen some stuff that's pretty interesting. I mean, referring even to our last match, we had Marvel coming in on the Doom, right? So there's really a lot of chance here where we can look forward and see players on roles we weren't expecting.
Well, one of the big things right now is just wondering who the stars will be and why, because teams are in flux. They didn't know who would exactly be great in 5v5, but now we're going to take a look at the Outlaws starting roster to see just who the 5 are going to be. And there it is. Any surprises for you here, Master, as expected?
I mean, well, something to look at. Dante is on tank.
Wait.
Dante is on tank.
What? Wait a second.
How about you take a quick look at that one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm just trying to say
look closer.
No, I think
He's
that's
on
real.
tank. So, I mean, what I'm expecting here is Dante Doom.
Yeah, I think that would make sense given his hero pool and history, but this is throwing me way back. I'm just like, hydration? You're back?
The Dante fist?
Yeah,
it's here. I mean, everything else, I think, matches up. We're going to be expecting to see Pelican all the time. Merritt, of course, a very hyped up player coming through, you know, the counterpart to Kilo from Road to Blast. And then support line, they only have 2. So you can't really do too much. And Jake's now moved to a full coaching position, so he can't just break his way back in.
That's right, Jake has re-retired. Where the last time I casted here in a Houston home game, retired.
But now he's gone. So overall, I mean, Edison and Sparkle. Now, Edison, newcomer to this team, been around the league, been around the scene for a bit, had kind of an underwhelming year with Atlanta previously, but a lot of hit skin firepower. And last year, that's kind of what Dallas lacked previously because of the exit situation, you know, medical problems. And now they have a player that can fill that gap for them. And he hasn't been seen on stage for a bit, but I'm still pretty high on that player.
Yeah, Edison's one of those players where you always look at his career and you wonder, has he obtained his true peak in the Overwatch League? Because you think about all the hype Edison had before coming into the league, I don't think he ever quite lived up to those levels, but you take a look at all the other players on the field that are surrounding him. If there's any team where a player with natural talent will succeed on, it's a Dallas Fuel.
I mean, this roster is primed. It's a reason that they are looking so favorable as we look forward throughout the year, because Rush, with his head coach position, he is the learner of all things. He is omniscient. He understands the meta faster than many even understand there is a meta at all. And then he makes the next meta, and he keeps evolving. And that's the thing, is that he's been kind of setting the pace, is what the internal scrims and the internal dialogue has been, is that Rush and the Fuel have been setting the pace for Overwatch 2 at the competitive level.
That's right. If you look at the Scrimbucks exchange, they are on the top. They have all the Scrimbucks. They have everything.
Now, never trust the Scrimbucks exchange. Yes. It is a falsified economy. It will lead you astray. Don't believe it. But there is some kernels of truth in there.
Yeah, you're saying this. I'm just wondering, what are your own investments in the Scrimbucks exchange? Why are you telling people not to? I mean, I don't know.
I'm not a public official.
Okay,
I don't have to classify. I don't have to show everything. I don't have to divulge that information.
I'm just saying you're in the know.
I am in the know, but maybe I'm also not in the know. Can't let you know legally. But either way, I think that this team is going to be extremely important to watch, not just now, but throughout the year, because they are going to be someone that's setting that meta often and looking to see what sort of innovative ideas they come up with. And finally, they don't have any holes in their roster. They have no big gaps in the roster at all. If anything, Outlaws have a hole in the roster with Lastro moving on to that main support.
Yeah. But yeah, you think about the history between these two teams, and it's just been good in terms of scheduling that we've always been able to have great battles for Texas, even if we have online, but also in person. We match it up, we go, hey, we know the Texas fans really love their teams, let's have them fight each other.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw. I mean, and also, what a better way to do it than starting off the year with the Battle for Texas at our first LAN event back in like 2 years. It's just an incredible moment, I think, overall for the scene to be back here. And in San Antonio, which is, I haven't been back here in a long time, so it's kind of shocking to come back here, honestly. I've missed it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been here at all. I think, honestly, the first time I was aware of San Antonio growing up is that, wow, that Spurs team's kind of interesting. The Tim Duncan guy, not very entertaining, but good at basketball, and that was kind of the end of it. But it's been really cool to come out here, see San Antonio in person, and certainly a lot of other people felt the same way, where you listen to the crowd. Not only a lot of Houston fans, but a lot of Dallas fans made their way here, too.
I mean, the fans are getting ready to pop off here in the arena, and as they should be. This is going to be an extremely interesting match. This is a match where I feel like when we think of like a capstone event to the day, this is it. We're in the arena, we have rebuilt rosters, new game. It's exciting.
Yeah, and who knows what's going to happen, where, yeah, again, you go to Scrimbucks Exchange, a lot of people go, the Dallas Fuel, this is going to be theirs to take. But it's never that simple, especially in a new game, and especially with all the pressure that comes with playing in front of a live audience, and that's what makes events like this so special.
I mean, we were talking with Jake earlier, right before the match, and he said, don't underestimate us. I won't give you the shoulder. That's reserved for another coach. I won't give you the shoulder. But, still, on the other way, they're keeping a lot in reserve, and they have a lot of mechanics on this team.
Also, I'm happy for that because, a coach does need to believe in their team. It would have been real depressing if we ran into Jake and Jake just said, there's no way we're going to win. I don't know. I'm just getting the paycheck. You want to hang out later? Okay. But I don't think that's going to be the case at all. I think the Outlaws definitely stand a good chance here just for all the things we've already outlined.
Yeah, I think for this team, it's interesting because they have some gaps in the roster, but they have such great overall talent. It's particularly Pelican. I mean, getting that Rookie of the Year before, the guy is a monster. Yes. The guy is an absolute monster. You should be excited to watch him on this team. You really should. And Merritt, no slouch either. Yeah. These are two players, especially when we think about how DPS-driven the game is going to be. You have to watch out for them.
Yeah, I think with how Overwatch 5v5 has evolved and how we've seen, impact plays come about, the fact that the Outlaws were able to land Pelican in the offseason, one of the most hotly contested free agents on the market, one of the biggest things they were able to do.
And just remember as well, as we're looking at the stats here yet again, Fuel still have the overall lead in terms of their matchups, 7-4 overall their record versus the Houston Outlaws. But also what's interesting is that their last matchup was in week 13, where Fuel 3-0'd the Out. Vengeance. I mean, the deadly gas here in the arena. it's Overwatch 2 EM. Yeah, it's here, and it's filling all of our senses. So hopefully it also alleviates some of your ankle pain.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm not feeling as much when I mention it, just bringing it up. But we're going to bring up something way more entertaining, and that is the maps. Oasis is going to be where we're kicking it off. And also, you take a look there if you're just tuning in, 2CP. It's gone.
Been yeeted into the sun.
Yes.
Watch how you yeeted yourself down the stairs. I'm going to keep making jokes about this the entire time. No one saw it, but I saw it. But it's gone. We've been replaced with Push. A very interesting game mode here. But hopefully we can get to it. I'm hoping we do. I'm thinking a map 5 banger. But Oasis, going to be a great first test for this squad because it's going to be Lastro on this Lucio, and we're going to see a lot of those mechanics because right now, main support and Lucio in general, it's something that's so important when you watch the peel, when you watch the pace of these fights. You have to be keeping a lot of eyes on the cooldowns for your main support player.
Yeah, you really do. And look, Lastro is a player that has always been incredible mechanically. Anyone sleeping on Lastro thinking, he's going to main support, won't be good.
So we are rolling out here. The crowd is going wild. Fuel playing the comp that you probably expect them to see here. That is Sparkle on the Genji, Edison on the Tracer, so a full dive setup, and Outlaws, Pelican on the Echo. And Merritt probably not staying on that sim. It's not
And we're talking a little bit going, why is theory was correct. The brain a little bit large here today. Last throw at the finish, and the Outlaws fighting tooth and nail.
And you see there's that backline dive. The race with both backlines happening. Counter peel coming out, but Outlaws coming ahead right now. And Dante really playing well, coming back to help that backline get those picks. And this is going to be the first cap going the way of the Houston Outlaws. And when you watch that first fight, it's so important here as we look forward. You have to watch the position of the DPS. You have to see who's being removed from position, who's getting poked, where's the dive coming.
So the Outlaws in control. The Fuel right back on it, looking for the high ground early. Lastro here in the back, a little bit of pressure. Dante's so low! Sparkle chases him down, ends up with a nice little two-piece. And the Fuel right back to the pile though. Fearless low, Sparkle low, but there's too many down. The Outlaws, they're just gonna go for the regroup.
2 down early, and Fuel getting control of this point. And once again, the isolation, so important for the DPS. You have to make sure that you're not getting caught out early, and that's exactly what happened to Dante. It's what happened to the other player. And now Fuel setting up on point. They have the nano available. They're getting close to the visor, but still pretty close. But they have an opportunity, a window here before Outlaws have anything else. Pelican going here from the side. Here's the dive.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Focus being out, looking for Fueler. This time though, Fueler gonna stay alive as Dante focused down again. The Fuel strategy of Ast right now is to go for Dante early, and the last 2 fights he has not been able to get away.
And Fuel using that nano to great advantage. Now they need to clear up here on the point. Iris is still alive, a lot of sustain, but they should be able to get some of these kills. They're not getting them. They're still just staying alive, playing it slow, but this is still point control for Fuel. They're building up towards their ults, but Lastro going to have that beat available for Sparkle's Blade and for the visor for Edison. And look at this isolation again on the Fielder. So smart from the Outlaws.
Someone please protect Fielder. Stop letting this happen. The beat used by the Outlaws. They dive on in. Chio out of the fight. And the Outlaws still looking awfully healthy here. Dante not getting focused down this time. Edison, blue tack visor in the middle of it, got one. But the Outlaws now, they're bringing it to point. They're looking to flip. The Fuel still looking for anything with Edison down. That should be it.
Point going the way, and it's so scrappy here. It's so important to think about as we move to this 5v5 setting for Overwatch 2. There's going to be a lot of fights happening everywhere.
Yes.
And you have to be watching for that isolation again and again and again instead of for these dive setups here. As Sparkle now still holding on to the Blade. There's no beat anymore, so for Outlaws, they should really be looking to go aggressive here. They can't be letting Sparkle get tons of value with this Blade, but also, as long as they save their cooldowns, the Blade will not get a ton of value. They can just run
again.
away.
Fielder, looks to the sky. You have Pelican coming in. Dante sets the tone on Edison. 5v4. Lucio Clone out. Sparkle cuts Merritt down in the back. Back down to 4. Outlaws still in control of the point. Fuel now going towards the high ground. Heavy pressure onto the top. Pelican gonna grab the beat and can't hit the ground. The beat does not come out. Still though, Outlaws in the fight, in control. Pelican under pressure, shot down by Edison with a bit of Winston pressure to boot.
And considering the ult available, that Blade available, that was well played from Outlaws. They peeled back, they played it slow, they negated the value of the Blade, but the problem is that Fuel got so much space that they're able to just punish everyone else, get back to the point, clean it up, and now they're holding on to Nano, about to have a Primal. They have a lot of options here to just catch Outlaws early as they come to the point.
Meanwhile, for Outlaws, they gotta go back to the wall again, and Pelican could take down Fueler from the enemy. Dante finds Sparkle! And early pickup on this life, he's gone! The revenge! Fielder watched the sky and clipped the bird's wings!
And now there's the auto pressure there. The Primal gonna be invested. Can Fearless get more? He's been seen it. We've seen him do it before with the Winston. He gets a lot of value. They're on the Soldier. Can they find him? They are gonna get him, but still, they have to make sure this point's contested. They have to wait for their spawners.
99% now for the Fuel. Outlaws though, still very much able to contest. Merritt out of the fight. Fearless down. Pelican right back in. And the Outlaws a little bit more on the point here. Sparkle looking for a little bit of poke. Has to be careful. Has to play his life. Being playing his life. Edison in the sprint out. There's Dante just barely gets away again. Dante's been public enemy number 1, but for now he survives. Looking for a little bit more. 88% towards the Meteor Strike. Here comes a Nano in from Iris, and Edison cannot run away from that. Dante making good use, punching back in. I'm not sure his bloodlust is sated.
I mean, that's honestly the best case scenario there for Fuel. They were able to run away, only lost 1 to the Nano. No Nano available for this next fight. Sparkle close to an ult. Edison close to an ult. They have 2 great ults here. So much of this again is on Dante, on this engage.
And Dante, he has a Meteor Strike. It's a nice little safety blanket after you move in. He's waiting. The Fuel don't have much time. They gotta start contesting. Dante, he chooses the engage. Power block early. Meteor Strike still in reserve. Looks for it. Heavy pressure. Jumps to the sky. Is he gonna get anything? No. Dallas still at full fuel until gets flipped. Edison caught on the side. Dante still finds his man. And the Outlaws clean it up. Round 1 gonna go their way.
absolutely beautiful from the Outlaws. Dante on that Doom is making the most of that brawler presence, that rework we've had into Overwatch 2. And we saw as well, there was a 3-man anti-nade that came out. A 3-man anti-nade that allowed them to set up there from Iris, and that was so important. When we watched the honor value earlier, there's a bunch of matches, including like Finn for the Shock. You see how much value he gets from those anti-nades. It negates the value of the heal station for the Soldier. Make sure you can't stay alive when that's a stain.
Yeah, your Ana is one of your absolute most important players right now, just because of ask you about here at Massive.
So I kind of like both.
Well, we got Doom here from the Fuel. The Fuel making a little bit of adjustments, and just like with Dante, Doom, public enemy #1. Doom goes in, gets beaten up, but does get away. The Fuel now rotating the outside Edison, catches a little bit of purple from the Bionade. Under heavy pressure, Dante in, also purple. Iris, Sparkle gets caught. And now the Outlaws on the power play. They get Edison. They're still all healthy. That's going to be first point control for the Outlaws.
I mean, look at Iris go. Another huge anti-nade there. Dante setting up the pummel, and then here comes the punch from Iris. Every time it's the 1-2 combo. They're using those nades to such great effectiveness. And that's the value as well. When you don't have a D.Va, when you don't have a Zarya to negate any of that value there, you can set up these constant engages.
The Fuel now on the back foot. Outlaws in firm control. And now you look towards Fearless here. We're again not on the Winston anymore. On to the Doom. Dante, keeping high look at his counterpart. Oh, here we go again. Pelican in on the flank. Dante's already grabbed Geo, and Pelican gets Fielder. The flank coordination there, supplied.
And you see, this is the value here of the Echo. You can go for these long flanks, float down above them like a falling leaf, but a leaf that does massive amounts of damage. And once again, the nade comes out from Iris, or from Iris, I should say.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Avast. This is Overwatch 2. It's 5v5. You can't go, oh, just throw a D.Va into the mix if you're not willing to commit to D.Va as your main tank. If you're Fielder, how do you stay alive aside from Miracle Sleep Darts?
I mean, realistically, Chio has to be making sure they're saving those speed boosts. The boops have to be on point. There's so much value here in just trying to save that speed boost, honestly, from the disengage. See Fuel trying to get, but Fearless, he's off the map.
Fearless is gone, and that
goodbye.
That negates Edison's pick a little bit. Edison had a great pick, but now it's 4-4, and being down a main tank in Overwatch 2 is real tough. Main tanks set the tone in a way that, you know, arguably more so in Overwatch 1. Now Dante under a little bit of pressure. Meteor Strike about to be up once more. Nice little hello. The Fearless is Fearless here in the back. Dante still has Meteor Strike in reserve. Last row is down. Where the Outlaw's gonna burn here. The Nano is out. Fearless is gone. And Merritt comes in off the flank.
It's so much value right now from the engages from the Outlaws. Sparkle still does not have a blade. He still does not have a blade. They've already used the Nano as well. And the issue here is that he can't find a blade because his backline's dead too fast. They never have the engage first. They're just getting engaged upon.
Yeah, and the other thing here too is that, you know, for two teams that are looking for the backline, Sparkle can't really easily peel back and deal Pelican. I mean, that's not usually a target that Genji's trying to go after in these situations. But here we go, the Fuel. Last chance to bring this map back. Sparkle has the blade. It's been a long time waiting. The beat is out. Sparkle, where are you gonna go? Sleep in early. Fielder takes down Merritt. And the Fielder holding on to the blade. They think they can win without it. It's a gamble, Bass, but something you gotta take in this situation.
I mean, they absolutely have to take this gamble. Sparkle, though, getting a little low, a little split. That's a great sleep. The blade's gonna have to come out now. There's the blade onto the backline. Finds one. Can they get the second? Not quite. A lot of good damage, though.
Looks for Dante. Says, you know what? I'll slice you up. I didn't even know you were there, but I'm going for it.
And this is a great, oh my, and they find Sparkle there as well. Oh, they have to get Pelican. They can't let him live.
He's living.
He's living.
He's beaming. He nearly gets Lucio.
He lives, so now they get to recontest his point. They don't have Sparkle alive.
This is tough here for the Fuel. They got to throw a body on the points. It's the age-old strategy. It's overtime ticking down. Who's going to touch? You don't want to be a Leonard number, not in this situation. And now Dante, under pressure, gets purpled early. Somehow gets away. Dante, an escape artist. And this is okay for the Outlaws. They have a little bit of point progress to give here, Bass. And is Pelican going to go away too? No, not quite. Fearless, shut that one down.
This should be some cleanup here for the Fuel. Though, as I say that, Fearless is taken down. They're going to have to back up here a little bit. They don't have that tank anymore. Nano about to be up for Fielder. But look at this old battery. This old battery, this old bank in general, is not really...
Oh no, Soldier! Caught by Dante again! The tank, dude, a nice little extra boost. Dante does it in! 2 down! And the Outlaws well on their way to claiming the first map here in San Antonio.
And you see Fearless trying to find one, trying to find any, can't find anything at all. And Outlaws getting the picks, looking like they're taking map 1. And what a beautiful engage from the Houston Outlaws.
The Scrim Bucks exchange might be breaking here, Avast, because the Outlaws, we knew they were a strong team on paper. The Fuel might have been saying the trends, but the Outlaws have learned and improved.
And Iris as getting the play of the game here, I mean, he's just legendary. He's just absolutely legendary. This guy set up every fight with a nade. And it's so important when you watch that last fight too. They took 2 different fights on the point of the map. They dropped the Nano on Pelican so he could take that duel for Sparkle, and while that was happening, the engage was happening with Dante onto the backline. And that's what's so valuable about that Doomfist tank, and having the Echo, having so much dive. You can take fights multiple different places.
Well, it may be the battle for Texas, and the Outlaws have struck first, but when we're done, it might look like more than a war. We'll be back after this. hear the crowd and they have good reason to cheer. The Outlaws striking first blood here in San Antonio, proving once again that the battle for Texas, usually not an easy thing to win.
Perhaps the Outlaws no longer. It is now time for them to take their place as another potentially monstrous Texas team, and that was an incredible first map. I mean, they showed so much flexibility with the way they were setting up their fights. I was setting Engage so much, I might as well be a matchmaker show. I was saying it's way too much Engage, but because that's what it's boiled down to, is that they set up so many fights on the map perfectly. Their dives were excellent.
I have to say, Fielder probably going to reject Pelican at the end of it. Just it was too much. And while they had a little bit of chemistry as he got knocked off the map, no, Fielder wants no more part of that. However, they've been booked for at least 2 more maps, so Fielder is going to have to deal with it.
I mean, it's just part of the show.
Yeah.
You know, it's just part of the show. They've already locked into the commitment at this point. But overall, Fuel probably gonna have to make some adjustments dealing with that style. Depends if Outlaws are gonna continue to run the Dante tank, the Dante Doom, because he showed a lot of proficiency on it, which is to be expected. I mean, he's played a lot of Doom in the past, looked great, but it's more than that as a tank player now, because you're not just coordinating with your team like, okay, I'm looking for the picks. You're also disrupting the enemy team. You're removing cooldowns. You're setting up the fight for everyone else.
You're also a really big target. I mean, teams know in Overwatch that if you're able to take down a tank early, it's big. Well, it's even bigger when there's only one tank. And you saw both teams over the course of that last match that there was so much focus fire going on to Dante, going on the Fearless, and his dude just have to have that sixth sense of, I'm in danger, I need to leave. And Dante overall did a phenomenal job of getting out like 60 HP. It was great.
I mean, it's a big target, but also he's a big player. Everything's bigger in Texas, as they say. So overall, he's got the game sense, he's got the mechanics, and the rest of Outlaws following up massively. And I highlighted him a lot during that first map. Iris, the nades, the coordination were fantastic. They got so much value making sure to land those nades and set up the fight at the exact same time they hit.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, right now in Overwatch, it's kind of always been the case, but even more so in 5v5, which has so far been way more dive heavy, way more scrappy. You get hit with the purple, you might be out of it, but we do have a substitution coming in where the Fuel last year, really incredible tank line between both Fearless and Hanbin, but now it's only one tank, you can only play one at a time. Fearless taking a step back, and Hanbin is subbing right in.
I mean, that's got to be the Dallas Fuel's, I mean, it's up there with the Spark in terms of their greatest fear. Having to choose, we can't just buy everyone we want.
No.
It's rough out there, but Hanbin is going to be coming in now, which says to me that potentially they're probably not going to be playing Doom if they had Fearless playing Doom for that first map, or maybe they just had Fearless in because he was potentially playing Winston a lot.
Well, to me, it seems like we've seen Zarya here today and over the course of the weekend.
True.
If anyone has a good Zarya, it's Hanbin.
You know what else he has? A great D.Va.
Yeah.
Got a great D.Va, and I mean, as we're looking forward here, there is a chance. We haven't seen D.Va yet today, but D.Va could be a fantastic pick if they're worried about zoning out Pelican on the Echo.
Yeah, it really could be. And the thing for this Fuel team is that this is a team that can bounce back from adversity, right? They lost map 1, but the way Overwatch players look at it, look, it's just control. They feel like they still have the edge here against Houston, and even though they're fighting both Houston and the crowd to a degree, if any team can bring this back right now, it's the Fuel.
They have some supporters. They're not alone. They're still getting some energy. Just a small Spirit Bomb. It's just a very tiny one, but they are still getting some energy here from the crowd. But Fuel, potentially with their backs up against the wall a little bit, because they probably were feeling like, oh, no worries, we're coming in Outlaws, they don't have a main support?
Yeah.
Dante's on tank? Easy.
Little do they know, the actual true power here is that Jake was dividing his energy last season between coach and player. Now he's like put the coaching lever all the way to the max, and suddenly tactical advantage.
He's dropped the training rates. He
Yes.
says, now finally just this one's master, I must go all out.
The actual quote, actually.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's what he said backstage. He said that exact word. It was very scary. There was a shadow over his eyes.
I saw energy rising from his hair.
An aura in the room.
Yeah.
It was kind of terrifying. But we are heading forward to Midtown. Midtown is our next map in the series, and this is another map where we could see a lot of value here from those high ground differentials, from a lot of setup fights, because you can just attack from a lot of different angles.
Also has very good music.
It does. It's a little jammy.
Also, I just think at this point, after watching Overwatch for so long, I will take any new map music. Give me a little bit of variety, but I do like the tunes coming out here. And we'll see if it's more the same, where there's change-ups from both teams. Again, I think Hanbin coming in or Fearless, as you mentioned, kind of a tell as to perhaps a hero swap on the tank side for the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, probably no Winston here. I'd be expecting something like Zarya or maybe even Ryan, but yeah, that is Zarya right now. You know, you can never necessarily trust the spawns right away, but it's probably going to be Zarya here, and it makes a lot of sense. And is that a Sojourn? Surely not.
That is a Sojourn, but as you
Surely
said,
not. But I want to see it so bad. I want to see Sojourn so bad.
I do. The potential for Sojourn, I still think, is out of this world. Maybe more so after the buff that just happened goes live. But that won't be until after this initial tournament, so it's going to be a while.
Nope. Edison's dashed my hope and dreams.
Yeah, as it turns out, Soldier's really good. Really good.
Soldier is quite strong. Outlaws still running that same composition we saw them on before, which makes a lot of sense. They're getting a lot of value from it. They continue to have Pelican on that Echo. As Fuel now with Hanbin on the Zarya rolling out, and Edison here on the Soldier.
How do mega stores like that exist in the future? That's completely inaccurate. But here we go. The Fuel out on the way, on the attack. And as we were mentioning, Hanbin, a Zarya specialist, arguably the best in the league, bringing the Zarya the Bear.
And there's going to be a lot of pressure on him in this map because he needs to be negating the value that Iris and Dante are getting for these slam engages.
Dante being sneaky, going, they can't shoot me if they can't see me. However, they now see Dante. Pelican, meanwhile, throwing in damage over the top, 28% ult charge from the attempt. This is nice suppression coming in from the Outlaws, just holding the Fuel back. Hanbin trying to beam his way on through. Dante under a little bit more pressure. Gets slept. Is the punish going to be there? Pelican, meanwhile, just going Hanbin, step off. And already, the Outlaws looking for a little bit more pressure here. Pelican gets purpled, and he's going to take to the skies, take a little bit of a breather.
Oh, that was almost disastrous there for the Fuel. Dante off the sleep from Iris again, removing Hanbin, setting up the engage there into that very tight and closed space, but they weren't able to find anyone just yet. Now Fuel setting back up here. Pelican once again on the flank, just abusing the amount of maneuverability on this map.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the Fuel cannot get out of the subway car. Edison gets caught. A little bit extra damage from Iris. Pelican on the fall through. And the Outlaws once more open up with a successful fight.
And we're really seeing the map control difference right now between Dante and the Doom and Hanbin on Zarya, because Fuel, they feel contained. They feel constrained and playing together here, trying to farm energy, trying to farm their ults, while Dante is just setting up fights everywhere, everywhere on the map. They're just everywhere all at once. That's a movie, by the way.
Yeah. And for Hanbin, I didn't get the movie right, so I'm just going to power on through.
Let's move on.
It's hit or miss with that, but here we go. The Outlaws, Nano at the ready. It goes to Pelican, who's been public enemy number one. It's moving on forward, looking for Hanbin. Hanbin is just the main target for Pelican, but you got Nano the other way. Hanbin says, my Nano's a little bit stronger. Now the Fuel looking to take advantage. Lastro getting caught. 5-on-3, and the Fuel in good position now on point A.
And though they might have tanked a couple fights there, you see the value of the Zarya now. They can get the Nano. Hanbin has high charge. He can just walk forward. He's another DPS. He's another DPS that's continuing to give utility and value to the team, negating value from Iris, negating engage. Really, really well played from Fuel to where, sure, they lost some time, but another engage, actually, another counterfight coming on out for Outlaws.
Yeah, they go for it. High risk, high reward now for the Outlaws. It's so far paying off. And it's Sparkle down, the DPS side for the Fuel, eradicated. And that is a clone Zarya. Pelican moving on in, going, you're going to kill me with Zarya? Well, let's take it. Mano a mano. Mirror match here between the two, and he is burned right out. Hanbin still a little bit better. Focusing me, though, over and in the corner, and the Outlaws smother the Fuel.
I mean, Outlaws waiting till almost the last possible second. We thought it was done, but they were building up. They come back in, they stream in, they isolate those players, and Hanbin uses grab. Beats get used from both teams there as well. So now Fuel, it's looking dangerous. They only have a blade coming up, but they have nothing else, and Outlaws could just play the flanks here. Merit is going to be looking for just those flanks, looking to get value from the visor, making sure Sparkle can't engage easily.
And that's one of the things you really have to worry about for Soldier. His power in on the flanks, incredibly strong. Tac visor, no, but Tac visor makes better. As we said,
I mean, look
flanks,
at this.
Guess what? We found Merit. He's off for the flank.
He's waiting for the fight. There it is. There's the visor coming out right now.
He knows the Genji's over on the other side. Doesn't Jour get chopped up now? Goes to go for the main team. Doesn't quite work out though. Sparkle got two in the back. The support line for the Outlaws no longer existing. And as a result, the Fuel far more sustained. They'll clean it up for good this time.
I love the idea. I love the idea there from the Outlaws. They make sure to stagger it out. They have Merit behind, just trying to set up a flank visor there, making sure Sparkle can't get any support, finding those players behind. But, you know, just because he's there and you ignore him, doesn't mean you should ignore him.
I just got BlizzCon flashbacks, casting with you and hearing a fire alarm there. That just brought me back.
Yes.
Luckily, we're not evacuating this time, but here we go. The replay. Sparkle went to the back line, same as the Outlaws did, but Sparkle just got way more.
I mean, it's the backline race, but he won it. He won it a little bit faster. You hear a lot of fighting already taking place as Edison trying to take that very aggressive position in here, and Dante looking to punish him.
And Dante looking to go back to spawn. It was not a punish. He got punished instead. So the Fuel back up to a full 5, and the Outlaws, you know, we haven't seen a ton of this map so far, obviously, but I think it's safe to say that, you know, you hold back a little bit here. Wait for the Fuel to go into a spot that's a little bit easier to engage on.
And it's definitely one of the weaknesses here for the Outlaws comp is Nano Visor coming on out. He's moving forward. This
He's
lead!
but damage is already done. Lastro got picked off early, so if they can't finish off Lastro...
Oh, the bubbles. Next level 2 there from Hanbin. They tried to combo him while he was sleeping, but Hanbin said, no thank you. Actually, I will say no to this damage.
Yeah, as I say, if they could finish off Edison there, it wouldn't matter, and it did not matter. And that's the power of getting first pick in Overwatch 2. It is incredibly powerful because it's just a bigger percentage of the team.
Bigger percentage of the team off the field for sure. It's a lot harder to come back once you're down one early. And for Outlaws in particular, once you're down one, if Pelican, it's hard to get space if he doesn't have everyone alive.
Well, Pelican's about to have some tools ready to go. Takes down Edison, no ult required. Gets hit with the Bionate, gets out safely. And now Dante looking where to go here. Gonna go back, and this is where Dante might be going a little bit more sneaky. Been very evasive on the Doom.
I mean, look at the ults here for Outlaws. They're gonna have 3 ults available, building up towards nearly a 5 ult bank, and they're just looking to play so aggressively. Fuel building up towards that grab. Chio about to have the beat, and the beat's gonna be important here because you can negate a ton of the value, but you have to make sure that no one gets caught early like that.
Yeah, Sparkle goes in, Sparkle goes out, immediately erased. Outlaws though, able to punish Dante, or Dante getting punched by the Fuel. Pelican going for the clone, gets the Graviton out. However, the Fuel make way more between the dueling Gravitons. Hanbin setting the tone, a fight of absolute chaos. And now Merritt trying to bring it back. Hanbin low is charged up, he gets the charge away. And the Outlaws being scrappy here, and even though the Fuel are gonna get more space, he's gonna slow it down.
Saving Private Fielder, saving Private Fielder. I just watched it happen live. Fielder had like -2 HP that entire fight. Backs out Hanbin playing the bodyguard, and Sparkle comes back in time and still gets so much value there from the auto utility. And this is going to be a cap potentially. They're going to pop the visor just to make sure they can't contest.
Well, guess what? Outlaw said, we still want to contest. Lastro dropping the beat. But what's it going to be? It's rough positioning. Pelican down already. Edison out in the trade. Back to 4-4. Dante still alive. Both teams fighting neck and neck. It's 3-on-3. Sparkle, low HP. And the Outlaws deciding, you know what, we're going to back up a bit.
Well, the point has been capped there. So they are fighting. They're getting good aggressive pressure here right now, but it's done and dusted currently. But Outlaws just going to look to hold aggressively.
Yeah, and the Outlaws, I mean, even if this were to go the rest of the way for Fuel, the Outlaws have done a great job of draining time off the clock as we enter into the final minute for the Fuel to get the final point.
Dante once again here into the backline, forcing the nade so early. Fielder. Great cooldowns, and look at this anti onto Sparkle. Is he gonna go for him? No, he's still on the backline, keeping that pressure up, but Outlaws, they're coming forward.
And the Fuel, I think right now, oh no. The Soldier gonna be able to get out. Sparkle on the punish. Lastro was going in to try and finish, but the Fuel there on the punish as Honda cleans it up with 2.
Now just Pelican on point, getting cleaned up. And that gambit from Dante not paying dividends. They tried to force a lot of the cooldowns early, tried to set up an engage, make them come back as Outlaws took the space. They just couldn't win it. They couldn't win it. The Dallas Fuel DPS continuing to just force them back.
Final 30 seconds here. The Fuel would love to get this final point and look towards extra rounds if necessary. The Outlaws, meanwhile, want to put it away here and now. The Nano at the ready, going straight on the Merritt, has the visor, and Sparkle cannot get away. Merritt immediately finding 2, and 13 seconds left here of Vast. That might be all she wrote.
Oh, that is definitely all she wrote. The book is done. It's completed. Let's close the book. Let's close it. It's over. It's just going to be a trickle now back into the point. And Fuel getting stopped here. No full cap for them.
No. However, still winnable here for the Fuel, but it does change the win conditions here, especially for the Outlaws, where you think to the Outlaws attack, they don't have to worry about extra rounds. They just got to push it far enough.
Having that line in the sand, that dedicated win condition is always nice to have. It's very reassuring, but also it can create some pressure.
Yeah.
Because also Fuel now knows where they have to hold.
So I'm going to bring you back to a previous talking point because I do think it's one of the most interesting parts of the match. We talked a little bit between the Genji and the Echo, but now that Hanbin's gone to Zarya, does that change the dynamic at all between how the two teams are playing? And do you think the Fuel decision here that changed things up is a good one?
I think it was a great decision, honestly. I mean, with the 2 bubbles now available to Zarya, you can build Charge incredibly quickly, so there's going to be a lot of value, especially when you're relying on Doomfist engages. When you're relying on Dante to set up, when you're relying on a lot of value from the anti-nade from Ana, and you can cleanse those. You can make sure, like, okay, actually we can get healed. We can keep everyone alive. You see a little bit of Dante replay here, just cleaning up some of those frags earlier. And you see him just how maneuverable Dante is. I mean, my goodness.
Dude, this was supposed to be removed when you became a tank. You're not supposed to be able to do that. It's illegal.
Says, watch me.
Yeah.
I will still, actually. I think I will.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to play the video game and Doom comes off like 18 different rooftops and a geometric pattern that would make Hangzhou cry. Not quite as complex there, but still pretty effective.
Simple parabolics. Simple kinetic right there. As now, or kinematics I should say, is now Outlaws. Gonna be on the offense here. Still running with that same comp. Fuel, also on that comp we saw them before, on the offense. And Fuel, they have to make sure they're not getting outflanked. They don't want to lose a ton of map control early because look how Outlaws are playing this. Look at all the space they're gathering already.
Yeah, I mean, the Fuel right now, they're playing more reactive than proactive. Okay, as I said, Pelican was perhaps a little bit too proactive, right into Sparkle's dash, and Sparkle isn't done there. The Outlaws out of DPS, and about to be out of everything else as the Fuel rally.
And this is one of the downsides to the Outlaws comp, I should say, because they need a lot of space to make sure that they can deal with the value, get away from the value from the Zarya. But in return, Pelican's kind of isolated often. Look at this right there. He's up in the air, gets some tags on him, Sparkle's able to dash on in. And it's one of the issues here with the Echo comp is that they have to be worried about this constant damage coming in, and he needs a lot of space.
Yeah, and on this map, it was definitely easy for Pelican to get on the defense, a little bit harder on the attack. You can't quite just go in and out of the subway train the way you did on the defense. Dante, even far back, under a little bit of pressure, waiting to decide where to go. A little bit of slow play here for the Outlaws, but now Dante going, I want the soldier, I want him out of here, and he gets him with the aid of Blastro, the old 1-2. Now the Outlaws, clean and healthy here. One man up, Dante. So just follow his journey here as he goes back and forth. Now, he's picked out Hanbin. Says Hanbin, it's time. Sparkle got caught by Lastro on the side while it was going on. Now, the Outlaws just waltz onto the point.
They have Nano available here in Hanbin. He's very charged. They have some options here to contest the point. They're going to let it tick down here for a little bit.
Big run on Hanbin.
There's the Nano. It's out. Can they find anyone?
Well, he's charged up. 50% has Nano still. Dante gone. Hanbin do a little bit more with it. The Outlaws still want this fight. Pelican darting around looking for Hanbin. Hanbin again, the sole focus of Pelican, but Hanbin's able to get away. Purple or no, he's going to be healed back up, and the Fuel are doing a great job of draining time off this objective, and Pelican gets caught in for a little bit too long. However, Merritt, as attack visor, gets two, working for a little bit more. You're looking at Pelican, you're not looking at Merritt, he's got three, and the Outlaws, that should be enough to take the point.
That should definitely be it. The good thing here for Fuel is that they built a lot of time off the clock. This is going to go down there, but Merritt getting a lot there, a lot of value, and this is just continuing to show as the fight breaks down, Soldier is so dangerous. He's off on a flank, he's able to find Fielder who's caught looking to heal.
Yeah, and I think what really strikes out to me, normally right now in Overwatch 2, Soldier is one of your prime targets. You worry about Soldier more than any DPS, but Pelican has been such a pest, such a threat, that Merritt gets more space than any Soldier has any right to get.
And Outlaws are doing a great job too of keeping Fuel boxed in. They just weren't able to get a lot of pressure there onto Merritt. As now Fuel looking to set up the next fight. They do have Blade, they do have Grab, so a lot in the tank here, but Lastro gonna have the beat. So he has to choose. Who's he gonna save?
Save everyone.
He's not Superman. I don't think he can. He might be able to.
We'll see. The Graviton, though, certainly going to be Lex Luthor's instrument of destruction in this instance. And Hanbin, once again, finding himself under pressure. Grab still ready to go. Sparkle, Blade, finding obstacle after obstacle. Goes, okay, Dante, can I chop down this tree? No, Dante takes it to the sky. Never see a tree like that. Sparkle gets stomped on. And the Outlaws continue to push forward. And for the Fuel, what now?
I love the way, by the way, that Outlaws just played that. They made sure to get the dupe onto this Zarya, making sure they could keep bubbles up, they could keep the aggression, build a very fast grab, and then because they aggressively engaged with the beat, there was no value to be had with Sparkle at all.
Oh, Sparkle, he's been playing on hard difficulty to be sure. But here we go once more, Sparkle, getting the Nano, no Blade to go with it. It's not quite the main course, but is it gonna be enough? Missing shurikens on Iris. Iris able to dodge. Meanwhile, Merritt, he's got the tech visor again. He's looking and looking. 15 HP, gets away! Just barely gets Edison, peeks down, gets the heal. And the Outlaws, they lose Pelican, but they've gotten the point.
Point has been grabbed. Hanbin so low. They're trying to keep him alive. The energy's very high. The nade going to come out. Hanbin getting healed. They're trying to find him. They're trying to catch him. They say no to the energy. Don't let him take it. They're trying to keep him alive, and they finally find him. That's such a big pick.
Oh, he just got mugged. The retreat's not going well at all for the Fuel as the Outlaws take no quarter.
The Outlaws are so aggressive. I can't overstate this enough. They're making sure that they're continuing pulling apart the Fuel composition. They're putting pressure on various different angles, and they're just not letting them set up ever.
And you feel the energy just building all around us right now, Vast. The crowd is into it. They sense victory at hand. The Fuel have to hold this back for 3 minutes. It's a tough task. Explosion Sparkle dies first. Here comes Edison. Oh, put to sleep. Oh, the fall through Dante. Over and in. The Outlaws firing on all cylinders. Hanbin drops a grab, but Avast, it's too little, too late.
Dante just cleaning up, 3 minutes remaining. It's just Sparkle on the point, but I have a feeling he'll be going down very quickly. Reflect gonna be out. He's cleaned up. Can anyone else touch? No one can.
The crowd says more than our words ever could. San Antonio is pumped, and the Houston Outlaws have come to play.
I mean, they've come to dominate. They are looking scary right now. Fuel, I like what they're trying to do, but they just can't deal with the aggression. Dante constantly setting them up. They're just pulled apart at all the wrong moments for Pelican or for Merit to find picks.
Yeah, it has been scary consistency for the Houston Outlaws, on the verge of winning this first edition of the Battle of Texas here in 2022. But will the Fuel be able to rally, bring this back, and send us to the map 5 that everyone wants? We'll just have to see.
time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5 fun, 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Jour, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hat. Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hat, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
We are back here in San Antonio. Now it's time for a little bit of Overwatch lore here at Masters. Once upon a time, the Outlaws, they decided to trade away Smurf. Main tank, most notable for the San Francisco Shock, winning championships. And people wondered, well, will the Outlaws ever get a tank of that quality again? And of course, the trade they got back was Dante. All we had to realize was we needed to wait for Dante to just become a tank player, and it would all make sense.
5 head moves from Flame. He's been gone for many years, but still his presence is felt. And also, this was Smurf on the Academy team at the time, so it was not Outlaws proper for anyone that might have been confused. But yes, that did happen. That is true, and I love lore. I'm a lore master myself, and I'm a big fan of it.
So yeah, the Outlaws making great use of their resources here. But now, of course, we're going to get a little bit of change up. We're going to Toronto. It's highly vertical. And part of that, we got some subs coming in where Hanbin is gone. Fearless is coming back in. You think about the hero pool that Fearless has versus Hanbin, the best. This makes all the sense in the world.
Winton. Yeah. I hear the echoes of Winton. The monkeys, they rumble, they walk, they run forward. And that's probably what it's going to be. I think the verticality here. And we've seen a lot of Winston so far, honestly. A lot more than I was expecting heading into the season, especially because there was a preponderance, that's a good word, by the way, preponderance of off-tanks being played, in particular Doom. And overall, well, it's not even off-tank anymore, it's just tank now in general. But I think Winston has still shown the value for isolating targets and setting up those fights.
Yeah, Winston I think has been really good, perhaps a little bit slept on, but we're also going to swap on the other side where the Outlaws, they take a look at Toronto and they go, maybe this isn't the Doom map. Maybe this is what we do, because Dante, for all his accolades and all his great play, he's out for now, and it's going to be Piggy coming in.
Piggy. He's got Kingpin energy. Yeah. When he rolls on up, it feels like he's just so powerful. He's so wide, you know? Like, he just kind of got that Kingpin vibe.
It's strong energy. Strong energy for Piggy. It makes sense that he'd be leading the team as main tank, and well, like the Outlaws, they are stacked with depth, and they have main tank depth now that we didn't even realize heading into the season.
I mean, we can't even measure it. It's like the ocean. We can't go deep enough. It's far too deep. But Outlaws looking explosive here so far in the series, and I'm happy for it. I'm all for it. I think overall this roster looks amazing, but I would love to see more maps in the series rather than 3-0.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things here where even the fans here, even if they don't want to admit it, they want to see more maps. You know, you've made the trek all the way here. You want to see the home team win, if that's who you're rooting for, but also you want to see a battle, a true battle. But right now, we've been seeing more of an execution from the Outlaws onto the fuel.
Dorado, like we previously talked about, that is going to be the 3rd map of the series here. Fearless is back in. So we're about to see some of that classic Winston from him. And is this fuel making the adjustments? Have they figured out what they need to do wrong?
Well, I think one thing they figured out is that it's Dorado, so at the very least, they're not going to be dealing with Doom. That is probably an upside because Dante's Doom has been a real thorn in their side.
Yeah, I mean, that's putting it lightly. The Doom has been incredible for Dante. It's been fantastic watching the synergy he has with the rest of the team. But now with Piggy entering the field, is that, Farah Mercy? Fair Mercy on the defense here, and with Piggy on the Diva. So this is the first time we've seen a lot of these heroes, and also the Ashe for Merit. So they're going to be playing very, very aggressively for this high ground, playing very split, a lot of poke damage coming out from them.
How much training do you think had to be done for Lastro when they had to convince Lastro, okay, you're going to be playing Mercy now? Whereas used to being more flex support, a little bit more active, and they said, you will not pull out your pistol. You will not do it except in certain circumstances. Do not become the DPS person.
Or there's the omnipresent threat of Jake. He's cracking his knuckles in the background, and he's like, don't make me bring out the jersey. Don't make me bring it out again.
Yeah, that's right. I'll come back from retirement. Don't you worry. Just keep the beam on. Keep the beam on.
With Fearless on the Winston, like we predicted. And are they going to be playing Sim here? Are they going to be using Sim here to take some high ground position? Because Sparkle is currently on the Symmetra.
Oh, just for the early portal.
Oh, just for the early, yeah.
Edison, meanwhile, looking for the early shots here on the Widowmaker. Looking, and not seeing much.
Nope. And Sparkle now going back to the Genji. You know, Pelican just going to be poking.
They know the far is there. Edison's not swapping yet. I think they saw the far, they go, wait a second. The Widow, still potentially good, and Pelican is at risk of getting sniped out of the air at any moment. Me just saying that could even be a caster curse, but so far, still alive.
The real game plan difference here for Outlaws is how do they plan to consistently contest the cart? And I mean, if they just get kills, that'll work because Sparkle's already down.
Hit Sparkle with the rocket. It's easy. It was just in the game plan.
I mean, but even still, they don't have cart presence. They're preferring to back up here, play the choke, and that's the one thing with one tank now, you can't do these cycle contests as effectively. So it's sure, Piggy's much more tanky, he's got a lot more health, but there's only one tank still that you can focus down.
Right now, the Fuel, they're really relying on Edison landing that one magic shot. You're kind of the whim of the Widow. You either feast with the Widow or it's a pure famine, and Pelican's doing a great job of staying alive. Now he's going to get a lot of free rockets into the Fuel, and Pelican finds Sparkle once more, gets the Widow, takes down his main threat, and now it's time to feast.
And now they're just going to be cleaning up these frags here at the choke, and they gave up a lot of the first one here, but they're just holding this choke, which is so common here for Dorado first. We're playing this so aggressively, and this is where Piggy can really effectively keep contesting the cart. And Fuel have to find some answers here, because even if they remove Piggy, they've invested a lot of resources. They have to deal with Merit and Pelican, just continuing to shoot their backline and look for picks. They really need some sort of answer to all this damage from the sky.
I think the Fuel realized even though the Widow was tempting, the Soldier a little bit more consistent, but Pelican, the Barrage ready to go, the Mercy at his back. The Outlaws with a lot of ults, ready to invest into this fight, and already 2 minutes off the clock. Pelican, meanwhile, goes in, drops the Barrage off the Nano. It's enough for Fielder. It's enough to put the Outlaws in a good spot.
And while that was happening too, Fearless got slept while having the Nano, but Merit going down still. And Edison taking this duel, trying to stay alive, really. Pelican?
Edison punishes it. Pelican probably should have gone out earlier, but Pelican right now definitely feeling himself.
And right now, Fuel in control of the point. Even though Fearless got slept, he was still able to zone the backline alongside Sparkle. As now Fuel moving forward. Outlaws waiting for Bella to come back. A lot of damage off the field. The Merit still does not have that bomb just yet, but Piggy will have the bomb here to zone the point just a bit. But Fuel, they should be looking for an engage.
Bomb's ready. Bob picked up the cell phone. He's over and in. He's in the back.
He's sleeping.
And he's sleeping.
He's tired.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. Understand as Fearless just juggles Iris to the end.
Now Fearless still bringing everyone back here, staying alive. 20 HP. He's still alive. He's playing. He's in the bubble. He's back from the pandemic. He's back to the bubble there.
Yeah. I mean, look, you learn some lessons. You don't always have to use them. Use it there. And the Fuel are saying a pretty good time here after a tough, well, they lost a lot of the time, but 3 minutes left with momentum. Still not bad.
And the Fearless Winston's still sublime. It's sublime to watch, and he played it so well, making sure to keep the pressure and the zoning on to the Outlaws backline, making sure that Merit did not have any free space either. So that was a big reason that Fuel was able to get the space they needed for first, and now they have a Blade here for second, and there's no ults in the bank for Outlaws.
No, the Outlaws are on the back foot for sure. This is the break that the Fuel have been waiting for. There's Merit now on the Ashe. Ashe, very scary in OW2. Even if not picked up as much, there's less shields to get in her way. Pelican getting a little bit low there for the Outlaws. The Fuel just looking for some good, consistent payload progress. And here we go. Nano onto Sparkle.
Oh, the sleep from Iris!
You don't get rejected harder than that. That is absurd.
And while that was happening too, Pelican went from the flank and got the kill early on to Edison. So they were already down a DPS. That entire push was ruined. It was worse than my GPA in college.
Yeah, that was bad. It was all sorts of bad. And now, you got Iris here. Nano for the Outlaws, but the hero of the moment with a sleep that just took our breath away and definitely delighted the crowd.
And Merit's about to have Bob. I mean, there's a lot of ults in the bank here for Outlaws right now. As Fuel, they're just trying to play slow, but they find Pelican.
Pelican out of the fight. The Fuel now, a little bit more renewed. Bob back over and in. Fearless gonna find himself running on back.
By the way, Lastro gets the res, and then they continue to just rush forward with that Nano off the res. On the Pelican, they're so aggressive from Outlaws.
And Pelican just says, I'm gonna flank through the low ground. It's gonna work. Takes down Chio for good measure.
So Fuel having to take another fight here. 1:30 remaining. They're getting close to that primal. As you see here, the replay. Look at this sleep. I mean, with also that coach gun from Merit. Goodbye, Sparkle. He's sent on out. He's thrown on out of there. He says, no blade here.
No blade. But now, the Fuel on the approach once more. 1:15 left. The Outlaws have turned the time very much back in their favor. Piggy and Bomb ready to go. And this crowd ready to erupt if it finds its target. Piggy going up.
And now there's no bubble remaining for Fearless anymore. No bubble, the bomb. They don't have to worry about any barriers blocking it now. But Piggy just going to be holding on to it right now, continuing just contest the cards. As Outlaws just playing slow, poking that damage.
Fearless gonna get the nano, and getting the nano, gets the sleep. It puts a big sleep target on him, and he's not gonna get much more. The Primal gone, Edison gone, Pelican with 2! And the Outlaws continue their relentless assault.
And right now, this high ground is so strong for Outlaws. They're playing so well spaced. They're making sure that any sort of dive for the Fuel, it's getting blunted. It's getting blunted by the utility. It's getting blunted by all their abilities very, very early. And Fuel just haven't had an answer yet. But this is going to have to be the fight because they're almost out of time. And also, they're going to have 2 DPS ults.
Yeah, the time is not on their side at all. As Edison now, attack visor, ready to go. 13 seconds left. The Fuel finding their series life potentially on the line here soon if they don't make this attack good. As Merit holds onto the bomb on the right. Here we go, attack visor used by Edison, low HP. Looking, Iris, why did you take it? You didn't need to. Edison finds 1. Looking for a little bit more here. Rez comes up. A free res from Lastro. Bob out of the field and Pelican finding Edison. Looking for more. Merit on the bomb. And the Outlaws are going to hold him here.
Oh my goodness, it's like his blade is just a spaghetti noodle. He's whacking, but he just can't find him. And Outlaws playing so well on this composition. They are just continuing to abuse the space, abuse all the area that Fuel have to cover, and they just could not ever find the engage they wanted.
No, they could not. However, as dire as it looks for the Fuel, there is a chance, but you listen to the crowd, you feel the momentum of the series. The Fuel are going to have to find that extra gear, Avast, and they're going to have to find it fast.
They're going to have to find a lot of extra gears. They're going to need enough gears to build a car, ideally. Yeah. They're going to need all the gears.
I mean, a car isn't only made out of gears.
No, I think the guy, well, yeah, fair enough.
Okay, yeah.
Fair enough. You got me there. You win this round.
No, I'll take it. My voice isn't winning this round, but hey, do what I can. Now, the Outlaws. They're feeling the momentum here in the arena. They have taken the Fuel to task. And also, anyone invested in the Scrimbucks exchange is panicking. It's a total collapse.
It could be Black Friday. This could be the end for all Scrimbucks traders out there. So Fuel, their backs are officially against the wall. They did not get second point on Dorado, which is pretty big because Dorado, generally, you don't get that last, but second is often capped.
Yeah, it really is. And, well, one good thing for the Fuel here is that first point holds are still fairly likely on Dorado, more so than on other maps. Oh, you see it again. Iris has just been so consistent on the sleeps, whether it be Fearless, whether it be Sparkle, the rejection just constant, and we're going to be seeing that Sparkle clip for a long time. Not for the good reasons for Sparkle, but for the very good reasons for Iris.
Iris has been a monster with the sleep so far, dispensing it out with impunity. As Edison now on the Widow, and Fuel playing with Geo on the Brigida, so they're playing to get those packs out to Sparkle and Edison, and just let those DPS take aggressive duels, take aggressive angles here.
Edison on the Widow, looking for the early shots. The Fuel need a dramatic defense here. When you're playing Widow, that means your Widow needs to perform. So much pressure on Edison in this situation, but the Outlaws are not making it easy for him.
Outlaws already removing some of those first barriers, now contesting the high ground. And they're just going to be looking to set up a lot of poke, set up a lot of different angles so they can take the fight. Fuel need to be making sure that Pelican and Merit are not getting these off angles. They need, when they have the Brigida up and they have the Ana, they can be giving a ton of heals to them and making sure they're not getting those setups for free.
Edison in the back, one shot here. Avast could set the tone, but Edison has not been able to find that one shot. It's been elusive. It's been Captain Ahab looking for Moby Dick thus far. Just has not happened.
It's looking like a cryptid, looking like Bigfoot out there. We're all looking for it, but we can't find it.
No, not yet. And a lot on the line here for the Fuel. The best chance of bringing the series back is a hold here on point A. And the Outlaws are playing with their time here, Avast. They're not being too greedy. They're looking for that one opportunity. But as they wait, that does give opportunities for Edison, but it's more opportunities for Pelican, who finds Sparkle early.
And now Outlaws are going to be surging forward. The Nano is up for Fuel. They're getting close to the rally, but Fuel, they're getting taken out. And Piggy's going to go down, but just going to commit the bomb. They're going to split them even further. And look how far the cart's already moved. There's going to be really no chance for a recontest for Fuel.
This is the danger zone for the Fuel. If they can't recontest here, holding second for what's going to be over 5 minutes, I think, or a little under. This is tough. This is not easy to do on Dorado. The bigger holds on Dorado come before last. The Outlaws, an amazing opportunity to put the Fuel away here and now.
Here is holding on to the Nano. Merit about to have Bob. So already ults to point presence. They also have the Nano, so they can just contest the high ground. Probably give it to Pelican to vaporize someone. And Fuel, they're looking to take this flank back.
The Fuel need to find that extra gear, and again, it comes down to Edison. Will the Widow pick happen? For now, they Nano Sparkle. Sparkle looking for Pelican, gets amazing protection from Piggy. Defensive matrix all over him.
And when we move forward here, ZP, we need Fearless to be getting lots of value on the zone, because you see Piggy right there, making sure that the Echo duel is in the favor of Pelican. Fearless has to be keeping the pressure onto Iris and Merit. Has to be. Otherwise, Piggy just continually get more value than him.
There we go, Nano coming on in. Pelican slept. A little bit of revenge for Fielder, showing that Iris is not the only one with good sleep darts here today. Pelican, though, about to have ultimate soon. Goes over and in. Fearless just pushing him back now, needs to get out with his life. Should be able to do just that. The Bob, not getting a whole lot there. As Edison still looking for that magic pick, and instead gets picked by Piggy. Piggy finds him.
And Fearless slept here in the back. Fearless slept. Anti gonna come out though onto Iris. They know that. They're calling. They're saying Iris is low. They're saying Iris is low. We need the pressure onto Iris. They're gonna find him.
Iris down. Fearless. A little bit of rumble in the jungle here. Finally though, getting taken down. However, does a lot to even it out here for the Fuel. And the Fuel need any advantage they can get. However, the Outlaws, they get enough of that fight, that more payload progress going on now. Pelican going in. Drops the rally. Gonna be out of Brigida for him here in a second.
However, Piggy getting close to the bomb. You want to know it's a great C9 inducer? A bomb here, and there's only one barrier on the field. Sparkle holding on to that dupe. Fueler about to have the Nano. They need to go on value, and they don't want to invest too much.
The series on the line here now. Fuel, a must-win fight. Will they be able to rise to the occasion, or will the Outlaws take them out? Sparkle, all eyes on him. With the ult in the ready. Edison off the Widowmaker now, going to the Soldier for the consistency. Sparkle, he has to ult early. He was about to die to the early damage. And now goes in off the clone. Diva into the backline. Piggy just backing out here. Sparkle really wants the ult before it's gone. Should be able to get it. Drops the ultimate. Outlaws, will they be able to dodge away? They do, rather adeptly. And now the Fuel on the back foot. Sparkle, Lloyd P needs to get away.
Oh, and Shio getting caught so early. There's the bomb out too. There's no barrier. Everyone's zoned.
Pelican bringing the Outlaws home. One good performance after another, and the Outlaws have won the battle for Texas.
I mean, can even be described as a battle. Outlaws played that perfectly across the entire series. Even in the last fight, you see that they get the early dupe force, and as soon as they kite away from it, they back up, and then they come back to point, force the bubble, and then they have a free bomb. They have a free bomb that can zone everyone else, and the point just wins it for them.
Yeah. I mean, everything the Outlaws did here was well calculated, every part impressive. Whether it be Dante showing new life on the Doom, Iris, an absolutely incredible Ana. It was greatness start to finish.
It was a really incredible work from Outlaws, and we expected them to be pretty good. We rated them thinking they were pretty good coming into the season, but they look incredible. They look very, very strong right now, and Fuel, what was looking to be the leaders of North America, potentially of the league, are sit packing.
Yeah,
hand in hand.
And this is not what was expected, but that's what is so great about a new iteration of the game, about a new season, new players. The old storylines get rewritten into the new, and the Outlaws are definitely a story to follow now. And that brings us, of course, Vass, to our player of the match. It was a tough one because so many parts of the Outlaws were great, but there's one story in particular that stands out. No one expected it. It is Dante will be our player of the match, and you gotta give it to him for the Doom.
I mean, he got 2 maps early for Houston Outlaws, and his Doom mechanics and the way that he set up the fights, perfect. This is exactly what you want to see from this reworked Doomfist kit, and he showed it to excellence, to the peak perfection here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at coming into this, We saw Dante in the main tank role. We wondered how would it work out, and as it turns out, it worked out real well.
Oh, I mean, it's working out. He's getting a promotion. That's how well it's working right now. And overall, Dante really set the pace for this match. And you could make the argument that Doomfist, that early Doomfist play and power coming out from Outlaws, gave them those 2 maps very early. And at no point did Outlaws ever feel any pressure from Fuel.
No. And honestly, it just felt like the Fuel were also a little bit outstratted here. I feel like you look between the two comps they're playing, the Echo got way more than the Genji overall. The Echo is just a constant presence. Fielder was fearing for his life, as you mentioned at one point. The full protection squad had to come out and go, we will save you, Fielder. But in the end, it just wasn't enough.
And Pelican was tearing it up, for sure. And a lot of that, though, still was because of Dante.
Yeah.
Dante just getting so much space.
Dante, definitely a story. The Outlaws as a whole, a story. This roster rebuilt from the ground up over the offseason, keeping the best parts, adding in some incredible parts, and has truly worked out well. Now we see the Outlaws on the stage, and the fans are loving it.
The fans are hyped. I mean, and they should be. They came all the way out here to see Outlaws play, and they played. They played so well. So if I'm an Outlaws fan, I should feel very confident.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this, you have all sorts of hope for the season, but also, if you're a Fuel fan, you look at this and go, we've come back from worse.
Oh, there's going to be some angry social media comments, perhaps.
There is, but you know what? We've had enough from us. Let's hear it from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Malik, interviewing Dante down on the floor.
All right, thank you very much, CP and the boss. Come on over here, Dante. Let's talk for a second, man. I think you guys sent a message today, bro, for sure. But first and foremost, man, I got to know, it's been a long time coming since we've been able to do this. But how does it feel to be playing back on stage once again?
It feels amazing. The crowd was really like awesome. I could hear you guys like every time we won a team fight. I just heard people like screaming, and it feels so good when you're playing in a match and people are doing that. Like you just feel the energy.
Yeah. It sounds like that really propelled you guys into performing so well today. So now I gotta ask you another question. Yesterday I learned about the starting lineups, and I gotta say I was really surprised when I saw that they were starting you at Tank over Piggy. I know you're a Doomfist player, but what went into that decision to put you out in the starting lineup on Doomfist at Tank?
We actually saw another team put a DPS player on Doom, and we just copied it because we're like, oh, maybe Dante will be like really good at Doom, and then it just felt really natural when I was playing. So, yeah.
It was almost like having 3 DPS out there, That's a lot to deal with for the other team's support. All right, last but not least, man, it's been a while since we've been able to do this. We got the fans here. I want to give you the floor, man. You have anything you would like to say to the wonderful Houston Outlaws fans right here? And everybody at home as well.
Thank you so much for the support. The first few seasons were a little rough, but it gets better and better every year. So thank you guys. It's kind of unfortunate that we only got to play 3 maps. Like we drove 3 hours for 3 maps. Maybe next time that won't happen, hopefully. Fuel? I don't know, maybe.
All right, man. Hey, man, I think the fans really appreciated this, man. So thank you very much, Dante, for your time. Thank you, everybody here who came. Thank you very much for showing up. All the fans at home watching, this has been an amazing opening week and an amazing kickoff. And guys, the Watchpoint Post Show is coming up very soon, so make sure you stay tuned right after the break.
Hello and welcome back here to our post-show in the Watch Point van. And what a game that was. What an unexpected result.
Oh, yeah.
For Dallas fans. Houston fans knew all along. We on the desk may have gotten our threats wrong, but the being wrong isn't it? It's just fun in that way.
Good time. Honestly, they deserved it.
Absolutely. No, Houston deserves it. It was a long time coming, and it was such a dominant performance. Like that wasn't just like a back and forth. It was like, sorry, but Dallas got a little brutalized there.
It wasn't close.
No, it was not close, but it was an amazing game to witness, and we're going to break it down in all its beautiful, brutal, bloody details. So let's just talk about that Houston Outlaws roster. Straight out of the gate, there is a lot of players to highlight. Costa, is there a particular one which impressed you the most, or is it just like the whole package?
I want to talk about everyone because
I love that.
I think it would be unfair to not talk about everyone. First things first, let's talk about Ante Doomfist.
Oh, yeah.
People have always been asking me, it's like, we're going to see DPS players go to the Doomfist tank, and I'm like, no, don't be ridiculous. But apparently I was wrong.
But actually.
And the Dante Doomfist, we know he's a great Doomfist, and he just made it work. He was creating so much space, putting in so much work, and you can understand why they made that decision. So I couldn't be more happy for Dante. I was a little worried. You know, we talked about it in the pre-show. Is he going to play over Pelican? He'll play over Piggy, apparently. It's impressive to see.
Pelican, as you just mentioned him, he got a flatter deadlift.
He did. What was it?
That's it. Yeah, no, he got 15 out of the 29 final blows on the Dorado map. So he was just popping off left and right. And beautiful to
15 out of 29.
That's
not
a lot.
Bad.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No, that's great.
I love that. Yeah.
What do you mean? Not
2
bad?
days. 2 days into the season, we already have a flatter deadlift.
Yeah.
Proper almost managed it yesterday, I believe, on Ilios, but. Today Pelican showed up and was like, hold my cowboy boots, I got this. And he did.
And hold my cowboy hats and everything.
You hold everything.
The next people I want to talk about for this Houston Outlaws squad has to be the backline. Eris, just like on the Ana, was exceptional. Like he hit that massive nano blade sleep onto Sparkle. He made it impossible. And then Lastro, obviously a lot of question marks. Is he going to be able to play in that main support role? The Lucio, the Mercy. Apparently the Lastro Mercy just doesn't die, and his Lucio was incredible as well. So they were just playing on such a high level. It was just kind of impressive. And the last one you have to talk about, Merritt on the hit scan. He just seemed to be pumping out damage, and Edison and Sparkle just didn't have an answer for the DPS lineup of the Houston Outlaws.
I mean, on Dorado, Merritt had double the damage of Edison, and it's not characteristic for Edison. Like, Edison is a great player. In fact, everyone on that opposing team, they are good players. But like Sparkle on his Genji, we thought we were going to have them like popping off, but he couldn't get anything done. Houston Outlaws was so aggressive running at them, even in their defense. Like, it was absolutely fantastic. They had a game plan, they had a strat, and they ran with it.
I mean, I feel like for Dallas Fuel, this is their first match. They only lost one, so I hope that this is a wake-up call for the team.
Oh, you're a true
believer.
They could.
You're wearing a blue sweater. You don't have to defend them, Danny.
I still live. Yeah, you guys got this. You're good.
I want to hit on Dallas Fuel as well because that is not the Dallas Fuel that we know and love. They were not taking initiative. They were slow. They didn't look up to form on individual levels. Like, you know, obviously Edison is the only new player coming in. He did get diffed in this match, and I want to see more from him in these future matches. But Sparkle and the Genji, we said earlier in the day, is Sparkle the best Genji in the world? And I think a lot of people would agree with us when we said yes. That was not a great performance. He was really struggling to get any space. He was struggling to get anything done. And it's kind of worrying to see those kind of, it wasn't like they got beaten and you're like, oh, I can give him a pass. It was close.
No, expectations were high for their roster, and rightfully so. Now, Sparkle, again, not doing on that Genji what we thought he would, but someone who did get a lot done on his Genji was Proper once again, and that leads me into my best of the day. Because for me, it was just, Proper is just, he's just so good. I love it. He's a very proper player.
Oh, come on.
A professional proper player. He's just, it's everything he does just looks quite beautiful. And he is so confident, and I think that makes him just so very scary. If someone rocks up with that confidence, even if you could shut them down, you take a step back because he's just taking up space left and right, whether you want it or not. So I have been very impressed with him, and I think he's making a really, really good case for him to get that Alarm Rookie of the Year award this season around. Yes, I understand. It's only day 2, but I'm very excitable.
Got to get in early.
Yeah, you know, get in early with your friends.
Like, I honestly, before the season started, I heard so many people talking about Proper, and I had my doubts because, you know, he's a rookie player, and for my case, usually, even if they're really good in Tier 2, like when they come up, there are times where they need time to adjust and, you know, they can't really perform to the level that they did in Tier 2. But as of right now, by the looks of it, Proper, yeah, he is really, really good.
Proper Rookie of the Year candidate.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to my best of the day. I have an interesting one, and I don't know if this is a bug in Overwatch 2 or if this is a thing in Overwatch 1, but we're going to see Punk go into orbit, and no one really reacted to this, but I'm like freaking out with what's happening here. So Punk pops the Diva Bomb here, and you're going to see him just go up like a firework. I don't really know how you get that high coming out of a Diva mech, but it was made even better because he drops the mech, and hits Psycho with it. So no one expects the baby Diva coming from orbit. So crazy play. I don't know what happened. It honestly kind of looks like the old school Genji dash tech. I don't know if many people around are old enough to know what that reference is, but it was cool. It's cool to see.
Love the lower third here too.
All right.
Now immediately you have that song stuck in your head too, so thanks.
All right. My best of the day is on, of course, Dallas Fuel. You know.
Yeah.
We didn't have the best match today, but one of their plays, I think, Fielder had a really nice sleep dart onto Pelican on the first map. And I think what you guys are about to see is him on the high ground, and then he turns around, gets a shot, and then environmental kill.
Oh no!
Right down.
Unlucky.
He's so close to the edge as well.
And I am loving that, you know, that lower third. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. Go to sleep.
Oh, I don't like this Danny in my ear like this.
Her falling animation is very pretty, actually. I only
very
just
graceful.
noticed.
It was an elegant death.
Yeah, it's very elegant as far as deaths go.
Yeah.
It really is. Now, I heard that we have a surprise best of the day too. So let's be surprised.
All right.
We're ready.
Give it to us. What is it?
Hex was very secretive about this.
He was.
Good picks.
Thanks.
You know,
I love positive reinforcement.
No one did tell us Zante was starting.
We actually didn't know. We actually didn't know. Honestly, didn't know.
Okay, I wish we need to get the number for how many people picked Dallas Fuel because we cannot be alone. Obviously, there's
also look at that screen cap. You cut out the picking people.
That's true. The picking people also
Chat was with
Dallas.
us. Like we're going down together.
That is so true.
Yeah.
We all went down together.
Exactly, and that means if everyone is wrong, no one is wrong.
What?
But hey, Outlaws, do you guys do you
map.
guys want another fan? I might.
Oh well.
Take the sweater off, Danny, and we'll talk.
It's only day number 2. We still have a few more days to get it right. Let's take a look at what we can expect from tomorrow's matches. I'm sure there's plenty more we can get wrong. So let's bring that one up, see what matches are ahead of us in just some hours of sleep. We're going to kick things off with Toronto Defiant and the Washington Justice. First look on both of those teams. The first those two teams we have not seen play yet. Afterwards, we're going to see Atlanta Reign taking on the New York Excelsior. And last but not least, the Gladiators will go to bats against the Boston Uprising. Which one are you guys most hyped about?
It has to be Toronto, Washington. I think both of these teams have made significant changes to their rosters, and we don't really know where to put them right now. Obviously, last year we were really high on Washington, and then we got massively burnt, and now I'm disappointed and I don't know how to feel. But then you have Toronto also doing a massive rebuild, and probably the best Toronto Defiant roster we've ever seen since franchise. So,
yeah, I think both those teams have some incredible pieces. Now the big question is, can they mesh? Can they gel? Can they make it work? Because we had so many teams in the past which looked incredible on paper. Didn't really translate, unfortunately, onto the server, but we will find out anytime soon. For now, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us for a day filled with Overwatch 2 beta action here in the Overwatch League 2022 Season 5. This is incredible. It's been 5 years already. And we have so much more in store. It's only day 2. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, and good night.
Woo! Bye!
Bye, everybody! See you tomorrow.
Bye.